What if Naruto was Chaos Deity Sage, Supreme God before Demon King Merlin x Elizabeth Chapter 1, Awakening Chaos? The mission had gone completely sideways. Naruto crouched behind a massive boulder, blood trickling from a gash across his forehead. The metallic taste of it on his lips was weirdly grounding amid the chaos unfolding around him. Explosions rocked the ancient temple complex, and the screams of his comrades echoed through the stone corridors. "Sakura!" he shouted, straining to see through the dust and debris. "Kakashi-sensei!" No response. Just more rumbling as the temple foundation started to give way. This was supposed to be a simple recon mission, investigate rumors of an ancient weapon hidden in these ruins. Nobody mentioned the place would be crawling with rogue ninjas from 3 different nations, all converging on the same spot at the same time. Naruto wiped blood from his eyes and performed a quick check of his resources. 20 shadow clones still active across the complex. Kunai pouch half empty. Chakra reserves, strangely full. Actually, more than full, he felt like he was practically buzzing with energy, way more than usual. Even the Nine Tails seemed agitated. "What the hell is going on, Kurama?" he muttered. The fox demon's response was uncharacteristically urgent. "Kid, something's wrong. This place, there's something here that's reacting to us. To you specifically." "Great. Just what we needed." Naruto created another shadow clone and sent it searching for his teammates. He darted across an exposed courtyard, dodging a barrage of shuriken that embedded themselves in the stone where he'd stood moments before. 3 enemy ninja dropped from above, their faces masked but their intent clear. Naruto didn't hesitate, he launched forward with a Rasengan already forming, slamming it into the chest of the lead attacker while pivoting to kick the second one. The third managed to nick his shoulder with a blade before a well-placed clone took him down. The wound stung, but that wasn't what worried him. What worried him was how it immediately started to heal, not with the usual red chakra of the Nine Tails, but with a strange, iridescent energy that seemed to shimmer between colors. "Okay, that's definitely new," he panted, examining his perfectly healed shoulder. "Naruto, we need to get out of here," Kurama growled. "Now." A shadow clone popped somewhere in the complex, and its memories flowed back to him, Sakura and Kakashi fighting their way toward the exit, holding their own. "Good." Naruto turned to follow, but something pulled at him. A strange compulsion, like a voice calling his name from deep within the ruins. Before he could question it, his body was moving, darting past battles and through crumbling doorways toward the heart of the temple. "What am I doing?" he asked aloud, even as his feet carried him deeper. "It's not me doing this," Kurama snarled. "Something else is pulling you. Fight it." But Naruto couldn't fight it. The pull was overwhelming, like gravity itself had shifted. He sprinted down a spiraling staircase that seemed to go on forever, the air growing thick with dust and something else, a charge, like the moment before lightning strikes. Finally, he burst into a massive chamber. Ornate pillars supported a domed ceiling covered in swirling, intricate patterns that seemed to move if you looked at them too long. At the center stood a simple stone pedestal, and on it, a mirror. Naruto approached cautiously. It wasn't just any mirror. The surface wasn't reflective glass but something like liquid silver that rippled when he got close. And strangest of all, it didn't show his reflection, instead, it showed someone else. Someone with his features but older, more regal, with strange markings across his skin and eyes that shifted between every color imaginable. "Don't touch it!" Kurama roared, but it was too late. Naruto's fingers brushed the surface, and the world exploded. Pain ripped through him, not like any injury he'd ever felt but like his very atoms were being torn apart and reassembled. He screamed, but no sound came out, or maybe he was screaming so loud he couldn't hear it anymore. Images flashed through his mind, vast cosmic landscapes, battles between beings of pure energy, worlds being born and dying in the span of heartbeats. And through it all, a sense of immense, incomprehensible power, his power. Then darkness. Naruto woke to the smell of herbs and the sound of someone humming softly. His body felt strange, heavier in some places, lighter in others, like he'd been taken apart and put back together wrong. Kurama. He tried to reach out mentally to the Nine Tails, but received only a muted growl in response, as if the fox was unconscious or distant. Your friend is resting, said a female voice, melodious and laced with curiosity. The journey was quite taxing for both of you. Naruto's eyes snapped open. He was lying on a bed in a circular room filled with books, strange artifacts, and bubbling vials of colorful liquids. Sunlight streamed through a large window, illuminating dancing dust motes. And standing at his bedside was. Who the hell are you? He demanded, sitting up quickly, then immediately regretting it as the room spun. Careful now, the woman said, placing a cool hand on his forehead and gently pushing him back down. Your body is still adjusting. She was striking, pale skin, vibrant violet eyes, and dark hair that seemed to float slightly, as if underwater. Her outfit was unlike anything Naruto had seen, a mix of flowing robes and more structured pieces that seemed to change color subtly as she moved. I'm Merlin, she said, studying him with intense fascination. And you, my interdimensional visitor, are possibly the most interesting thing I've encountered in decades. Merlin. What visitor? Where am I? Where are my friends? Naruto tried to sit up again, more carefully this time. You're in my tower in the kingdom of Lyonesse, in the land commonly known as Britannia, Merlin replied calmly, mixing something in a small bowl. As for your friends, I couldn't say. You arrived alone, quite spectacularly I might add, tore a hole right through the fabric of reality above my garden. Made quite a mess of my mandrakes. Naruto stared at her, trying to process her words. None of this made sense. Britannia? Never heard of it. Look, I was in the land of fire, in an ancient temple, and then, the memories hit him again, the mirror, the explosion of energy, the visions. He gasped, clutching his head as fresh images cascaded through his mind, himself seated on a throne of what looked like solidified light, commanding vast armies of beings made of pure energy, creating and destroying stars with casual gestures, standing alongside other godlike entities as they shaped reality itself. Fascinating, Merlin murmured, watching him intently. Your energy signature keeps fluctuating. It's like watching a butterfly emerge from a cocoon, except the butterfly might be a dragon. Or something even larger. What's happening to me? Naruto groaned, looking down at his hands. For a second, they seemed to glow with that same iridescent energy he'd seen before. That, Merlin said, her eyes gleaming with excitement, is precisely what I intend to find out. She offered him the bowl she'd been mixing. Drink this. It will help stabilize your physical form while we talk. Naruto eyed it suspiciously. How do I know you're not trying to poison me? Merlin laughed, a sound like bells. If I wanted you dead, I'd have left you where you fell. You created a crater 20 feet deep, yet your body was unharmed. That alone tells me you're far too valuable to poison. With reluctance, Naruto accepted the bowl and sniffed it. It smelled like mint and something else he couldn't identify. He took a small sip, then, finding it surprisingly pleasant, drained the bowl. Immediately, the room stopped spinning, and the strange heaviness in his limbs faded. Better? Merlin asked, taking the empty bowl. Yeah, actually. Naruto stood up, testing his balance. So you're saying I'm in another world? How is that possible? Dimensional travel is rare but not unheard of, Merlin said, moving to a large desk covered with scrolls and strange instruments. Though usually it requires extensive preparation and enormous power. You seem to have done it accidentally, which is unprecedented. She picked up something that looked like a crystal attached to a golden chain and approached him. May I? Without waiting for permission, she held the crystal near his chest. It immediately began to glow and spin, changing colors rapidly, red, blue, green, gold, purple, and colors Naruto didn't even have names for. By the goddess, Merlin whispered, her composed demeanor cracking for the first time to reveal genuine awe. What are you? I'm Naruto Uzumaki, he replied with a hint of defiance. Shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village and future Hokage. You're far more than that, Merlin said, putting the crystal down with almost reverent care. Your energy. It's not just powerful, it's primordial. Like looking at the raw building blocks of reality. Naruto moved toward the window, needing to see where he was. The view took his breath away. He was in a tower overlooking a massive, bustling medieval city surrounded by forests and mountains. In the distance, he could see a huge castle with gleaming white spires. The architecture, the clothing of the people below, even the animals pulling carts through the streets, everything was alien. I need to get back, he said, turning to Merlin. My friends were in danger. There was a battle. I'm afraid returning you to your world won't be simple, Merlin interrupted, her tone matter-of-fact. The rift you came through closed immediately. Creating another would require understanding exactly how you got here in the first place. She approached, standing beside him at the window. Tell me about this temple, and the mirror you found. Naruto hesitated, then related the events leading up to his arrival, the mission, the battle, the strange pull toward the mirror, and the visions that followed. As he spoke, more fragments of memory surfaced, impossible memories of existing before time, of shaping galaxies, of a cosmic war between forces beyond comprehension. There's something else, he admitted. I keep seeing things. Memories that can't be mine. Like I was some kind of god or something. Merlin's eyes lit up. Not just any god, I suspect. The energy readings I'm getting from you match ancient texts describing the Chaos Deity Sage, a supreme being who existed before the separation of the demon and goddess clans, before the codification of magic itself. She pointed to a massive tome on her desk. There are only fragments of lore about this entity, but it was said to maintain balance across all dimensions, using chaos not as destruction but as a creative force, the potential for change and growth. Some texts later refer to it as the Demon King, though that appears to be a simplification or perhaps a later manifestation. Naruto shook his head. That can't be me. I'm just a shinobi from the leaf. I've got the nine tails sealed inside me, yeah, but I'm not some cosmic deity. Perhaps not currently, Merlin said with a thoughtful expression. But reincarnation is well documented in this world. Gods and goddesses have been known to be reborn in mortal forms, their powers and memories dormant until awakened. She placed a hand on his shoulder, and Naruto was surprised by how reassuring the touch felt. Whatever the truth is, I intend to help you discover it. Both out of scholarly interest, her lips curved into a small smile, and because having the favor of a potential deity seems prudent. Naruto couldn't help but grin at her honesty. At least you're upfront about it. A thunderous crash from outside interrupted their conversation. They both turned to see smoke rising from the city center. What now? Merlin sighed, already moving toward the door. Britannia has been too peaceful lately. I should have known it wouldn't last. I'm coming with you, Naruto said, checking his weapons pouch automatically, finding it still attached to his belt and fully stocked, thankfully. Merlin paused at the door. Are you certain you're recovered enough? In answer, Naruto created 5 shadow clones, filling the room with identical copies of himself. I'm good. And I hate sitting around when there's action. The faintest smile touched Merlin's lips. Very well. Try to keep up. She walked to the window and stepped out, into thin air. Instead of falling, she simply floated there, surrounded by a subtle golden aura. Well, that's a neat trick, Naruto muttered. Then, with a running start, he leaped out after her, channeling chakra to his feet to run down the tower's exterior wall. As they descended toward the commotion, Naruto felt a strange sensation, like something was waking up inside him, something vast and ancient and hungry for action. For the first time since arriving in this strange world, he grinned with genuine excitement. Whatever was happening, it beat lying around wondering what the hell was going on. The source of the explosion became clear as they approached the town square. A massive creature, something like a cross between a bull and a lizard, covered in rocky scales and standing 15 feet tall, was rampaging through market stalls while people fled screaming. An earth crawler, Merlin said calmly as they landed. Unusual to see one this far from the mountains. And this size is concerning. Naruto didn't wait for further explanation. He charged forward, creating another dozen shadow clones that spread out to evacuate civilians and distract the beast. The creature roared, swinging its massive tail through a stone fountain, sending chunks of masonry flying. "Hey, ugly!" Naruto shouted, drawing its attention. "Pick on someone your own size." "There isn't anyone your size," Merlin called out helpfully from where she hovered, already drawing complex patterns in the air with her fingertips. The earth crawler charged Naruto, its hooves cracking the cobblestones. He waited until the last moment, then leaped straight up, summoning a Rasengan in his right hand. As he came down, he drove the spiraling sphere directly into the creature's back. The impact was tremendous, but not what Naruto expected. His regular Rasengan would have done damage, certainly, but this one glowed with that same iridescent energy from before, and when it connected, it didn't just injure the beast, it blasted a perfectly circular hole clean through its body. The earth crawler collapsed, its body crumbling into ordinary dirt and stones. Naruto landed in a crouch, staring at his hand in shock. "That's new." "Fascinating," Merlin murmured, floating down beside him. "Your energy manipulation is instinctive yet precise. You didn't just destroy it, you unraveled the magic binding it together." "Is it dead?" "It was never truly alive," Merlin explained. "Earth crawlers are constructs, animated by magic, not born naturally. Someone created this one." As if on cue, slow, mocking applause echoed across the square. A figure emerged from the shadows of an alleyway, a tall man in elegant dark robes with silver embroidery. His face was handsome in a cold way, with sharp features and eyes like chips of ice. "Impressive," he said, his voice smooth as silk. "Merlin, you never mentioned acquiring a new pet. And such an unusual one at that." "Lord Varian," Merlin replied, her tone neutral but her posture tensing slightly. "I assume this display was your doing." The man, Varian, spread his hands in a gesture of mock innocence. "A simple test. Word reached the capital about a strange energy disturbance centered on your tower. The king sent me to investigate." His cold gaze fixed on Naruto. "I didn't expect to find, whatever this is." Naruto bristled. "I'm standing right here, you know." "Indeed you are," Varian said with a thin smile. "The question is why? And what exactly are you? Your magical signature is unlike anything I've encountered." "He's under my protection," Merlin said firmly. "And I've already sent a full report to the king." "Have you now?" Varian's eyes narrowed. "How efficient of you, especially considering the incident occurred less than a day ago. Almost as if you anticipated my arrival and wanted to establish your claim first." The tension between them was palpable. Naruto glanced between the two, picking up on the obvious power struggle. "Look," he interjected, stepping forward. "I'm just trying to figure out how to get home. I didn't come here to cause trouble." "Yet trouble seems to follow you," Varian observed, gesturing to the destroyed fountain and marketplace. "Magic like yours, raw, chaotic, is precisely what the kingdom has been working to regulate." "Says the man who just sent a monster rampaging through a civilian area," Naruto shot back. Varian's smile didn't waver, but his eyes hardened. "A controlled test in a cordoned area. No one was at risk." "Tell that to the kid I just pulled out from under that collapsed stall," Naruto said, pointing to where one of his clones was comforting a small, terrified boy. For the first time, Varian seemed taken aback, his gaze flickering to the child. An unfortunate oversight. Nevertheless, he never finished the sentence. A new presence entered the square, a young woman with silver hair and brilliant blue eyes, dressed in an elegant white and gold outfit. Something about her struck Naruto immediately, a sense of familiarity so strong it was almost painful, though he was certain he'd never seen her before. Lady Elizabeth, Merlin greeted her with a respectful nod. I didn't expect you in the city today. I felt the disturbance, Elizabeth said, her voice gentle yet somehow commanding. Her gaze moved from Merlin to Varian, hardening slightly. Lord Varian, the king will be most displeased to learn you've been conducting tests in the marketplace again. Varian bowed, though the gesture seemed more mocking than respectful. Princess Elizabeth. Always a pleasure. I was merely fulfilling my duties as royal magical investigator. By endangering citizens? Elizabeth asked, helping the small boy to his feet and checking him for injuries. I believe your commission explicitly forbids such methods. For the first time, Varian looked uncomfortable. The situation called for immediate assessment. The situation, Elizabeth interrupted firmly, calls for proper protocols and respect for civilian safety. Please return to the castle. I'll speak with my father about this incident. Varian's face tightened with barely suppressed anger, but he bowed again. As you wish, your highness. He turned to leave, but paused beside Naruto, leaning in to speak quietly. We'll meet again, Chaos Bringer. Sooner than you might like. After he departed, Elizabeth approached Naruto and Merlin. Her eyes fixed on Naruto with an intensity that made him feel both uncomfortable and strangely elated. So, she said softly, you're the one I felt. Before Naruto could respond, a searing pain shot through his head. More visions flooded his mind, but these centered on the woman before him. Elizabeth, but not Elizabeth, sometimes with wings, sometimes with different colored hair, but always with those same blue eyes, always standing beside him through countless ages and incarnations. You, he gasped, dropping to one knee as the pain intensified. I know you. Elizabeth's eyes widened. You remember? Not exactly, he managed through gritted teeth. Just, flashes. But your eyes, I'd know them anywhere. Elizabeth knelt before him, concern written across her features. Without hesitation, she placed her hands on either side of his face. Immediately, the pain subsided, replaced by a warm, soothing energy. Better? She asked. Yeah, Naruto said, surprised. How did you do that? Elizabeth possesses remarkable healing abilities, Merlin explained, watching them with keen interest. A blessing from the goddess clan. Goddess clan? Naruto repeated, confused. I'll explain everything, Elizabeth promised, helping him to his feet. Her touch lingered a moment longer than necessary. But not here. There are too many eyes and ears. She turned to Merlin. Your tower. Merlin nodded. It's already warded against scrying and interference. And I suspect our new friend has questions that only you might be able to answer. As they made their way back through the city, Naruto felt strangely energized despite the chaos of the day. Something about Elizabeth's presence filled him with both nostalgia and anticipation, like finding a missing piece of himself he hadn't known was gone. So, he said as they walked, you're a princess. Elizabeth smiled, and the simple gesture made something tighten in Naruto's chest. Among other things. And you are? Naruto Uzumaki. Ninja extraordinaire and... He hesitated, glancing at Merlin, possibly the reincarnation of some cosmic deity, apparently. Still working out the details on that one. Elizabeth's laughter was like sunlight. Well, Naruto Uzumaki, welcome to Britannia. I have a feeling your arrival is going to change everything. Looking at her, at the city around them, at the strange new world he'd fallen into, Naruto couldn't help but agree. Everything had changed already. And somewhere deep inside him, something ancient and powerful stirred in response. Back in Merlin's tower, Naruto paced restlessly as the mage and the princess engaged in a rapid, technical discussion about magical energy signatures and dimensional anomalies. Most of it went over his head, but he caught enough to understand they were trying to explain how he had ended up in their world. The veil between dimensions has been thinning for months, Elizabeth was saying. The druids reported disturbances in the sacred groves, and the fairy king sent word of unusual energy patterns in the forest of white dreams. Consistent with my own observations, Merlin agreed, manipulating a complex three-dimensional diagram floating in the air before her. But nothing that would explain a breach of this magnitude. The energy required to transport someone between worlds, especially someone with his level of power, is astronomical. Hey, Naruto interrupted, I'm standing right here. And I'm getting tired of being talked about like I'm some weird science experiment. Both women turned to him, Elizabeth looking apologetic and Merlin simply curious. My apologies, Elizabeth said. We're just trying to understand what happened. Yeah, well, that makes 3 of us. Naruto ran a hand through his spiky hair in frustration. Look, I appreciate the rescue and the crash course in interdimensional whatever, but I need to find a way back home. My friends could be in danger. Time may flow differently between dimensions, Merlin said thoughtfully. What feels like days here might be mere moments in your world. Or vice versa. That didn't make Naruto feel any better. Great. So my friends could already be dead, or maybe they're still in the middle of the same battle, wondering where I disappeared to. We'll find a way to help you, Elizabeth promised, her expression earnest. But first, we need to understand exactly what we're dealing with. These visions you're having, can you describe them more clearly? Naruto sighed and dropped into a chair. It's like, memories that aren't mine. Or maybe they are, and I just forgot them until now. I see myself, but not myself. More powerful. Creating worlds, fighting these massive cosmic battles, commanding armies made of light. He rubbed his temples. And then there's you, he said, looking directly at Elizabeth. You're in a bunch of them. Different versions, different times, but always those same eyes. Elizabeth's cheeks flushed slightly. In the ancient texts, the chaos deity sage was said to have a constant companion, a goddess of light who balanced his chaos with her order. They were linked across all incarnations. Linked how? Naruto asked, though something in him already knew the answer. In some tellings, they were lovers, Merlin supplied bluntly. In others, twin aspects of the same primordial force. The accounts vary, but the connection was always described as unbreakable. Naruto felt his own face heating up as he looked at Elizabeth. She was undeniably beautiful, but it was more than that, being near her felt right somehow, like finding solid ground after drifting at sea. This is crazy, he muttered. Yesterday I was just a shinobi trying to become Hokage. Now I'm some reincarnated chaos god with a goddess girlfriend I don't remember. The awakening process appears incomplete, Merlin observed, running one of her strange instruments over Naruto's arm. It hummed and glowed in response. Your divine essence is emerging in fragments. The transfer between dimensions may have accelerated it, but it's still evolving. Is that why my jutsu are acting weird? Naruto asked. That Rasengan I used should have injured the earth crawler, not blown a hole clean through it. Jutsu? Elizabeth inquired. Chakra techniques from my world, Naruto explained. They're working, but they're supercharged or something. Your native energy manipulation techniques are being enhanced by your awakening divine power, Merlin said, making notes in a floating journal. Fascinating hybrid effect. I wonder if, a sudden, sharp pain cut through Naruto's body, doubling him over. This time the sensation wasn't just in his head, it was everywhere, like his very cells were being rewritten. Something's coming, he gasped. I can feel it. Elizabeth and Merlin exchanged alarmed glances. Divine presence, Elizabeth confirmed, her own body beginning to emit a subtle golden glow. Powerful. And not friendly. The air in the center of the room began to distort, shimmering like heat waves over desert sand. A tear opened, not unlike how Naruto imagined his own arrival must have looked, and through it stepped three figures. They were humanoid but clearly not human. Each stood over 7 feet tall with skin in impossible colors, one blue as sapphire, one green as emerald, and one white as pearl. They wore armor that seemed to be made of solidified light, and their eyes contained no pupils, just swirling energy. Emissaries of the Divine Council, Elizabeth whispered, moving protectively in front of Naruto. Step aside, goddess incarnate, the blue one spoke, its voice resonating not through air but seemingly directly into their minds. This matter does not concern you. Any intrusion into my tower concerns me, Merlin countered, subtle energy gathering around her hands. State your purpose. The white one pointed at Naruto. We come for the Chaos Usurper. His awakening was not sanctioned. The balance must be preserved. Usurper. Naruto managed, still fighting through waves of pain. I didn't ask for any of this. Intent is irrelevant, the green one stated. The Chaos Throne has remained empty by divine decree for 10,000 years. Its power was fractured and distributed across the cosmos for the safety of all realms. Your re-emergence threatens the established order. Elizabeth's glow intensified, a pair of ethereal wings briefly manifesting behind her. He is under my protection. The old compacts still stand, you have no jurisdiction in this realm without invitation. The emissaries seemed to confer silently among themselves before the blue one spoke again. The Divine Council acknowledges the ancient boundaries. We come not to act but to warn. It turned its pupilless gaze directly to Naruto. Chaos Heir, hear our words, your awakening sets in motion events that cannot be undone. The Void Harbinger stirs in response to your emergence. If you continue on this path, you will bring destruction to all you touch. The Void Harbinger? Merlin asked sharply. That entity was sealed beyond the outer veil eons ago. By the one who now stands before you, the white emissary said. And only the Chaos Deity held the power to maintain that seal. With the power fractured, the seal has weakened. With his reawakening, it crumbles entirely. Naruto struggled to his feet, fighting through the pain. Listen, I don't know anything about seals or void harbingers or whatever. I just want to get back to my friends. Your friends are merely the latest in an endless cycle of attachments you form and lose, the green emissary said dismissively. They are dust compared to what you once were, what you are becoming again. Anger flared in Naruto, hot and sudden. Don't talk about them like that. They're precious to me. The moment the words left his mouth, power surged through him, raw and primal. The air around him distorted, and for a brief moment, all three emissaries took a step back. So it begins, the white one murmured. The memories return. You have been warned, Chaos Heir, the blue one said. The council will be watching. Should the Void Harbinger break free, the consequences will fall upon you. With that, the tear in reality widened, and the emissaries stepped back through it. As suddenly as they had appeared, they were gone, leaving only a lingering sense of disquiet. Naruto collapsed into a chair, the surge of power fading and leaving him exhausted. What the hell was that about? Who's this Void Harbinger they kept mentioning? Elizabeth and Merlin exchanged grave looks. In the oldest legends, Elizabeth began hesitantly, before the creation of most realms, there existed a force opposed to all life and consciousness, the Void Harbinger. Not evil in the conventional sense, but a being of perfect emptiness that sought to return all existence to nothingness. It was the first great threat the Chaos Deity faced, Merlin continued. According to the fragments of lore that survive, they fought across multiple dimensions before the deity managed to seal the Harbinger away in a prison beyond reality itself. Naruto groaned. And they think because I'm supposedly this deity reborn, this void thing is going to break loose? The emissaries believe your awakening is disrupting the seal, Elizabeth said, kneeling beside his chair and taking his hand. The contact sent a pleasant warmth through him. But there's something they're not telling us. The Divine Council has its own agenda. They've been the unchallenged authority across the higher realms since the Chaos Deity's power was fragmented. They fear you, Merlin said bluntly, analyzing some readings on one of her instruments. Your energy signature spiked dramatically when you became angry. For a moment, it matched the theoretical patterns of the Chaos Deity at full power. Great, Naruto sighed. So I've been in this world less than a day, and I've already got divine bureaucrats threatening me and some ancient void monster potentially breaking loose. Any other good news? As if on cue, the tower shook, dust raining down from the ceiling. From outside came the sounds of screams and what might have been an explosion. Merlin moved to the window. It seems Lord Varian didn't appreciate being dismissed by the princess. He's returned with a contingent of the Mage Guard. Through the window, Naruto could see at least 20 figures in matching dark uniforms, all wielding staffs that crackled with energy. They had surrounded the base of the tower and appeared to be setting up some kind of magical barrier. He's attempting to quarantine us, Merlin observed, her tone more annoyed than concerned. How presumptuous. My father would never authorize this, Elizabeth said, her expression hardening. Varian is acting on his own authority. Or someone else's, Merlin suggested. The timing is suspicious, coming immediately after the Divine Council's visit. Naruto stood up, renewed energy flowing through him despite his exhaustion. Well, I don't know about divine politics, but I know a siege when I see one. You two got a plan for dealing with this? Elizabeth smiled, and there was a hint of steel beneath her gentle demeanor. I am still the princess of this kingdom. My authority supersedes that of the Mage Guard. Under normal circumstances, yes, Merlin countered. But if Varian has convinced enough of the court that we're harboring a dangerous entity, which, technically, we are, he could claim emergency powers. Then we'll just have to convince them otherwise, Naruto said, cracking his knuckles. I'm pretty good at changing people's minds. For the first time since meeting her, Naruto saw Merlin smile genuinely. I believe you are. But perhaps we should try diplomacy before demonstrating just how dangerous you can be. Diplomatic approach it is, Naruto agreed, though he created a shadow clone and sent it to scout the perimeter, just in case. So what's the plan, princess? Elizabeth squared her shoulders. We walk out the front door. The front door approach was both simpler and more audacious than Naruto had expected. Merlin dispelled the magical barriers around her tower with a casual wave of her hand, and the three of them simply walked out to confront the Mage Guard. Varian stood at the forefront, his cold eyes widening slightly in surprise at their direct approach. Lord Varian, Elizabeth called out, her voice carrying across the courtyard. Explain why you have surrounded the tower of a royal archmage without a direct order from the king. Varian recovered quickly. Princess Elizabeth, I act under Emergency Protocol 7, which authorizes the Mage Guard to contain threats to the kingdom when identified. The entity you harbor has been classified as a Level 1 threat by my authority as Royal Magical Investigator. That's a creative interpretation of Protocol 7, Merlin observed dryly. Particularly since it requires the signature of 2 royal archmages, and I certainly didn't sign anything. Archmage Ladoshal countersigned the order, Varian replied smoothly. He shares my concerns about harboring unknown entities during this time of dimensional instability. Ladoshal, Elizabeth murmured, and Naruto could hear the tension in her voice. Of course. Naruto stepped forward. Look, I don't know anything about your protocols, but I'm not a threat to your kingdom. I just want to find a way back to my own world. A convenient claim, Varian said, his gaze cold. Yet your power signature matches nothing in our records, and you appeared precisely as our seers predicted a major dimensional incursion. The timing is suspicious. Your seers predicted my arrival? Naruto asked, surprised. Not specifically, Varian admitted. But they foresaw a breach in the veil between worlds and a great chaos that would follow. Hours later, you tear through reality and land in our kingdom, displaying power unlike anything we've recorded. Correlation is not causation, Lord Varian, Merlin countered. I've been studying our guest since his arrival, and while his abilities are certainly unique, they pose no inherent threat to Lyonesse. Perhaps not intentionally, Varian said. But his mere presence may be destabilizing the magical equilibrium of our realm. Already we've seen an increase in magical beast activity and fluctuations in the sacred springs. Naruto felt a twinge of guilt. What if his presence really was causing problems? The last thing he wanted was to bring trouble to people who'd helped him. If that's true, he said, then helping me find a way home should be your priority, not locking me up. A fair point, a new voice interjected. The crowd of mages parted to reveal an elderly man approaching, leaning on an ornate staff. Despite his apparent age, he moved with surprising grace, and his eyes held a vitality that belied his wrinkled features. Your Majesty, Varian said, bowing deeply. I didn't expect you to come personally. Clearly, the old man, apparently the king, said dryly. Else you might have consulted me before mobilizing the mage guard against my daughter and one of my most trusted advisors. Father, Elizabeth said, moving forward to embrace the king. How did you know? When a divine council emissary appears in my throne room immediately after departing from Merlin's tower, I tend to take notice, the king replied with a wink. He turned his gaze to Naruto, studying him with keen interest. So you're the visitor causing all this commotion. Naruto bowed awkwardly, unsure of the proper protocol. Naruto Uzumaki, your Majesty? Sorry about all the trouble. The king laughed, a warm, genuine sound. Trouble has a way of finding those with destiny attached to them. I am Baltra Lyonesse, ruler of this kingdom. He turned to address the assembled mages. Stand down. This matter will be handled through proper diplomatic channels, not siege tactics. Varian stepped forward. Your Majesty, with all due respect, the Divine Council itself has expressed concern about this individual. Their emissary warned of grave consequences if I recall correctly, Baltra interrupted, the Divine Council has no jurisdiction in mortal realms without invitation. An invitation I did not extend. He fixed Varian with a stern look. Unless you've begun issuing such invitations on my behalf, Lord Varian. Varian paled slightly. Of course not, Your Majesty. I merely sought to protect the kingdom. Yes, I understand your intentions. Baltra's tone softened slightly. But in the future, remember that protection sometimes requires understanding rather than containment. He addressed the mage guard. Return to your regular duties. I will personally oversee this matter. The mages hesitated, looking to Varian, who finally nodded curtly. As they dispersed, the king turned back to Naruto, Elizabeth, and Merlin. Now then, he said with surprising cheerfulness, I believe we have much to discuss. Merlin, might we impose upon your hospitality a bit longer? I find myself curious about our interdimensional visitor. Of course, Your Majesty, Merlin replied, gesturing toward the tower entrance. As they made their way inside, Naruto noticed Varian watching them, his expression unreadable but his eyes cold with calculation. Naruto had seen that look before, on enemies who were merely retreating to plan their next move. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. King Baltra proved to be nothing like what Naruto expected from royalty. Once they were settled in Merlin's study, he dispensed with formality, insisted Naruto call him Baltra, and listened with genuine interest as Naruto explained his situation and the strange visions he'd been experiencing. The Chaos Deity Sage, Baltra mused when Naruto finished. Now that's a name I haven't heard since my grandmother told me bedtime stories. He turned to Merlin. You believe this is more than coincidence? Merlin nodded. His energy signature is unmistakable. And the Divine Council would not have dispatched emissaries for a mere dimensional traveler, no matter how powerful. They believe he is the genuine reincarnation. And you, Elizabeth? Baltra asked his daughter. You've been unusually quiet. Elizabeth had indeed been watching Naruto with a thoughtful expression throughout the conversation. I feel a connection to him that I cannot explain through conventional means, she admitted. And when he speaks of his visions, I resonate with them. As if they awaken something in my own memories. Because you're part of them, Naruto said suddenly. In the visions, you're always there. Different forms sometimes, but always you. Baltra's eyes widened slightly. The radiant goddess, he whispered. Of course. The legends always said the chaos deity and the radiant goddess were two halves of a greater whole, chaos and order in perfect balance. Which would explain Elizabeth's unusual heritage, Merlin added. Her goddess bloodline has always been exceptionally pure, even by royal standards. Naruto looked at Elizabeth with new understanding. So you're a reincarnated goddess too? Man, and I thought my life was complicated with just the nine tails. The nine tails? Baltra inquired. A powerful spirit sealed inside me since birth, Naruto explained. Where I come from, we have these beings called tailed beasts, massive concentrations of chakra in physical form. The nine tails is the strongest. A spirit entity bound to a human vessel, Merlin said thoughtfully. Fascinating. That might explain why you were able to serve as a vessel for the chaos deity's essence. Your body was already adapted to containing enormous power. Speaking of which, Baltra said, his expression growing serious, what of this void harbinger the emissaries mentioned? Is there truly a risk of its return? The ancient texts are fragmented on this point, Merlin replied, retrieving a worn scroll from a nearby shelf. But they do suggest the chaos deity was the primary force keeping the harbinger imprisoned. When the deity's power was fractured and distributed, the seal began to weaken over millennia. But why would fracturing the deity's power have been necessary in the first place? Naruto asked. If I, or he, or whatever, was so powerful and maintaining this important seal, why mess with that? A heavy silence fell over the room. Finally, Elizabeth spoke. The later texts suggest the chaos deity began to change, she said softly. The power of creation and destruction, when wielded for eons, began to corrupt. Some accounts say the deity started to view lesser beings as insignificant, unworthy of protection. Others suggest a madness born of cosmic isolation. Which is why, Merlin continued, the radiant goddess and the other primordial entities made the difficult decision to fragment the deity's power and distribute it across multiple dimensions, allowing the essence to be reborn eventually in mortal form, to relearn connection, empathy, and the value of all life. That's heavy, Naruto said, trying to process this information. So I'm the reincarnation of some god who went crazy with power and had to be taken down by his own friends? If the legends are accurate, Baltra said gently, then you are the solution, not the problem. The deliberate reincarnation was meant to restore the deity's connection to mortality, to temper cosmic power with human understanding. Naruto thought about his life in the Hidden Leaf, the loneliness of his childhood, the bonds he'd formed with his friends, the struggles and triumphs that had shaped him. Had all of that been preparation for this moment? So what happens now, he asked. Am I supposed to just accept that I'm this reincarnated deity and take on this void harbinger? What about getting home to my friends? Elizabeth reached out, placing her hand over his. The contact sent a pleasant warmth through him. I believe these things may be connected. If your awakening is tied to the weakening barrier between dimensions, understanding your true nature may be the key to controlling that power, including the ability to travel between worlds. Which means, Merlin concluded, that helping you recover your memories and abilities serves both our interests and yours. Naruto wasn't entirely convinced, but he had to admit the logic made sense. And something about Elizabeth's touch and Baltra's kind wisdom made him want to trust them. All right, he said finally. Where do we start? Baltra smiled. There is an ancient temple in the eastern mountains, one of the few remaining sites dedicated to the primordial deities. The records suggest it held particular significance to the chaos deity. Perhaps visiting it might trigger more complete memories. A sound suggestion, Merlin agreed. The temple's isolation should also provide some protection from Varian and his allies while we work. You think he'll try something else? Naruto asked. Count on it, Baltra said grimly. Varian has been pushing for greater control over magical regulation for years. Your appearance gives him the perfect excuse to expand the Mage Guard's authority. He sighed heavily. And I fear he may have allies beyond our realm. The Divine Council's interest is concerning. Then we leave at dawn, Elizabeth declared, her gentle demeanor giving way to determination. I'll make the necessary preparations. I'll come with you, Baltra said, rising. There are royal documents I need to retrieve if we're to visit the Eastern Temple. The site falls under ancient protection wards that require proper authorization. As the king and princess prepared to depart, Naruto found himself alone with Merlin. The Archmage was watching him with that same intense curiosity she'd shown since his arrival. You have questions, she observed. About 1,000,000 of them, Naruto admitted. But right now, I'm mostly wondering if I can trust all this. No offense, but in my experience, when someone tells you you're secretly some all-powerful being destined for greatness, there's usually a catch. Merlin's lips curved in a small smile. A healthy skepticism. And you're right, there is always a catch. In this case, several. The power you're awakening to is incomprehensibly vast, but it comes with cosmic responsibilities you never asked for. Enemies you never made are now yours to face. And the very nature of who you are, who you were, is in question. When you put it that way, it sounds even worse, Naruto groaned. Yet consider the alternative, Merlin countered. You could reject this path, fight against the awakening, perhaps even find a way home without embracing your divine heritage. But what then? The visions would likely continue. The power would continue to manifest in unpredictable ways. And if the legends are true, the Void Harbinger would still break free eventually, with no one powerful enough to stop it. She leaned forward, her violet eyes intense. Sometimes the path forward is the only path, even if it's not the one we would have chosen. Naruto thought of his life in the Hidden Leaf, of all the challenges he'd faced, the prejudice he'd overcome, the bonds he'd forged. None of it had been easy, but he wouldn't trade those experiences for anything. Yeah, he said finally. I get that. Back home, I never gave up, even when things seemed impossible. I'm not about to start now, even if the stakes are a lot higher than I'm used to. Merlin's expression softened slightly. For what it's worth, from what I've seen of you thus far, I believe the reincarnation was successful in its primary aim. Whatever the Chaos Deity once was, you are not simply its power in human form. You have something it apparently lost, a heart that cares deeply for others. Coming from the usually clinical Archmage, the observation felt significant. Before Naruto could respond, however, one of his shadow clones that had been patrolling the city dispelled itself, sending a rush of information back to him. He jumped to his feet. Someone's following Elizabeth and the king. 6 figures in dark cloaks, moving across the rooftops. Merlin was instantly alert. Varian wouldn't dare move against the king directly. Maybe not, but someone is, Naruto said, already heading for the window. I'm going after them. Wait, Merlin called, tossing him a small crystal pendant. Take this. It will allow you to communicate with me if you run into trouble. Naruto caught it one-handed and grinned. Thanks, but trouble is kind of my specialty. Without another word, he leaped from the window, channeling chakra to his feet to run down the tower's exterior. As he hit the ground, he immediately created a dozen shadow clones that spread out across the city in the direction Elizabeth and Baltra had gone. The hunt was on. Naruto raced across the rooftops of Lyonesse, his shinobi training serving him well in the unfamiliar urban landscape. His clones had spread throughout the city, giving him multiple perspectives as he tracked the cloaked figures following the royal carriage. One clone spotted the pursuers slipping through an alleyway, 6 figures in matching dark cloaks with silver emblems that caught the moonlight. They moved with practiced coordination, leaping between buildings and using what appeared to be magic to enhance their movements. Not just random assassins, Naruto muttered to himself. Trained operatives. He adjusted his course to intercept them, creating 3 more clones to flank their position. The royal carriage was approaching a narrow bridge that spanned one of the city's canals, a perfect ambush point with limited escape routes. Sure enough, 2 of the cloaked figures dropped down to position themselves at the far end of the bridge, while 2 others moved to cut off retreat. The remaining 2 took up positions on adjacent rooftops, likely as lookouts or ranged support. Naruto didn't wait for them to spring their trap. He sent his clones to engage the lookouts while he himself dropped directly into the path of the carriage, startling the horses. "Princess," he called out. "It's an ambush." The carriage door flew open, and Elizabeth emerged, already glowing with that subtle golden energy. "Naruto?" "What's?" Her question was cut short as magical projectiles streaked toward them from multiple directions. Naruto reacted instinctively, creating a protective wall of shadow clones that took the hits, dispelling in puffs of smoke but absorbing the attack. The king emerged behind Elizabeth, surprisingly nimble for his age and with a short sword already drawn. "Royal Guard," he called, but the usual escorts were nowhere to be seen. "They've been delayed or neutralized," Naruto guessed, moving to stand protectively in front of them. This was coordinated. The cloaked figures were closing in, hands raised with magical energy gathering around them. Now that they were closer, Naruto could see their faces partially concealed by silver masks that covered the upper half of their features. By order of the Divine Council, one of them announced in a voice that seemed to reverberate unnaturally, "The Chaos Heir and the Goddess Incarnate are to be detained for dimensional quarantine. The Divine Council has no authority here." Baltra shouted, his regal bearing impressive despite the danger. "This is an act of war against the kingdom of Lyonesse. The council supersedes mortal authority when existential threats are identified," another figure replied coldly. "Stand aside, King Baltra, and you will not be harmed." "Existential threats, huh?" Naruto cracked his knuckles. "Let me show you what a real threat looks like." He formed the familiar hand sign, and 20 shadow clones materialized around them in a protective circle. The cloaked figures hesitated, clearly not expecting this level of response. "Elizabeth," Naruto said without taking his eyes off their attackers, "can you get your father somewhere safe?" "I can fight," she protested, her hands already glowing with healing energy. "I know you can," Naruto replied. "But someone needs to protect the king, and you know the city better than I do." Elizabeth looked torn, but Baltra placed a hand on her shoulder. "He's right, daughter. We must alert the royal knights. This attack implies deeper infiltration than we realized." After a moment's hesitation, Elizabeth nodded. "Be careful," she told Naruto, and something in her eyes made his heart skip a beat. "Always am," he grinned, though they both knew it was a lie. As Elizabeth and Baltra retreated, the cloaked figures moved to pursue, but Naruto and his clones intercepted them. The fight that followed was unlike any Naruto had experienced before. These opponents used magic rather than chakra, with attacks that behaved in ways he couldn't always predict. One shot bolts of freezing energy that momentarily crystallized whatever they touched. Another manipulated gravity, making Naruto's movements sluggish and heavy. A third conjured spectral weapons that attacked independently of their wielder. But Naruto had faced worse odds before. His shadow clones gave him numerical advantage, and his unpredictable fighting style seemed to confuse the mages, who were clearly used to more conventional magical combat. As the battle intensified, Naruto felt that now familiar surge of power building within him, the iridescent energy that had enhanced his Rasengan earlier. This time, instead of fighting it, he embraced it, letting it flow through him and into his techniques. His clones began to shimmer with the same energy, moving faster, hitting harder. When the gravity mage tried to pin him down, Naruto found he could simply refuse the effect, his body ignoring the magical constraint as if it were a gentle suggestion rather than a physical force. "What are you?" one of the attackers gasped as Naruto shrugged off what should have been a paralyzing spell. I'm still figuring that out, Naruto replied, forming a Rasengan that swirled with colors no Rasengan should have. But I'm definitely not going with you. He slammed the enhanced Rasengan into the ground between them. Instead of the usual explosive impact, it created a localized distortion in space, a swirling vortex that seemed to bend the very air, pulling the attackers off balance and disrupting their magical focus. Taking advantage of their disorientation, Naruto and his remaining clones launched a coordinated assault, disarming and disabling the cloaked figures one by one. He was careful not to use lethal force, partially out of his own moral code, and partially because he wanted answers. When the last attacker fell, Naruto dispelled his remaining clones and approached the leader, lifting them by the collar. Now, let's talk about who really sent you. Because I'm guessing that Divine Council doesn't usually send hit squads into mortal kingdoms without going through proper channels. The mask slipped, revealing a face that was disturbingly inhuman, the skin too smooth, the eyes without pupils, like a poorly made copy of a human. The chaos cannot be allowed to fully awaken, it said in that same reverberating voice. The time of gods walking among mortals is over. Yeah. Well, nobody told me that, Naruto shot back. And I don't take orders from people who attack innocent kings and princesses. Innocent? The being laughed, a hollow sound. The goddess incarnate is as complicit as you. She calls to your divinity, awakens what should remain dormant. Together, you destabilize the careful balance maintained since the God Wars. Before Naruto could press further, the being began to dissolve, not dying, but seemingly unraveling, its physical form breaking down into particles of light that scattered and vanished. Hey! I wasn't done with you. Naruto protested, but within seconds, all 6 attackers had dissolved in the same manner, leaving no trace of their presence except for the damage to the surrounding area. Naruto stood alone on the bridge, frustration and confusion washing over him. Self-destruct function, he muttered. That's just great. The pendant Merlin had given him began to glow. He lifted it, and Merlin's voice emerged from the crystal. Naruto. What's happened? I sensed a massive energy fluctuation. We were attacked, Naruto replied. 6 cloaked figures claiming to be from the Divine Council. I managed to take them down, but they dissolved before I could get much information. And the king? Elizabeth? They got away safely. I stayed to handle the attackers. There was a pause before Merlin responded. Return to the tower immediately. If the Divine Council is taking direct action, the situation is escalating faster than we anticipated. On my way, Naruto confirmed, pocketing the crystal and setting off across the rooftops. As he moved through the night, he couldn't shake the attacker's words from his mind. The goddess incarnate is as complicit as you. Was his presence here putting Elizabeth in danger? And if so, what was he supposed to do about it? For the first time since arriving in this world, Naruto felt a pang of genuine fear, not for himself, but for the people who had taken him in and were now caught up in whatever cosmic drama he had inadvertently triggered. One thing was becoming increasingly clear, getting home to the hidden leaf would have to wait. He had a more immediate problem to solve first. Back at Merlin's tower, Naruto found not just the Archmage waiting for him, but Elizabeth and Baltra as well. They had arrived safely thanks to a teleportation scroll Baltra had kept for emergencies. The attackers weren't human, Naruto reported, describing the strange dissolution and inhuman features he'd observed. They looked human at first glance, but up close, something was off. Proxies, Merlin said grimly. The Divine Council creates them as extensions of their will in mortal realms. They can't directly interfere without breaking ancient compacts, so they create these pseudo-entities to act on their behalf. But attacking the royal family is still a major violation, Baltra noted, his expression troubled. Even with proxies, such direct action against a sovereign ruler crosses lines that have been respected for millennia. Which means they're desperate, Elizabeth concluded. Or they believe the threat justifies breaking protocol. Or someone else is pulling strings, Merlin suggested. The timing of Varian's earlier actions and this attack seems suspicious. Naruto paced the room restlessly. So what's our next move? We can't just sit around waiting for the next attack. We accelerate our plans, Baltra decided. The Eastern Temple is still our best option for understanding what's happening and possibly awakening more of your memories and powers. I've prepared transportation, Merlin said, gesturing to what looked like a small model of an airship on her desk. This will expand to full size when activated. It's faster than conventional travel and warded against scrying and tracking magic. We leave tonight, Elizabeth added. I've already packed supplies and gathered the necessary documents to access the temple grounds. Naruto looked at the three of them, the wise king, the brilliant mage, the compassionate princess. People he'd known for less than a day, yet who were risking everything to help him. The weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders. Thank you, he said simply. I'm not sure I deserve all this help, but I promise I'll do everything I can to make it worth the risk you're taking. Baltra placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. My boy, if even half the legends about the Chaos Deity are true, then your awakening may be the most significant event this world has seen in 10,000 years. The risk is necessary. Besides, Elizabeth added with a gentle smile, something tells me you'd do the same for us if our positions were reversed. Naruto couldn't help but smile back. Yeah, I would. It's kind of my thing. Rushing in to help people I barely know. A trait that serves heroes well, Merlin observed, if not always their peace of mind. As they finalized their preparations, Naruto found himself drawn to the window, gazing out at the unfamiliar stars above Lyonesse. Somewhere out there was his home, his friends, his world. Yet here he was, about to embark on a journey to discover a divine heritage he'd never asked for. The irony wasn't lost on him. All his life in the Hidden Leaf, he'd craved acknowledgement, fought to prove he was more than just the demon fox's container. Now he was learning he might be the reincarnation of a supreme deity, and all he wanted was to be just Naruto again. Penny for your thoughts? Elizabeth asked, joining him at the window. Not sure they're worth that much, he replied with a small laugh. Just thinking about home, and how crazy all this is. Elizabeth was quiet for a moment, her blue eyes reflecting the starlight. Do you ever wonder if things happen for a reason? If all the pieces of our lives are moving towards some purpose we can't see? Not usually, Naruto admitted. I've always been more of a make-your-own-destiny kind of guy. And yet here you are, potentially fulfilling a destiny set in motion eons ago. Naruto turned to face her fully. Here's the thing, though. Even if I am this reincarnated deity, even if there is some grand cosmic plan, I'm still me. I still make my own choices. And right now, I'm choosing to help you and your kingdom because it's the right thing to do, not because some divine playbook says I have to. Elizabeth's expression brightened, and she looked at him with something like admiration. That's refreshing. Most people who learn of divine plans either reject them completely or surrender to them blindly. You're charting a middle path. Story of my life, Naruto grinned. Never been good at following other people's rules. In that case, Elizabeth said, her voice taking on a mischievous quality he hadn't heard before, I look forward to seeing what rules of cosmic order you might decide to break next. There was something in her tone, in the way she looked at him, that made Naruto's heart beat faster. Before he could respond, Merlin called them over. The preparations were complete, and it was time to depart. As Naruto followed Elizabeth across the room, he found himself smiling despite the danger ahead. Maybe being stranded in a strange world with divine politics and cosmic threats wasn't ideal, but at least he wasn't facing it alone. And that, he decided, was worth quite a lot. Merlin's airship proved to be a marvel of magical engineering, sleek, fast, and nearly silent as it cut through the night sky above Lyonesse. From the observation deck, Naruto watched the city shrink beneath them, golden lights twinkling like earthbound stars. Pretty impressive, he commented as Merlin joined him at the railing. We don't have anything like this back home. One advantage of a world where magic developed as the dominant force rather than technology, Merlin replied. Though I understand your chakra allows for some remarkable achievements as well. Yeah, we do alright, Naruto said with a smile. Though flying machines are still pretty basic where I come from. Mostly we just run really fast. That drew a small laugh from the usually serious Archmage. An efficient solution in its own way. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching the landscape unfold beneath them, forests giving way to rolling hills, then the jagged peaks of the eastern mountains rising in the distance. How long until we reach the temple? Naruto asked. Approximately 3 hours, Merlin replied. The temple is located in one of the most remote regions of the kingdom, deliberately isolated even in ancient times. And you think going there will help me remember more about who I was? About this chaos deity stuff? Merlin considered the question. Sacred places often resonate with the energies of those they were built to honor. If your divine essence is indeed awakening, being in a space dedicated to your former self may accelerate the process. Naruto frowned slightly. I'm not sure I want to accelerate it. Every time I get one of those memory flashes, it feels like I'm being overridden. Like something else is pushing me out of the way. An understandable concern, Merlin acknowledged. Divinity merging with mortality is rarely a smooth process. But consider this, you are not merely a vessel being filled with an outside force. If the reincarnation theories are correct, you are the chaos deity, just as much as you are Naruto Uzumaki. These are not separate entities fighting for control, but aspects of a single being that have been artificially divided. That doesn't make it any less weird, Naruto muttered. I've spent my whole life trying to figure out who I am, and now you're telling me I'm also someone who existed before time or whatever. Identity is rarely simple, even for non-divine beings, Merlin said with surprising gentleness. All of us contain multitudes, past selves, potential selves, aspects we embrace and those we reject. Your situation is more dramatic than most, certainly, but not entirely unique in principle. Before Naruto could respond, an alarm sounded from the control room. Merlin immediately straightened, her expression shifting from philosophical to focused in an instant. We have company, she said, already moving toward the source of the alarm. Naruto followed her into the control room, where Elizabeth and Baltra were studying a magical display that showed the airship's surroundings. Several glowing dots were approaching from the northwest, moving fast. Royal Pursuit Craft, Baltra identified them, his expression grave. Likely sent by Varian. How did they find us? Elizabeth wondered. The ship is warded against tracking. Conventional tracking, yes, Merlin agreed, her hands flying over the control panel. But if they're using the new runic anchors Ladoshal has been developing, they might be able to trace my magical signature directly. Can we outrun them? Naruto asked, peering at the display. The pursuing dots were gaining ground rapidly. Not with our current power allocation, Merlin replied. We're configured for stealth, not speed. Then we fight, Naruto decided. Or I do, at least. I can create shadow clones to intercept them while the ship continues on. Absolutely not, Elizabeth protested. Those ships are armed with mana cannons. Your clones wouldn't stand a chance against long-range magical bombardment. She's right, Baltra agreed. And we can't afford to be separated. If they capture you, Naruto, everything we're trying to accomplish falls apart. Merlin finished adjusting the controls and straightened. I've diverted all auxiliary power to the propulsion system. It will deplete our reserves faster than I'd like, but it should give us enough speed to reach the mountain pass before they can intercept us. And once we're in the pass? Naruto asked. The temple lies within a region known as the Veil of Mists, Elizabeth explained. It's naturally shrouded in magical fog that disrupts most forms of tracking and scrying. If we can reach it, we should be able to lose our pursuers. Naruto nodded, though he still didn't like running from a fight. Alright, but I'm heading up to the deck. If they get too close, I want to be ready. No one argued the point. As Naruto made his way back to the observation deck, he felt the airship surge forward, its engines humming with increased power. The wind whipped around him as he scanned the horizon, spotting the pursuit craft, sleek, arrow-shaped vessels with glowing runes along their hulls, cutting through the night sky behind them. He created several shadow clones to keep watch in all directions, then focused on preparing himself mentally for whatever might come. The strange iridescent energy that had been manifesting during moments of stress or combat seemed to respond to his emotions and intentions. If he could learn to control it consciously. Naruto closed his eyes and turned his attention inward, seeking the familiar presence of the Ninetales. Kurama. You awake in there? For a moment, there was no response. Then a grumbling voice echoed in his mind. I'm here, kid. Just been, adjusting. Adjusting to what? To whatever the hell is happening to your chakra network. It's expanding, changing. Like it's trying to accommodate something much larger than me. That wasn't comforting news. Can you still lend me your chakra if I need it? Probably. But I'm not sure how it will interact with this new energy you're manifesting. Could be useful, could blow up in our faces. Great. Helpful as always. Kurama's rumbling laugh echoed through their mental connection. Hey, this is new territory for me too. Been sealed in humans for generations, but never one who turned out to be a reincarnated deity. Naruto was about to respond when one of his clones alerted him. The pursuit craft were changing formation, spreading out to surround the airship. Looks like they're done just chasing us, he muttered. He ran back to the control room to warn the others, but they had already noticed the change in tactics. Merlin was working feverishly at the controls, while Elizabeth and Baltra were consulting a map of the mountain range ahead. They're moving to cut us off, Naruto reported unnecessarily. Any chance we can pick up more speed? Not without risking an overload, Merlin replied tensely. We're already pushing the propulsion system beyond recommended parameters. As if to emphasize her point, the ship shuddered, the deck vibrating beneath their feet. A warning glyph appeared on one of the control panels, pulsing an angry red. We need another option, Baltra said, looking up from the map. At our current trajectory, they'll intercept us before we reach the pass. Naruto studied the magical display showing their position and that of their pursuers. An idea began to form, crazy, risky, but potentially effective. What if we don't try to outrun them, he suggested. What if we go straight up instead? Vertical ascent requires even more power than forward acceleration, Merlin pointed out. We'd stall before reaching sufficient altitude. Not if we drop all the excess weight first, Naruto countered. And not if I give the engines a boost. Elizabeth looked at him sharply. What kind of boost? The chakra kind. Or maybe the deity kind. Not sure which, but I can try channeling energy into the ship's propulsion system. Merlin's eyes widened. That's, theoretically possible. The ship's core is designed to convert and amplify magical energy. If your chakra, or divine energy, is compatible, it could provide the necessary power surge. It's worth attempting, Baltra decided after a moment's thought. The alternative is being forced down and captured. Naruto grinned. Let's do it then. What do I need to do? Merlin quickly explained the process, leading Naruto to a chamber beneath the control room where a large crystal formation served as the airship's power core. Pulsing with magical energy, it was connected to a series of smaller crystals that presumably distributed power throughout the vessel. Place your hands here and here, Merlin instructed, indicating two flat surfaces on the main crystal. Focus your energy through your palms, but start slowly. Too much at once could shatter the crystal rather than energize it. Naruto nodded, placing his hands as directed. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the flow of chakra within him. At first, he channeled it as he would for any jutsu, sending a steady stream into the crystal. It accepted the energy, glowing brighter, but the effect seemed minimal. More, Merlin urged. It's compatible, but we need greater output. Naruto pushed harder, drawing deeper on his reserves. The crystal's glow intensified, and he could feel the ship responding, engines humming with increased power. But it still wasn't enough. We're being hailed, Elizabeth's voice came through a communication crystal. They're ordering us to descend and surrender. Tell them we're experiencing mechanical difficulties, Baltra responded. Buy us a few more minutes. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration. He was giving it everything he had, but it wasn't enough. Unless. Kurama, he muttered. Time to see if we can mix your chakra with whatever this new energy is. This could get interesting, the fox replied with what sounded like anticipation. Let's find out. Naruto reached for the Ninetales chakra, feeling the familiar rush of power. But as it began to flow into the crystal, something unexpected happened. The red energy of the Ninetales made contact with the iridescent energy that had been manifesting during his moments of divine awakening, and instead of conflicting or simply mixing, they seemed to resonate, amplifying each other. The crystal core blazed with light, no longer simply glowing but seeming to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. The ship lurched, and Naruto heard surprised shouts from the control room above. Hold on. Merlin called down. Whatever you're doing, it's working. Naruto could feel the ship accelerating vertically now, shooting upward like a rocket. The crystal beneath his hands grew hot, almost uncomfortable to touch, but he maintained contact, continuing to channel the combined energies. Through his connection with his shadow clones on deck, he could see the pursuit craft falling away beneath them, their pilots apparently confused by the sudden change in trajectory. The airship burst through a layer of clouds, emerging into clear, star-filled sky above. We've lost them. Elizabeth's excited voice reported. They're turning back. Naruto allowed himself a moment of triumph before a new problem became apparent. The crystal core was beginning to crack under the strain of channeling so much power. Merlin, he called out in warning. The core can't take much more. The Archmage appeared at his side almost instantly, her expression shifting from elation to concern as she saw the fracture spreading across the crystal's surface. Release it now, she instructed. We've gained enough altitude and distance. Any more and the whole system will shatter. Naruto cut off the flow of energy, stepping back from the crystal. It continued to pulse erratically for several seconds before stabilizing, though the cracks remained visible across its surface. That was impressive, Merlin said, examining the crystal with professional interest. The hybridization of your fox spirit's energy with the emerging divine power created a resonance cascade I wouldn't have thought possible. Yeah, well, doing the impossible is kind of my specialty, Naruto replied with a tired grin. The effort had taken more out of him than he wanted to admit. They returned to the control room, where Elizabeth and Baltra greeted them with relieved smiles. Your plan worked brilliantly, Baltra commended him. We've adjusted course and should reach the temple by dawn, well ahead of any potential pursuers. The core is damaged, Merlin reported. We'll have enough power for the journey to the temple, but repairs will be necessary before any return trip. One problem at a time, Elizabeth said, her gaze fixed on Naruto with concern. You look exhausted. Now that the immediate danger had passed, Naruto did feel the fatigue settling in. The combination of chakra expenditure and whatever was happening with his awakening divine energy had left him drained. I'm fine, he tried to reassure her. Just need a minute to catch my breath. Elizabeth clearly wasn't fooled, but she didn't argue the point. Instead, she guided him to a small seating area adjacent to the control room. Rest while you can. We still have a few hours before we reach the temple, and who knows what we'll face there. Naruto didn't have the energy to resist. As he settled into the comfortable seat, he found his eyelids growing heavy. The last thing he saw before drifting off was Elizabeth's face, her blue eyes watching over him with an expression that somehow felt like coming home. Naruto dreamed of endless space, of stars being born and dying in the span of heartbeats, of galaxies swirling like leaves in a whirlpool. In the dream, he was both immense beyond comprehension and no larger than a single thought, existing everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Voices echoed around him, some familiar, others strange yet somehow known to him on a level deeper than memory. The balance falters, one voice said, resonating with authority. It was always meant to, another replied, this one warm, feminine, reminding him of Elizabeth somehow. That was the purpose of the fragmentation. At what cost? A third voice demanded. The void stirs. The seals weaken. He will remember in time, the warm voice insisted. Trust in what we built. And if he doesn't, the authoritative voice challenged. If the mortal vessel overwhelms the divine essence, then perhaps that is the lesson that was needed, came the gentle reply. Perhaps chaos tempered by humanity is exactly what the cosmos requires. The dream shifted, and suddenly Naruto stood in a vast chamber with walls that seemed to be made of pure light. Before him was a throne, empty yet somehow expectant, as if waiting for its rightful occupant. A figure appeared beside him, Elizabeth, yet not Elizabeth. This version had multiple pairs of wings that shifted between visibility and transparency, and her eyes contained galaxies. You begin to remember, she said, her voice the same warm one from earlier. I don't know what I'm remembering, Naruto replied honestly. It's all fragments, pieces that don't fit together. They will, she assured him. But remember this, when the time comes, what was broken for a reason. What is reforged must be reforged differently. That's cryptic. The divine Elizabeth smiled, and stars seemed to dance in her wake. Divinity often is. But you, the you that is Naruto Uzumaki, have a gift for cutting through obfuscation to the heart of matters. That is why you were chosen. Chosen? I thought I was the reincarnation of the chaos deity. You are. And you were chosen to be so, from among countless potential vessels across multiple dimensions. Before Naruto could ask more questions, the dream began to dissolve, the chamber of light fading around him. Wait, he called out. I still don't understand. You will, the divine Elizabeth promised as she too began to fade. And when you do, remember that what was sundered can be made whole again, but the whole need not be what it once was. Naruto woke with a start, the echo of those words still ringing in his mind. Elizabeth, the real, mortal Elizabeth, was gently shaking his shoulder. Naruto, she said softly. We're here. He blinked, orienting himself. Through the windows of the airship, he could see they had landed in a small clearing surrounded by mist-shrouded mountains. Dawn was breaking, painting the fog in shades of gold and pink. The temple, he asked, still half in the dream. Elizabeth nodded. Just beyond those stone markers. We've anchored the ship here, the temple grounds themselves resist any magical transportation. Naruto stood, stretching muscles stiff from his unusual sleeping position. The dream lingered in his thoughts, but he pushed it aside for now. There would be time to decipher cryptic divine messages later. Did I miss anything while I was out? He asked as they made their way to the exit. Nothing significant, Elizabeth replied. No sign of pursuit, though Merlin believes Varian will eventually track us here once he gathers enough resources. How long do we have? A day, perhaps 2 at most. The temple's natural protections will slow them down, but not indefinitely. They disembarked onto damp, misty ground. Merlin and Baltra were already outside, consulting an ancient-looking map and what appeared to be a compass that pointed in multiple directions simultaneously. Our young friend rejoins us, Baltra noted with a smile. Rested, I hope. As much as anyone can rest while having weird cosmic dreams, Naruto replied with a shrug. What's the plan? The temple entrance is approximately half a mile in that direction, Merlin said, pointing toward a particularly dense patch of mist. The path is marked with runestones, but the mist has defensive properties, it disorients those not attuned to the temple's energy. Meaning it might affect some of us more than others, Elizabeth added. Let me guess, Naruto said. If I really am the reincarnation of this chaos deity, the mist shouldn't bother me as much. That's the theory, Merlin confirmed. The temple was built to honor the primordial deities. It should recognize your energy signature, even dormant. And mine as well, Elizabeth said. If I truly carry the essence of the radiant goddess. Baltra secured the map in a waterproof case. Then you two shall lead the way. Merlin and I will follow closely. The royal bloodline offers some protection against the mist's effects, and Merlin has her own methods of maintaining orientation. They set off along a barely visible path, the mist swirling around them in patterns that sometimes seemed almost deliberate. Naruto noticed that while the others occasionally hesitated or looked disoriented, he could see the path ahead with perfect clarity. Elizabeth seemed similarly unaffected, walking confidently beside him. The dream I had, Naruto said quietly as they walked, not wanting to be overheard by the others. You were in it. Not you, but like, a divine version of you. Elizabeth glanced at him with interest. What did she say? Something about being broken for a reason and reforged differently. And about me being chosen specifically as the vessel for reincarnation. It didn't make much sense. Elizabeth was quiet for a moment, considering his words. There are stories, she finally said, about why the chaos deity's power was fragmented. Most accounts suggest it was necessary because the deity had become too removed from the worlds it governed, too absolute in its power. That's basically what Merlin said earlier. Yes, but what fewer people know is that the fragmentation was supposedly consensual, that the deity recognized its own growing detachment and agreed to the process as a means of renewal. Naruto frowned. You're saying this god willingly gave up godhood to be reborn as a mortal? Not just any mortal, Elizabeth said, her blue eyes meeting his. One with specific qualities, determined, empathetic, someone who had faced adversity and emerged stronger for it. She smiled slightly. Someone rather like you, in fact. The idea was simultaneously flattering and terrifying. Before Naruto could respond, a massive stone archway emerged from the mist ahead of them, covered in symbols that seemed to shift and change as he looked at them. The temple entrance, Baltra announced from behind them. The archway stood at least 30 feet high, made of a strange silvery black stone that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously. The symbols carved into its surface glowed faintly with that same iridescent energy Naruto had been manifesting. As they approached, Naruto felt a strange pulling sensation in his chest, as if something within the temple was calling to him specifically. Beside him, Elizabeth shivered slightly, her own body beginning to emit a subtle golden glow. The temple recognizes you both, Merlin observed with scholarly excitement. The legends appear to be correct. Naruto stepped forward, placing a hand on the archway. The symbols nearest his touch flared brightly, and the massive stone doors beyond the arch, which must have weighed tons, began to swing open soundlessly. Show off, Naruto muttered to the temple, earning surprised laughs from his companions. Beyond the doors lay a vast courtyard surrounded by columns, and at its center, a structure that defied conventional architecture, a building that seemed to be simultaneously a pyramid, a sphere, and a spiral, its form shifting subtly depending on the angle from which it was viewed. The Temple of Primordial Harmony, Baltra breathed, awe evident in his voice. Few living eyes have seen it. It's... Naruto struggled to find the right words. It's familiar. Like I've been here before, but the details are just out of reach. That's encouraging, Merlin said. Your divine memories are responding to the location. They crossed the courtyard, their footsteps echoing strangely, sometimes seeming to precede rather than follow their movements. The air felt charged, like the moment before a lightning strike. As they reached the temple proper, another set of doors opened for them without being touched. Inside was a vast chamber that seemed impossibly large given the external dimensions of the building. The walls were covered in murals that depicted scenes from cosmic history, the birth of worlds, great battles between godlike beings, the establishment of order from primordial chaos. Naruto's attention was immediately drawn to a central mural that showed two figures, one wreathed in iridescent energy that shifted between all possible colors, the other glowing with pure golden light. They stood with hands clasped, a universe spiraling into existence between them. The Chaos Deity and the Radiant Goddess, Elizabeth whispered, standing beside him to study the image. Creating together. The longer Naruto stared at the mural, the more familiar it seemed. Details jumped out at him, the exact pattern of energy around the Chaos Deity's form, the specific gesture of its free hand, the expression on its face that conveyed both tremendous power and profound wonder. Without thinking, he reached out to touch the mural. The moment his fingers made contact with the painted surface, the entire temple hummed with energy, and a flood of memories cascaded through his mind. Creating galaxies with casual gestures. Shaping laws of physics like an artist molding clay. Standing watch over fledgling civilizations with the Radiant Goddess at his side. The gradual, insidious sense of detachment that came with eons of existence. The growing fear among the lesser deities as his power and unpredictability increased. The final conclave where the decision was made, not to destroy him, but to fragment his essence, to allow him to be reborn and remember what it meant to be mortal, to care, to love, to fear. Naruto gasped, stumbling back from the mural. Elizabeth caught him, steadying him with surprising strength. "I remember," he said shakily. "Not everything, but enough to know they're telling the truth. I really was this Chaos Deity. And I agreed to be fragmented because I was becoming something I didn't want to be." The records were accurate then, Merlin said, fascination evident in her voice. Baltra approached, his expression solemn. "And the Void Harbinger? Do you remember that entity as well?" Naruto closed his eyes, sorting through the jumble of newly awakened memories. Yes. It was the first real threat I, the deity, ever faced. Not evil exactly, but antithetical to everything. A being of perfect emptiness that couldn't bear the existence of anything else. He opened his eyes, meeting their concerned gazes. The fight against it nearly destroyed reality itself. Sealing it away cost everything. And the seal was designed to be maintained by the full power of the Chaos Deity, power that was later fragmented. Which means the seal has been weakening for millennia, Elizabeth concluded, her face pale. And your reawakening, paradoxically, may be accelerating its deterioration. Because I don't have full access to my former power, Naruto realized. I'm remembering, but I'm not fully reconnected to the divine essence that was scattered. Can the fragmented power be reunited? Baltra asked, turning to Merlin. The Archmage frowned thoughtfully. Theoretically, yes. But it would require locating and retrieving fragments scattered across multiple dimensions. A monumental task, even if we knew where to begin searching. The temple might know, Elizabeth suggested. If it was built to honor the primordial deities, it might contain records of the fragmentation process. Worth investigating, Merlin agreed. The temple appears to be responding to your presence, Naruto. Perhaps it will reveal more if you explore further. Naruto nodded, still processing the flood of memories. There's something else, something important about the Void Harbinger. It wasn't just some random cosmic horror. It had a name, an identity before becoming the Harbinger. He struggled to recall the detail that seemed to dance just out of reach. It was, someone close to the Chaos Deity. Someone who felt betrayed or abandoned and sought to undo creation itself in response. A jilted lover? Merlin suggested. Divine breakups tend to have cosmic consequences. No, Naruto said slowly. More like, family. Before he could elaborate, a tremor ran through the temple. Dust rained down from the ceiling, and the murals seemed to ripple like disturbed water. That wasn't natural, Baltra said, steadying himself against a column. No, Merlin agreed, her expression darkening. That was an attack, someone breaching the temple's outer defenses. Varian? Elizabeth asked. Could he have tracked us so quickly? Unlikely, Merlin replied. The mist should have delayed any conventional pursuit for at least a day. This is something else. Another tremor, stronger this time, shook the chamber. Chunks of stone fell from the ceiling, forcing them to dodge. Whatever it is, we need to move deeper into the temple, Naruto decided. Find what we came for before they find us. No one argued. They hurried toward the far end of the chamber, where a corridor led deeper into the impossible structure. As they moved, Naruto created several shadow clones and sent them back toward the entrance to monitor whatever was attacking. The corridor branched multiple times, but Naruto navigated the turns with instinctive certainty, following a pull he felt rather than any visible markers. The others followed close behind, trusting his guidance. Eventually, they emerged into a smaller, circular chamber dominated by a raised dais. Atop the dais sat what appeared to be a model of the cosmos, planets, stars, and galaxies rendered in miniature, slowly rotating around a central point that glowed with familiar iridescent energy. The Nexus map, Baltra breathed. It said to show all dimensions connected to the primordial creation. Naruto approached the map, drawn to it like a moth to flame. As he neared, the miniature cosmos responded, certain points glowing brighter than others. Look, Elizabeth said, pointing. Those must be the locations of the power fragments. Sure enough, scattered throughout the model were points of light that pulsed with the same iridescent energy that Naruto had been manifesting. Some were brighter than others, suggesting varying sizes or potency. 12 fragments, Merlin counted, circling the dais to view the map from all angles. Scattered across 7 different dimensional planes, if I'm interpreting the symbolic language correctly. Can you tell which one is my home dimension? Naruto asked, studying the map intently. Merlin hesitated. Possibly, but it would require time to properly analyze the map's referential framework. Time we may not have, Baltra reminded them as another tremor shook the chamber. Just then, one of Naruto's shadow clones dispelled, sending its memories back to him. The image that came with it was disturbing, figures in familiar dark cloaks with silver masks, but this time led by someone new, a tall being whose form seemed to be made of swirling darkness that occasionally revealed glimpses of stars, as if it contained a piece of night sky within itself. We've got company, Naruto reported grimly. More of those divine council proxies, but they've brought a friend. Someone, or something different. Different how? Elizabeth asked. Like a walking piece of outer space, Naruto replied, trying to articulate what his clone had seen. Humanoid, but made of darkness with stars inside. Merlin's expression grew alarmed. A Void Herald. They serve as scouts and advance forces for greater void entities. Like the Harbinger? Baltra asked sharply. Precisely. If a herald is here, the Void Harbinger's seal is weakening faster than we feared. Another clone dispelled, this one had engaged the enemy and been destroyed in the process. The memory it sent back showed the Void Herald casually disintegrating 3 shadow clones with a gesture, while the masked proxies methodically worked to breach the temple's inner defenses. They're coming this way, Naruto said. And they're strong, a lot stronger than the ones I fought in the city. The map is our priority, Baltra declared. Merlin, can you copy or transport it? The Archmage examined the dais, running her hands over inscriptions carved into its base. Not easily. It's bound to the temple through multiple dimensional anchors. Breaking those connections improperly could destroy the information it contains. Then we need to defend this chamber while Merlin works, Elizabeth said with surprising authority. Father, assist Merlin. Naruto and I will hold them off. Baltra looked like he wanted to protest, but nodded grimly. Be careful, both of you. These are not enemies to be underestimated. Naruto and Elizabeth positioned themselves at the chamber entrance, while Merlin began an intricate magical procedure involving the map and several artifacts from her pouch. I should be the one doing this alone, Naruto told Elizabeth quietly. This is my fight, not yours. Elizabeth gave him a look that somehow managed to be both gentle and steely. If the murals are accurate, it was never just your fight. The Chaos Deity and the Radiant Goddess faced threats together. Why should their reincarnations do any differently? Before Naruto could argue further, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed down the corridor. He created a dozen more shadow clones, positioning them in a defensive formation. "Ready?" he asked Elizabeth. In response, she closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, they glowed with golden light, and the faint outline of wings appeared behind her. "Ready," she confirmed, her voice resonating with power that hadn't been there before. The first proxies rounded the corner, silver masks gleaming in the chamber's ethereal light. They raised their hands in unison, dark energy gathering at their fingertips. Naruto didn't wait for them to attack. He and his clones surged forward, engaging the proxies in close combat while Elizabeth hung back, her hands raised as she created a barrier of golden light across the chamber entrance. The fight was chaotic but controlled, with Naruto's clones matching the proxies' magical attacks with taijutsu and ninjutsu. These proxies were indeed stronger than the ones he'd faced in Lyonesse, faster, more coordinated, and wielding magic that seemed designed specifically to counter his abilities. One proxy cast a spell that negated the transformation jutsu, causing 3 shadow clones to revert to pure chakra and disperse. Another created fields of slowing energy that made physical movement difficult within their boundaries. But Naruto adapted quickly, drawing more on the iridescent energy that now came to him more readily than before. His Rasengan took on new properties, distorting space, reversing magical effects, even briefly phasing through solid matter to strike opponents who thought themselves protected. Elizabeth proved to be far from a passive defender. While maintaining the barrier that kept reinforcements from entering, she launched attacks of her own, bolts of golden light that struck with pinpoint accuracy, healing energy that repaired damage to Naruto and his clones almost as soon as it was inflicted. They were holding their own, even gaining ground, when the Void Herald finally appeared. It moved with liquid grace, darkness flowing around it like a living cloak. Where the proxies had attacked with recognizable magic, the herald simply unmade things it touched. A section of wall vanished without sound or effect when its hand brushed against it. A proxy that stumbled into its path ceased to exist between one heartbeat and the next. "Elizabeth," Naruto called out in warning as the herald approached. "Don't let that thing touch you." She nodded, reinforcing her barrier as the herald studied it with what might have been curiosity. Then, with deliberate calm, it placed a hand against the golden light. The barrier didn't shatter or fall, instead, the point of contact began to simply vanish, a spreading circle of nothingness eating away at Elizabeth's magic. "It's negating the fundamental structure of the spell." Merlin called from behind them, momentarily looking up from her work on the map. "Pure void energy, it undoes the very concept of existence." Naruto reacted instinctively. He formed a Rasengan, but this time, instead of infusing it with wind chakra or the iridescent energy, he reached deeper, drawing on something he hadn't fully accessed before, the true essence of chaos, not as destruction but as potential, as the state that precedes and enables creation. The Rasengan that formed in his hand looked unlike any he'd created before. Instead of a swirling sphere, it was a point of intense light that seemed to bend reality around it, containing what looked like miniature galaxies being born and dying in rapid succession. With a shout of effort, Naruto lunged forward and struck the herald directly in its starry chest. There was no explosion, no dramatic impact. Instead, the herald simply paused, looking down at the point of contact with what might have been surprise. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, gradually, color began to spread from the point where Naruto's attack had landed. The darkness that composed the herald's form began to take on substance, definition, transforming from void stuff to actual matter. The herald made a sound, the first they'd heard from it, like distant whine through an empty canyon. It backed away, its movements now jerky and awkward as parts of its body solidified into something more conventionally physical. "You're giving it form," Elizabeth realized, amazement in her voice. "Converting void back to substance." The partially solidified herald retreated, the remaining proxies moving to cover its withdrawal. But the damage had been done, whatever essential nature had made it so dangerous had been compromised by Naruto's attack. Merlin. Baltra called out urgently. Time is running short. Almost finished, she replied, her hands moving in intricate patterns over the map. The information is being transferred, but the process cannot be rushed. Naruto and Elizabeth pressed their advantage, driving back the remaining proxies. With the herald's retreat, the tide of battle had shifted in their favor. Naruto's shadow clones pursued the fleeing enemies while he and Elizabeth maintained position at the chamber entrance. That was incredible, Elizabeth said, looking at him with new respect. What you did to the herald, I've never seen anything affect void energy that way. Honestly? I'm not entirely sure what I did, Naruto admitted. It just felt right. Like something I used to know how to do. The Chaos Deity's primary function was creation from potential, Elizabeth said. Giving form to the formless. You instinctively accessed that aspect of your divine heritage. Before they could discuss it further, Merlin straightened from her work, holding what looked like a crystal sphere that now contained a miniature version of the Nexus map. I've copied the essential information, she announced. The original remains intact, but we now have a portable reference. Then it's time to leave, Baltra decided. If the herald returns with reinforcements, he was interrupted by a violent tremor that shook the entire temple, far stronger than the previous ones. Cracks spread across the ceiling, and the floor beneath their feet shifted alarmingly. That wasn't an attack, Merlin said, her expression grim as she studied readings from one of her instruments. That was a dimensional tremor. The barrier between realities is growing increasingly unstable. The Void Harbinger? Baltra asked. Most likely. Our presence here, specifically, Naruto and Elizabeth's presence, is accelerating the awakening of ancient forces. We need to depart immediately. They made their way back through the temple, which was now actively crumbling around them. Naruto created shadow clones to clear debris and support unstable sections as they passed. The proxies and the herald were nowhere to be seen, having apparently retreated, whether due to the dimensional disturbance or their failed attack was unclear. When they finally emerged from the temple into the courtyard, they found the mist that had shrouded the area was gone, revealing a clear view of the mountains around them. But the sky above was wrong, patches of it seemed to be missing, replaced by a darkness deeper than night, a nothingness that hurt the eyes to look at directly. Void breaches, Merlin identified them, her voice tight with concern. The barrier between our reality and the void is thinning. How long do we have? Elizabeth asked, her gaze fixed on the disturbing gaps in the sky. Days, perhaps. Less if the process continues to accelerate. Merlin gestured toward where they had left the airship. We need to return to Lyonesse and prepare. The information from the Nexus map may be our only hope of addressing this crisis. They hurried back to the airship, which thankfully remained undamaged despite the tremors. As they boarded, Naruto took one last look at the Temple of Primordial Harmony. Massive cracks had appeared across its impossible architecture, and parts of it seemed to be phasing in and out of reality. A sense of profound loss swept through him, as if he were watching something precious crumble, something he had helped build eons ago. We'll fix this, Elizabeth said softly, joining him at the observation deck as the airship lifted off. Together. Naruto nodded, though doubt gnawed at him. The fragments of his divine power were scattered across multiple dimensions. The Void Harbinger was breaking free. And somewhere in the jumble of returning memories was the disturbing sense that the Harbinger's identity, its origin before becoming a being of pure void, was somehow connected to him personally. As the airship rose higher, giving them a broader view of the landscape, Naruto could see more void breaches appearing in the distance, dark tears in the fabric of reality that seemed to be spreading like cracks in ice. The race against cosmic annihilation had begun in earnest. And Naruto, stranded in a world not his own with powers he barely understood, was apparently the key to stopping it. He'd faced bad odds before, but this was on another level entirely. Hey, he said, turning to Elizabeth with a forced smile, after we save all of existence, maybe we could get ramen somewhere. If this world has ramen, that is. The absurdity of the question startled a laugh out of her. Yes, Naruto. When we save existence, I promise to buy you all the ramen you can eat. Now that, he said with a genuine grin, is proper motivation for a hero. And despite everything, the danger, the cosmic stakes, the uncertain future, Naruto found himself believing they might actually pull this off. After all, defying impossible odds was kind of his thing, even before he found out he used to be a deity. The airship soared away from the crumbling temple, carrying them back toward Lyonesse and whatever destiny awaited them there. Chapter 2, Fragments of Divinity. The airship cut through morning skies that shouldn't have looked wrong but definitely did. Naruto stood at the observation deck, counting 17 void breaches visible from their altitude, 17 patches of absolute nothing tearing through reality like someone had taken scissors to a painting. They're growing, Merlin said, joining him at the railing. She didn't sound scared, more like clinically fascinated, which was probably her version of terrified. 3 more appeared in the last hour alone. Great, Naruto sighed. So we're basically racing against the apocalypse. Reminds me of home, actually. You faced similar threats in your world? Oh yeah. Ancient moon goddess trying to mind control everyone, immortal rabbit alien, undead ninja army, the usual Tuesday stuff. Merlin's lips curved slightly. And yet you prevailed. Always have. Naruto tapped his temple. Though I didn't have leftover god memories rattling around back then. Speaking of memories, they hadn't stopped coming since the temple. Images, knowledge, sensations from a life, no, an existence, that spanned eons flashed through his mind at random intervals. Connections between cosmic forces he couldn't name. The sensation of creating solar systems with casual gestures. The responsibility of maintaining balance across countless dimensions. And always, always the presence of the radiant goddess beside him, Elizabeth in her divine form, her light balancing his chaos, her order tempering his unpredictability. We're approaching Lyonesse, called Baltra from the control room. And we have a problem. Naruto and Merlin hurried inside, where Elizabeth and Baltra were studying the magical viewing crystal. It showed the city skyline ahead, and the massive magical barrier now encasing the entire capital. Lockdown protocols, Baltra said grimly. Enacted only during invasion or catastrophic magical events. Varian, Elizabeth said, her normally gentle expression hardening. He must have convinced the Council of Mages that we pose a threat. Or they've detected the void breaches, Merlin suggested, adjusting controls to magnify the image. Look there, the Royal Observatory is deploying void detectors. Naruto studied the shimmering dome covering the city. Can we get through it? Not without authorization codes, Merlin replied. And attempting to breach it forcefully would be inadvisable. Then we need another entry point, Naruto decided. Does the barrier extend underground? Baltra raised an eyebrow. The sewers are indeed protected, but less robustly. There are maintenance tunnels for the magical conduits that power the city's defenses. Let me guess, you know these tunnels pretty well. Naruto asked with a grin. A king should know every aspect of his realm, Baltra replied with dignity, though his eyes twinkled. Even the less savory ones. We'll need to land outside the city walls, Merlin noted, already adjusting their course. The eastern forest provides sufficient cover, and there's a maintenance entrance near the old aqueduct. As they changed direction, Elizabeth moved to stand beside Naruto. Your memories, are they continuing to return? Yeah. More than I can really process. He rubbed his temples. It's like trying to pour an ocean into a teacup. I get flashes, fragments, but it's hard to hold on to all of it. That's intentional, she said softly. The fragmentation process was designed to allow gradual reintegration. Too much divine consciousness at once would overwhelm a mortal mind, even one as stubborn as yours. Did you just call me stubborn? Would you prefer tenacious? She smiled, and something about it made his chest tighten pleasantly. I'll take either. Better than dead last, which is what they called me at the academy. Naruto gazed out at the city ahead. Feels like a lifetime ago now. It must be difficult, Elizabeth said, being torn between two worlds, two identities. 3, actually, Naruto corrected. Naruto the shinobi, the chaos deity, and whatever I'm becoming now, something in between, I guess. Elizabeth laid her hand on his arm, the contact sending that now familiar warmth through him. Integration, not replacement. What you are shapes what you are becoming. Before he could respond, the airship shuddered violently. Warning glyphs flared across the control panels, and the vessel began losing altitude. We're being targeted. Merlin called out, her hands flying over the controls. Mage Guard interceptors. Through the viewing crystal, Naruto could see 3 smaller craft rising from the city, energy weapons charged and aimed at their ship. They're actually firing on the king's vessel? Elizabeth asked incredulously. They may not realize we're aboard, Baltra said, gripping a railing as the ship lurched again. Or they've been authorized to use force regardless. Another blast struck the ship, and the lights flickered. The propulsion crystal is failing, Merlin reported grimly. The damage from our earlier escape compromised its integrity. Can we make it to the forest? Naruto asked. Not at our current trajectory. Merlin's expression was grim. We're going to crash. Naruto looked at the rapidly approaching ground, then back at his companions. Not if I can help it. Without explaining, he created a dozen shadow clones and sent them running to various points throughout the ship. Then he placed his hands on the main control crystal, much as he had when boosting their escape from Varian's forces. What are you doing? Merlin asked, watching him channel the now familiar iridescent energy into the crystal. Something stupid that might work, Naruto replied through gritted teeth. Everyone grab onto something solid. As the others secured themselves, Naruto closed his eyes and focused. This time, he didn't just pour chakra or divine energy into the ship's systems, he visualized the vessel itself, imagining its structure, its purpose, its very concept. Drawing on fragments of divine memory, he reached for an ability he was only beginning to understand, the power to temporarily redefine an object's fundamental nature. The airship shuddered, but differently this time, not from damage but from transformation. The metal and wood of its structure briefly glowed with iridescent light, becoming more flexible, more resilient. The failing propulsion crystal pulsed with renewed energy as Naruto temporarily altered its damaged state, forcing it to function despite its cracks. Impossible, Merlin breathed, watching her instruments register the changes. You're rewriting its elemental composition on a conceptual level. Not for long, Naruto managed, sweat beading on his forehead. Just enough to land. The ship responded to his will, slowing its descent and gliding toward the edge of the forest rather than plummeting. The pursuing craft continued firing, but their blast seemed to pass through the ship with minimal effect, as if it was partially phased out of normal reality. With a final surge of effort, Naruto guided the vessel to a relatively gentle landing among the trees, cushioning the impact by temporarily making the ground itself more yielding. As soon as they settled, he released his hold on the ship and the surrounding environment, collapsing back from the control crystal in exhaustion. Elizabeth was immediately at his side, her healing energy washing over him. That was remarkable, she said, genuine awe in her voice. And extremely reckless. That's pretty much my specialty, Naruto replied with a tired grin. Is everyone okay? Unharmed, thanks to your quick thinking, Baltra confirmed, already moving toward the exit. But we need to move quickly. Those interceptors will have tracked our landing site. Merlin was hastily gathering essential equipment, including the crystal sphere containing the Nexus map data. The ship is beyond repair now, she noted. And I doubt I could study whatever you just did to it even with a month of uninterrupted time. Wasn't really thinking about the magical theory, Naruto admitted as he stood, accepting Elizabeth's supporting arm. Just knew we needed to not die. A compelling motivation, Merlin agreed dryly. They disembarked into the forest, the thick canopy providing immediate cover from aerial observation. Baltra led them east, moving with surprising agility for a man his age, until they reached what appeared to be an ancient, moss-covered stone structure partially embedded in a hillside. The old aqueduct, he explained, brushing aside vines to reveal a narrow doorway. Used before the city developed magical water purification. The maintenance tunnels connect to it here. Will they expect us to use these tunnels? Naruto asked, scanning their surroundings for pursuit. Potentially, Baltra admitted. But there are hundreds of miles of tunnels beneath Lyonesse, and only a handful of people know them as well as I do. Why does that not surprise me? Elizabeth asked with fond exasperation. A misspent youth has its advantages, daughter, Baltra replied with a wink. They entered the aqueduct, Merlin conjuring a floating light to guide their way. The ancient stonework was surprisingly intact, though tree roots had broken through in places, and stagnant water pooled on the floor. After several hundred yards, they reached a junction where the aqueduct met a narrower, more finished-looking tunnel lined with metal conduits that pulsed faintly with magical energy. Maintenance access for the city's defensive grid, Baltra explained, running his hand along the wall until he found what appeared to be an unremarkable stone. When pressed, it revealed a hidden control panel. Installed during my grandfather's reign but expanded considerably during the Mage Wars. You really do know all the secret passages, Naruto commented, impressed. When you've ruled as long as I have, Baltra replied, inputting a complex sequence into the panel, you learn that official channels are not always the most efficient ones. A section of the wall slid aside, revealing a narrow corridor lit by softly glowing crystals embedded in the ceiling. They entered quickly, the doors sliding shut behind them with barely a sound. This tunnel was cleaner and better maintained, clearly still in regular use. They moved swiftly, Baltra leading them through a complex series of turns and junctions that would have been impossible to navigate without a guide. Occasionally they passed maintenance workers, who invariably did double takes at seeing their king in the tunnels but were quickly silenced by a gesture from Baltra. Where exactly are we heading? Naruto asked after what felt like at least an hour of walking. The Royal Archives, Baltra replied. They're located beneath the palace itself and contain the kingdom's most ancient and valuable records, including texts on the primordial deities that might help us interpret the Nexus map. Won't that be the first place Varian looks for us? Elizabeth asked. Perhaps, but the archives have their own defensive systems, independent from the city's main grid. And their curator is, an old friend who values truth above politics. After several more turns, they reached an ornate door carved with symbols similar to those Naruto had seen in the Temple of Primordial Harmony. Baltra placed his palm against the center of the door, and it glowed briefly before swinging open. Beyond lay a vast chamber filled with towering bookshelves, display cases containing ancient artifacts, and workstations where scholars pored over yellowed texts. The ceiling arched high overhead, painted with a mural depicting the creation of Britannia. Your Majesty. A tall, elderly woman with silver hair tied in a severe bun hurried toward them, her surprise evident. We received word you had left the kingdom on urgent business, but then the lockdown was initiated, and rumors began circulating about divine intervention and cosmic threats and, she broke off, noticing Naruto. Oh. I see. Lady Arcelia, Baltra greeted her warmly. Your talent for quick assessment remains undiminished. The energy signature is unmistakable, she replied, studying Naruto with piercing gray eyes. Even partially awakened. The chaos deity walks among us again. Let's keep that between us for now, Baltra suggested. We need access to the primordial records, specifically anything relating to the fragmentation process and the Void Harbinger. Arcelia's expression grew solemn. Then the rumors about void breaches in the eastern mountains were accurate. The Harbinger stirs. I'm afraid so, Elizabeth confirmed. And we have reason to believe the situation is deteriorating rapidly. Then come, Arcelia said, turning sharply. The records you seek are in the celestial wing. Most are restricted, but royal authority supersedes standard protocols. As they followed her deeper into the archives, Naruto couldn't help gawking at the incredible collection of knowledge around them. Scrolls that glowed with their own light, books chained to their shelves with what appeared to be magical bindings, crystal orbs containing swirling memories or records. "This place is amazing," he murmured to Elizabeth. "Reminds me a bit of the great library in the Land of Wind, but way more magical. The royal archives contain over 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge," she explained. "Some texts here predate the kingdom itself, salvaged from civilizations long forgotten." They reached a section cordoned off by a shimmering barrier that rippled like water when Arcelia approached. She pressed her hand to it, spoke a few words in a language Naruto didn't recognize, and the barrier parted to allow them through. The celestial wing was smaller but even more impressive, with texts that seemed to be written in light rather than ink, and display cases containing objects that defied conventional physics, a feather that floated upside down, a flower that continually bloomed and withered in an endless cycle, a small cube that appeared to contain an entire galaxy. "The primordial records are kept here," Arcelia said, leading them to a circular chamber at the far end. "They're among our oldest and most enigmatic holdings." The chamber was dominated by a round table of white stone, surrounded by 7 ornate chairs. The walls were lined with alcoves containing scrolls, tablets, and artifacts, all emanating an aura of tremendous age and power. As Naruto entered, the entire chamber seemed to respond to his presence. The light brightened, the air grew warmer, and several of the artifacts began to glow or hum softly. "Well," Arcelia remarked dryly, "that confirms it." Merlin immediately approached one of the alcoves, examining what appeared to be a set of crystal tablets with reverent care. "These are genuine First Age recordings," she breathed. "Direct accounts from the era of the primordial deities." "Indeed," Arcelia confirmed. "Written in the old tongue, which fewer than a dozen living scholars can still read. Fortunately, I am one of them." "What do they say about the fragmentation process?" Baltra asked, taking a seat at the white table. "About how the chaos deity's power was divided and scattered." Arcelia selected several tablets and a large scroll, bringing them to the table. According to these accounts, the fragmentation was not a punishment but a remedy. The chaos deity, who had many names across different pantheons, had grown increasingly detached from the mortal realms, viewing them as insignificant against the vast canvas of creation. "Not exactly villain territory," Naruto noted. "No, but concerning nonetheless," Arcelia continued. "A deity with the power to create or unmake reality needs to value what it creates, or existence itself becomes meaningless. The records suggest the deity recognized this drift in its own perspective and consented to a radical solution proposed by the radiant goddess." Elizabeth straightened at this. "The fragmentation was my idea." "I mean, her idea." "Indeed, princess. Rather than destroying or permanently binding the chaos deity, which would have destabilized reality itself, she proposed fragmenting its divine essence and allowing it to experience mortality firsthand, to relearn the value of finite existence through direct experience." Naruto frowned, processing this. "So I, or the deity, agreed to be broken apart and stuffed into a human to learn a lesson about appreciating life more." "Essentially, yes," Arcelia confirmed. "Though the process was designed to be temporary. Eventually, the fragments were meant to be reunited once the divine consciousness had been tempered by mortal experience. But something went wrong," Merlin guessed, examining the Nexus map crystal. "The fragments remained scattered longer than intended." "Precisely." Arcelia unrolled the large scroll, revealing diagrams of what appeared to be elaborate magical frameworks. The original plan called for 12 fragments, scattered across 7 key dimensions, to be reunited after 7 mortal lifetimes. But the process of retrieving and reuniting the fragments proved more difficult than anticipated. "Because of the Void Harbinger," Baltra concluded. Arcelia nodded grimly. The Harbinger had been sealed away by the chaos deity eons earlier, but the seal required constant maintenance that became impossible once the deity's power was fragmented. So fragmenting me, I mean, the deity, weakened the seal holding back this cosmic horror, Naruto summarized. That seems like a pretty big oversight in the plan. Not oversight, Elizabeth said softly, her eyes on one of the crystal tablets. Necessity. The alternative was allowing the deity to continue growing more detached until it potentially became as great a threat as the Harbinger itself. A calculated risk, Merlin added. And one that might have succeeded if the fragments had been reunited as scheduled. So what happened? Naruto asked. Why didn't they just put Humpty Dumpty back together again after 7 lifetimes? Arcelia raised an eyebrow at the unfamiliar reference but continued. According to these records, something interfered with the retrieval process. Several fragments were moved from their designated locations, and others became embedded in powerful artifacts or beings that could not easily be approached. Deliberately? Baltra asked sharply. The records are unclear, but they suggest an intentional effort to prevent the deity's restoration. Arcelia pointed to a section of the scroll. This passage refers to the Sundered One's betrayal and hands that move in darkness to ensure chaos remains scattered. The Sundered One, Naruto repeated, the term triggering a flash of memory, a figure both familiar and alien, connected to him in some fundamental way. I know that name, but I can't quite place it. The texts describe the Sundered One as someone intimately connected to the Chaos Deity, a sibling, perhaps, or a creation that achieved sentience. The relationship appears to have been complicated. Elizabeth was studying the Nexus map crystal, which Merlin had placed on the table. Look here, she said, pointing to one of the glowing points. This fragment appears to be in motion, traveling between dimensional planes. Merlin examined it closely. You're right. And based on its trajectory, it's heading toward our dimension. Can you tell when it will arrive? Baltra asked. Merlin performed some calculations using a small device from her pouch. If I'm interpreting the map's scale correctly, within days. Perhaps sooner. So we might be able to recover at least one fragment without dimensional travel, Naruto said, feeling a surge of hope. That's something, right? It's a start, Baltra agreed. But recovering a single fragment won't be enough to restore your full power or repair the Void Harbinger's seal. But it might slow the deterioration, Elizabeth suggested. Every fragment you reclaim should strengthen your connection to your divine essence. Naruto was about to respond when a sharp pain lanced through his head. Another memory surfaced, this one clearer, more detailed than the fragments he'd been experiencing. He saw himself, no, the Chaos Deity, standing before a massive, churning vortex of darkness. Opposite stood another figure, similar in appearance but with subtle differences, features that mirrored his own yet were twisted by rage and betrayal. Brother, the figure spoke, its voice simultaneously familiar and alien. You would seal me away rather than acknowledge the truth of my vision. Your vision leads only to oblivion, the deity replied, sorrow evident in its voice. Creation must be protected, even from those who helped shape it. Creation, the figure spat. This flawed, chaotic mess of suffering and entropy. You've grown sentimental, attached to imperfection. True peace lies only in the void, in the absence of all things. The memory shifted, showing the aftermath of what must have been a tremendous battle. The Chaos Deity, wounded but victorious, constructing an elaborate seal around a now subdued figure, who was transforming, its form becoming less defined, more like living darkness. I'm sorry, brother, the deity whispered as the seal closed. Perhaps someday you'll understand why this was necessary. Naruto gasped as the memory faded, finding himself back in the archive chamber with 4 concerned faces watching him. The Void Harbinger, he said, his voice rough. It was the Chaos Deity's brother. Or something like a brother. They created together initially, but then disagreed about the value of existence itself. The Sundered One, Arcelia breathed. Of course. The text spoke of a schism between cosmic siblings, but never explicitly connected it to the Harbinger's origin. That explains the personal nature of your conflict, Merlin observed. And why the Harbinger's seal is responding specifically to your reawakening. It's not just responding, Naruto corrected, another realization hitting him. It's actively seeking me out. Those void breaches aren't random, they're appearing in places connected to me or to the Chaos Deity's history. Elizabeth's expression grew troubled. If the Harbinger retained any aspect of its original consciousness, it might be driven by more than just cosmic nihilism, it might be seeking personal vengeance. Great, Naruto sighed. So I've got a void-powered cosmic horror as a brother who wants to kill me and unmake reality because of a family argument from before time existed. And I thought Sasuke had issues. Despite the gravity of the situation, his comment drew surprised laughs from the others, briefly lightening the tension. Their respite was short-lived, however, as alarms suddenly blared throughout the archives. Red warning glyphs appeared in the air above the table, and the chamber's entrance sealed itself with a crystalline barrier. The archives are under attack, Arcelia reported, checking a monitoring crystal that had appeared before her. Royal Mage Guard, led by Lord Varian himself. How did they find us? Elizabeth demanded. The city's tracking grid must have detected your energy signatures despite the archive's shielding, Merlin suggested. Particularly Naruto's. His divine aura is becoming increasingly difficult to conceal as he awakens further. Can we hold them off? Naruto asked, already moving toward the sealed entrance. The archives have formidable defenses, Baltra said, but they're primarily designed to protect the knowledge stored here, not to repel a determined military force. We need to move, Merlin decided. Lady Arcelia, is the eastern exit still accessible? It should be, the archivist confirmed. Through the forbidden text section and down the spiral staircase. Then we'll take that route. Baltra turned to Arcelia. Can you delay them? Buy us time to escape. The elderly woman straightened, a fierce light entering her eyes. I've served as Royal Archivist for 47 years, Your Majesty. No jumped-up magical investigator is going to violate the sanctity of my domain without consequence. With that promise, she touched a crystal pendant at her throat, and her appearance began to change. The frail, elderly scholar transformed before their eyes, her back straightening, her silver hair darkening to steel gray, her simple robes shifting into ornate battle attire adorned with arcane symbols. Lady Arcelia was the kingdom's battle mage general during the Mage Wars, Elizabeth explained to Naruto's astonished expression. Before she retired to a quieter life, in the archives. Retirement never quite suited me anyway, Arcelia remarked with a predatory smile. Now go. I'll ensure they're thoroughly distracted. They hurried from the chamber, following Baltra through a different exit that led into a section of the archives where the books themselves seemed to radiate danger, some chained shut with multiple locks, others encased in containment fields, a few emitting visible miasma or unsettling sounds. The forbidden texts, Elizabeth explained in a hushed voice as they passed. Works too dangerous to destroy but too hazardous for general access. Like what? Naruto asked, eyeing a book that appeared to be bleeding. Reality-altering spells, summoning rituals for entities best left undisturbed, texts that modify the reader's mind or soul, Merlin replied, giving the bleeding book a particularly wide berth. Knowledge with consequences. Behind them, they could hear the sounds of magical combat erupting in the main chamber, explosions, the crackle of elemental energy, and what sounded like Arcelia laughing in fierce delight. Remind me never to mess with your librarians, Naruto muttered to Baltra. A wise policy in any kingdom, the king replied with a small smile. They reached a narrow spiral staircase hidden behind a rotating bookshelf, descending quickly into darkness that was alleviated only by Merlin's conjured light. The stairs seemed to go on forever, twisting deeper beneath the city than Naruto would have thought possible. Finally, they emerged into a small, round chamber with a single door made of what appeared to be solid iron. Baltra pressed his palm to it, spoke a phrase in that same unfamiliar language Arcelia had used, and the door swung open to reveal, a sewer, Naruto observed with resignation. It's always sewers. Technically, it's an ancient water redistribution channel, Baltra corrected mildly. Though your characterization is not entirely inaccurate. The tunnel beyond was indeed somewhat sewer-like, though mercifully dry at the moment. They moved quickly through it, guided by Baltra's apparently encyclopedic knowledge of the underground passages. "Where are we heading now?" Naruto asked as they navigated the labyrinthine tunnels. "The Temple of the Sacred Tree," Elizabeth replied. "It's an ancient site of worship predating the kingdom itself, one of the few places in Lyonesse connected to the primordial deities that hasn't been co-opted by the current religious or political establishments. It's also one of the few locations within the city where the barrier between dimensions is naturally thin," Merlin added. "Which might be useful if we need to intercept the approaching fragment." After nearly an hour of travel through increasingly ancient-looking tunnels, they began to ascend, eventually emerging through a hidden door into what appeared to be a small storage room filled with ceremonial objects. Beyond, they could hear the soft sounds of chanting. The temple acolytes maintain continuous prayer cycles, Elizabeth explained quietly. They follow traditions established thousands of years ago, though few understand their original purpose. "Which was?" Naruto asked. "Maintaining dimensional stability," Merlin replied. "The chants create subtle vibrational patterns that reinforce the barriers between planes of existence." "Ironic that we're bringing me here then," Naruto noted. "Since I'm apparently a walking dimensional disturbance at this point." "Or perhaps exactly where you need to be," Baltra suggested. "The sacred tree itself is said to be a direct descendant of the world tree, a being that existed in the primordial era and witnessed the early works of the cosmic deities." They moved carefully through the temple, which was structured as a series of concentric circular chambers, each more sacred than the last. White-robed acolytes moved about their duties, paying little attention to the newcomers. Apparently, visitors were not unusual. The innermost chamber, however, was another matter entirely. Guarded by two stern-faced priests bearing staffs that hummed with magical energy, it clearly wasn't meant for casual visitors. "Princess Elizabeth," one of the guards greeted her with surprise. "And your majesty. We had no word of a royal visit." "Circumstances necessitated discretion," Baltra replied smoothly. "We require access to the sacred tree. Matters of cosmic significance are unfolding." The guards exchanged uncertain glances. "The high priestess would normally need to grant permission," the second one said hesitantly. "I'm afraid we don't have time for normal protocols," Elizabeth said, her tone gentle but firm. "What approaches threatens not just Lyonesse but all of existence." After a moment's hesitation, the guard stepped aside, bowing deeply. "As you command, Your Highness, Your Majesty." The massive doors behind them swung open silently, revealing a breathtaking sight. The inner sanctuary was a vast, circular chamber with a high, domed ceiling. But what dominated the space was the tree, a colossal organism that seemed to defy conventional botany. Its trunk, wider than 20 men standing shoulder to shoulder, spiraled upward in an impossible helix. Its bark shifted colors subtly, cycling through hues that shouldn't exist in nature. And its branches, extending to touch the chamber walls, bore leaves that glowed with soft, pulsing light, casting the entire sanctuary in an ethereal glow. But what struck Naruto most forcefully was the immediate sense of recognition. Not from his human memories, but from deeper, older ones, the chaos deity knew this tree, or its ancestor. Had, in fact, helped create it. "You feel it," Elizabeth observed, watching his face. "Yeah," Naruto breathed. "It's alive. Not just tree alive, but conscious. Aware. The sacred tree is one of the oldest continuously living beings in this dimension," Merlin explained, her scholarly tone failing to completely mask her own awe. "It exists simultaneously in multiple planes of reality, its roots extending beyond conventional spacetime." As they approached, Naruto felt a gentle pressure against his consciousness, not invasive, but questioning. Without thinking, he reached out mentally in response, and immediately established a connection unlike anything he'd experienced before. Images flooded his mind, the tree's memories, spanning millennia. It had witnessed the founding of Lyonesse, the rise and fall of previous civilizations, the very shaping of the land itself. And deeper, older memories, of the primordial era, when the cosmic deities walked freely among the dimensions they had crafted. It recognizes you, Elizabeth said softly, watching as the tree's leaves began to glow more brightly, shifting toward the iridescent hues that characterized Naruto's divine energy. More than that, Naruto replied, his voice distant as he maintained the connection. It's trying to help. It knows about the fragmentation, about the void harbinger. It's been, waiting. Waiting for what? Baltra asked. Before Naruto could answer, the entire chamber shuddered. The tree's glow intensified dramatically, and a low humming filled the air, not a sound made by the tree, but something more fundamental, as if reality itself were vibrating. Dimensional convergence, Merlin announced, checking one of her instruments. The approaching fragment, it's accelerating toward us. The tree is drawing it here, Naruto realized, understanding flowing through the connection. It's creating a focal point for the fragment to target. The humming grew louder, and the air in the center of the chamber began to distort, similar to the rifts Naruto had seen above the temple of primordial harmony but somehow more structured, more controlled. It's opening a controlled breach, Merlin observed, fascination overriding caution as she moved closer to study the phenomenon. Remarkable, it's using the natural thinness of the dimensional barrier here to create a targeted pathway. The distortion grew more defined, forming what appeared to be a tunnel of swirling energy connecting their location to somewhere else. Through it, Naruto could see flashes of an alien landscape, purple skies, floating islands, vegetation that moved with apparent intelligence. Another realm, Elizabeth breathed. One of the 7 key dimensions indicated on the Nexus map. A point of light appeared at the far end of the tunnel, moving rapidly toward them, a glowing sphere of iridescent energy that pulsed with the same shifting colors Naruto had been manifesting. The fragment, Baltra identified it. It comes. As the sphere approached the boundary between dimensions, however, something else appeared behind it, a dark, writhing mass that moved with terrible purpose, tendrils of void stuff reaching out to ensnare the fragment. Void corruption. Merlin shouted in alarm. It's pursuing the fragment. Naruto didn't hesitate. Drawing on both his shinobi training and the increasingly accessible divine memories, he stepped forward and thrust his hands into the dimensional tunnel. Iridescent energy surged around him, reaching out to connect with the approaching fragment while simultaneously forming a barrier against the pursuing void. The contact was electric, like touching a part of himself he hadn't known was missing. The fragment responded to his call, accelerating toward him even as the void corruption attempted to intercept it. It needs more power. Naruto gritted out, feeling the strain of maintaining the connection across dimensions. The void is too strong. Elizabeth moved to his side without hesitation, placing her hands on his shoulders. Golden energy flowed from her, merging with his iridescent power in a harmonious fusion that strengthened the connection dramatically. The fragment surged forward, breaking free of the void's grasp and shooting directly toward Naruto. It struck his chest and simply vanished into him, absorbed as if returning to its rightful place. The impact sent Naruto staggering back, but Elizabeth steadied him, her hands still glowing with divine energy. The dimensional tunnel collapsed in on itself, sealing shut before the void corruption could follow through. The sacred tree's glow returned to normal, and the humming subsided, leaving the chamber in relative quiet disturbed only by their heavy breathing. Naruto stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sensation of reintegration. It wasn't just power flowing back into him, it was memory, identity, understanding at a level beyond human comprehension. This fragment had contained not just divine energy but pieces of the chaos deity's consciousness, experiences from eons before human civilization even existed. Naruto. Elizabeth's concerned voice seemed to come from very far away. Are you alright? He blinked, struggling to reorient himself to the present, to his human identity. I'm here. Just processing. The fragment has been successfully reintegrated, Merlin observed, her instruments tracking the changes in his energy signature. Approximately 1/12 of your divine essence has been restored. How do you feel? Baltra asked carefully. Like someone just downloaded an encyclopedia into my brain, Naruto replied, still trying to sort through the flood of new information and memories. But also, stronger. More complete. He flexed his hands, watching as iridescent energy now flowed much more readily around them, responding to his thoughts without conscious effort. The power feels more natural now. Less like I'm forcing it. That's to be expected, Merlin noted. Each fragment should make your divine abilities more accessible and controlled. Naruto turned his attention inward, checking on his other resident. Kurama. You okay in there? The Ninetales' response was surprisingly subdued. I'm here, kid. But things are changing. Your chakra network is evolving, becoming something beyond what it was designed for. It's interesting. Good interesting or bad interesting? Ask me when we're not about to be attacked again, Kurama replied dryly. Naruto's head snapped up. What? As if in answer, alarms began to sound throughout the temple, and they could hear shouting and the sounds of combat from the outer chambers. Varian found us, Elizabeth said grimly. The archives must have fallen. Lady Arcelia, Baltra whispered, concern evident in his voice. She would not have been easily defeated, Merlin assured him. More likely she was forced to retreat or surrender when faced with overwhelming numbers. Either way, we're cornered, Naruto noted, looking around the chamber. Unless this place has another convenient secret exit. The sacred tree chamber was deliberately built without alternate exits, Baltra explained. To ensure the sanctity of the inner sanctuary. So we fight, Naruto decided, already creating shadow clones to establish a defensive perimeter. With the fragment's power integrated, the process felt smoother, more efficient, each clone manifesting with a subtle iridescent aura. Fighting in the sacred tree's presence is problematic, Elizabeth cautioned. Its connection to multiple dimensions makes magical combat potentially catastrophic. A stray spell could create unintended dimensional breaches. Then we need another option, Naruto said, thinking quickly. Merlin, you said this place has naturally thin dimensional barriers, right? Could we use that to our advantage? Create our own exit? Merlin's eyes widened. With your newly enhanced powers, potentially, yes. But to where? Without precise coordinates, we could end up anywhere, or nowhere at all. The Nexus map, Elizabeth suggested. It shows the locations of all the fragments. Could we use it to target another fragment directly? Dangerous, Merlin cautioned. But theoretically possible. The map contains dimensional coordinates, and with the sacred tree's assistance. The sounds of fighting grew closer, and they could hear Varian's voice issuing commands to his mages. I'd say our options for caution are rapidly disappearing, Baltra noted dryly. Naruto approached the sacred tree, placing his palm against its spiraling trunk. The connection re-established instantly, and he felt the ancient being's immediate understanding of their predicament. It's willing to help, he reported. But it needs a specific destination, a fixed point to anchor the transition. Merlin quickly retrieved the Nexus map crystal, studying it intently. Here, she said after a moment, pointing to one of the brighter pulsing lights. This fragment appears to be stationary and located in a relatively stable dimensional plane. Based on the resonance pattern, it's one of the larger fragments as well, perhaps containing as much as a quarter of your divine essence. That's our target then, Naruto decided. How do we do this? Under Merlin's guidance and with the tree's assistance through their mental link, Naruto began to channel energy in a specific pattern, creating a controlled dimensional rift similar to what had brought the first fragment through, but large enough for people to pass through. The doors to the inner sanctuary shuddered under magical assault as Varian's forces attempted to breach the final barrier. Hurry! Elizabeth urged, maintaining her own golden energy field to help stabilize the growing rift. Almost there, Naruto gritted out, feeling the strain of manipulating forces he still only partially understood. Just need to lock the coordinates. With a sound like reality itself tearing, but in a controlled, precise manner, a portal opened before them. Through it, they could see a landscape unlike anything in Britannia, massive crystal formations jutting from a red-hued desert, twin suns hanging in a turquoise sky, and in the distance, what appeared to be a city built into the side of a mountain. "That's definitely not Kansas anymore," Naruto muttered. "The dimensional coordinates are stable," Merlin confirmed. "But we must move quickly, maintaining this portal requires tremendous energy." The doors to the sanctuary began to crack, magical energy seeping through the widening fissures. Time to go, Naruto decided, creating one final shadow clone. "This clone will hold the portal open until we're through, then follow." "Your Majesty," Elizabeth turned to her father. "You should remain here. Lyonesse needs its king, especially with the growing crisis." Baltra hesitated, clearly torn between duty to his kingdom and concern for his daughter. "You're right, of course. But how will you return?" "The fragment should enhance Naruto's abilities further," Merlin explained. "With 2 fragments restored, creating a return portal should be significantly easier." "We'll come back as soon as we secure the fragment," Elizabeth promised, embracing her father quickly. The sanctuary doors shattered inward, and Varian stood framed in the entrance, flanked by a dozen mage guards with weapons drawn. "Seize them," he commanded. "By order of the Royal Council. Now!" Naruto shouted. Elizabeth and Merlin leaped through the portal. Naruto locked eyes with Baltra, who nodded once in understanding, then turned to face Varian with regal authority. "Lord Varian," the king's voice boomed. "You overstep your authority. Stand down immediately." As Baltra created the necessary distraction, Naruto backed toward the portal. His shadow clone was visibly straining to maintain the dimensional opening against the natural forces trying to close it. "Sorry about the mess," Naruto called to Varian with a cocky salute, then stepped backward through the portal just as the mage guards rushed forward. The last thing he saw before the portal closed was Baltra standing proud and unintimidated before Varian's forces, every inch a king despite being outnumbered. Then reality twisted, and Naruto was falling through a kaleidoscopic tunnel between dimensions, Elizabeth and Merlin tumbling alongside him. The journey lasted both an instant and an eternity, their perceptions unable to properly process transit through higher dimensional space. Then, with a disorienting lurch, they were deposited unceremoniously onto the red sand of the alien desert they had glimpsed through the portal. Naruto groaned, sitting up and spitting out sand that tasted faintly of cinnamon. "Everyone okay?" Elizabeth was already on her feet, looking remarkably composed despite their rough landing. "Unharmed. Merlin." The Archmage was checking her various magical instruments, several of which were smoking slightly. "The dimensional transition affected some of my equipment, but I'm fine. And the Nexus map survived intact." Naruto stood, taking in their surroundings properly. The alien landscape was even more striking up close. The crystal formations he'd seen from a distance towered hundreds of feet high, refracting the light from the twin suns into rainbow patterns across the desert. The air was dry but breathable, with a faint scent like burned sugar. "So," he said, brushing red sand from his clothes, "anyone know where we are?" "Based on the Nexus map and these readings," Merlin replied, consulting her instruments, "we've arrived in what the ancient texts called the Crystal Dominion, one of the 7 key dimensions used during the fragmentation process." "And the fragment?" Elizabeth asked, shielding her eyes to study the distant city. "There," Merlin pointed toward the mountain city. "The resonance signature is unmistakable." Naruto focused in the indicated direction, and sure enough, he could feel it, a pull similar to what he'd experienced with the first fragment, but stronger, more defined. Part of himself, waiting to be reclaimed. "Then that's where we're heading," he decided. "Any idea what we might be walking into? Friendly natives? Hostile monsters? Cosmic horrors from beyond time?" "The records regarding the Crystal Dominion are limited," Merlin admitted. It was chosen as a repository dimension precisely because it was relatively stable and isolated from major cosmic conflicts. That was 10,000 years ago, Elizabeth pointed out. Much could have changed since then. Only one way to find out, Naruto said, setting off toward the distant city with determined strides. And the sooner we get that fragment, the sooner we can get back to help your father deal with Varian and his magic police. Elizabeth and Merlin fell in beside him, and together they began the trek across the alien desert toward the Crystal City and whatever awaited them there. Behind them, their footprints in the red sand briefly glowed with iridescent light before being swept away by a wind that seemed to whisper in a language none of them could quite understand, yet. The journey across the crystal desert was grueling but not impossible. The twin suns beat down with intense heat, but periodically they would pass through the shadow of one of the massive crystal formations, providing brief respite. These crystals, Merlin discovered, were actually living organisms, silicon-based life forms that grew over centuries, communicating with each other through subtle vibrations. Can you hear them? Elizabeth asked Naruto after Merlin explained this. With your divine senses? Naruto focused, reaching out with his newly enhanced perceptions. To his surprise, he could indeed detect a faint chorus of voices, not sound exactly, but patterns of energy exchanged between the crystal beings. Yeah, he confirmed. They're singing. Or something like it. Sharing information about environmental changes, tracking the movement of the suns. Fascinating, Merlin murmured. Your connection to the primordial forces allows you to perceive communications that exist outside normal sensory parameters. They've noticed us, Naruto added, still listening to the crystal song. We're being discussed. They don't get many visitors here, especially not from other dimensions. Are they hostile? Elizabeth asked. No, just curious. They perceive time differently, much slower. To them, we're moving incredibly fast, like watching insects dart around. As they continued toward the city, more details became visible. What had initially appeared to be buildings carved into the mountainside were actually enormous, geometrically perfect structures that merged seamlessly with the natural rock. The entire city glinted with embedded crystals similar to the formations in the desert, creating a dazzling display as sunlight struck its surfaces. Look there, Merlin pointed to a procession emerging from the city gates. It appears we've been noticed by more than just the crystal entities. A group of figures was indeed approaching, humanoid but clearly not human. They were tall and slender, with skin that ranged from pale blue to deep violet, and what appeared to be crystalline growths integrated into their bodies, some with crystal spikes protruding from shoulders or spines, others with faceted patterns embedded in their flesh. The crystalline people, Merlin identified them. Mentioned in a few of the oldest texts as guardians appointed to watch over certain cosmic repositories. Appointed by who? Naruto asked. By the primordial deities, Elizabeth replied softly. By you, in your former incarnation. That was a sobering thought. Naruto watched the approaching procession with new eyes, wondering what these people would make of the reincarnated version of their ancient patron. The crystalline people halted about 50 yards away, and one figure stepped forward, taller than the rest, with elaborate crystal formations creating what looked like a crown or headdress above their elongated skull. Visitors from beyond, the figure called out in a voice that sounded like wine through crystal chimes. You stand upon the sacred sands of Chryseeks. Identify yourselves and your purpose. Naruto glanced at his companions, then stepped forward. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. These are my friends, Elizabeth and Merlin. We've come seeking something that was left in your care long ago. The crystal-crowned figure tilted their head in a curiously bird-like manner. Many things were left in our care, traveler. Some are not meant to be reclaimed. This one is, Naruto replied, allowing some of his divine energy to manifest visibly around him, the now familiar iridescent aura that shifted between all possible colors. I've come for a fragment of myself. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. The entire procession dropped to one knee, bowing their heads in what appeared to be reverence or awe. The leader's crystal crown began to glow with responsive light. "The prism deity returns," they announced in that chiming voice. As was foretold in the Crystal Codex. Elizabeth stepped forward to stand beside Naruto. "You recognize his energy signature?" "It is unmistakable," the leader replied, rising gracefully. "I am Kyrzelian, High Resonator of Chryseeks. For 10,000 cycles, my lineage has maintained vigilance over the sacred fragment, awaiting the day of the Prism Deity's return." "Prism Deity?" Naruto repeated. "Is that what you call the Chaos Deity here?" "Names shift across dimensions," Merlin murmured. "Different cultures interpret the same cosmic forces through their own conceptual frameworks. We have awaited this day," Kyrzelian continued. "Though the signs speak of both promise and peril. The crystal harmonic has been disturbed of late, frequencies of discord ripple across the dimensional barriers. The void harbinger stirs," Elizabeth confirmed. "The seals weaken. That's why we seek to restore the fragments now." Kyrzelian's expression, difficult to read on their alien features, grew solemn. "Then there is no time to waste. Please, follow us to the resonance spire, where the sacred fragment awaits." The procession reformed around them, escorting them toward the crystal city with ceremonial formality. As they walked, Kyrzelian explained more about their culture and their connection to the Prism Deity. "Our ancestors were chosen as guardians not only for their crystalline nature, which resonates with your divine energy, but for their devotion to harmonious existence. The fragment was entrusted to us with specific instructions for its preservation and eventual return." "What kind of instructions?" Naruto asked. "The fragment was to be housed within our most sacred crystal growth, the heart of Chryseeks. There, it would be sustained by continuous harmonic resonance, neither diminishing nor expanding, until the true vessel returned to claim it." "And you've maintained this resonance for 10,000 years?" Merlin asked, clearly impressed. Without interruption, Kyrzelian confirmed with evident pride. "It is our most sacred duty. Each generation of resonators trains from birth to maintain the precise frequencies required. They passed through the city gates, massive structures of crystal and an unfamiliar metal that hummed faintly when they approached. Inside, the city was even more impressive than it had appeared from a distance. Buildings of impossible geometry rose in spiraling formations, connected by bridges of pure crystal that seemed to float unsupported. The streets were paved with a mosaic of smaller crystals that glowed softly underfoot, changing colors in response to the emotions of those walking upon them. The crystalline people lined these streets, watching their procession with wide, faceted eyes that reflected light in hypnotic patterns. Some bowed deeply as Naruto passed, while others made musical sounds that seemed to be their form of reverent murmuring. "They really take this deity stuff seriously," Naruto muttered to Elizabeth. "You, or rather, the Chaos Deity, likely played a formative role in their civilization's development," she replied quietly. "Remember, the primordial deities didn't just create worlds, they shaped cultures, guided evolutionary paths, established the fundamental principles that would define entire species." "Talk about responsibility," Naruto sighed. "And I thought becoming Hokage would be a big job." At the center of the city rose their destination, the resonant spire, a towering structure that appeared to be a single massive crystal, growing naturally from the mountain's peak but clearly shaped by intelligent design. It pulsed with inner light that shifted in regular patterns, and a low, musical humming emanated from it, audible even from a distance. "The heart of Chryseeks lies within the spire," Kyrzelian explained as they approached. "Only those with crystalline resonance may enter normally, but for you, Prism Deity, the way will open freely." True to their word, as they reached the base of the spire, what had appeared to be solid crystal suddenly shifted, molecules rearranging to create an archway where moments before there had been only seamless surface. "Okay, that was cool," Naruto admitted. Inside, the spire was even more impressive. The interior was hollow, creating a vast chamber that extended the full height of the structure. Spiraling ramps wound around the inner walls, leading upward to various levels and chambers. But what dominated the space was the formation at the center, a massive crystal cluster that pulsed with life and energy, suspended in mid-air without visible support. The heart of Chryseeks, Kyr Zelian announced reverently. And within it, the sacred fragment. Naruto could feel it immediately, a powerful resonance with something inside the crystal heart, pulling at him like a magnet. This fragment was indeed much larger than the first one he'd reclaimed, its energy signature more defined, more complete. "How do I get to it?" he asked, studying the floating crystal that hovered at least 30 feet above the floor. "The way will reveal itself to the true vessel," Kyr Zelian replied, stepping back with the other crystalline people to form a circle around the chamber's perimeter. "We will maintain the harmonic chorus to facilitate the transfer, but you must initiate the connection." Merlin and Elizabeth also withdrew, giving Naruto space to approach the crystal heart alone. "Remember what happened with the first fragment," Elizabeth called softly. "Let the connection form naturally." Naruto nodded, stepping into the center of the chamber directly beneath the floating crystal formation. He closed his eyes, focusing on the pull he felt, the resonance between the fragment of divine essence within the heart and the similar energy now flowing through him. The crystalline people began to sing, there was no other word for it, though what emerged from their mouths wasn't exactly sound as humans understood it. It was harmonic resonance given voice, patterns of vibration that seemed to make the very air crystallize momentarily before dissolving again. Responding to their song, Naruto allowed his divine energy to flow outward, creating a visible aura of iridescent light that surrounded him and reached upward toward the heart. The crystal formation responded, its pulsing light synchronizing with the rhythm of his energy. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the heart began to descend, drawn toward Naruto by forces that transcended conventional physics. As it came closer, he could see something within its core, a swirling mass of energy that matched his aura perfectly, separated from him by layers of living crystal. "The sacred fragment awaits," Kyr Zelian's voice echoed through the chamber, barely audible over the harmonic chorus. "Reach for what is yours by right and cosmic law." Naruto extended his hands upward as the heart descended to eye level. The moment his fingertips made contact with the crystal surface, a shock ran through his entire body, not pain, but recognition so intense it momentarily overwhelmed his senses. The crystal parted beneath his touch, opening like a flower in bloom to reveal the fragment at its core, a swirling vortex of iridescent energy that pulsed with what felt like eager anticipation. "I remember you," Naruto whispered, though he wasn't entirely sure where the words came from, his human consciousness or the awakening deity within him. The fragment responded, surging forward to meet his outstretched hands. Unlike the first fragment, which had simply been absorbed, this one seemed to dance around him first, circling his body in a display of joyous recognition before finally merging with his chest in a flash of brilliant light. The impact was exponentially stronger than the first fragment's integration. Naruto gasped, his knees buckling as a flood of power and memory crashed through him like a tsunami. His perception expanded dramatically, suddenly he was aware of the crystalline structure of everything around him down to the molecular level, could feel the vibrations of subatomic particles, could sense the flow of time itself as a tangible current. And the memories, so many memories, far more complete than what he'd recovered so far. The fragment contained not just power but experience, knowledge, perspective that spanned epochs before human comprehension of time even existed. Creation of star systems. Formation of dimensional boundaries. Conversations with entities of pure energy. Decisions that shaped the fate of countless civilizations. And always, always the presence of the radiant goddess beside him, Elizabeth's divine self, her light balancing his chaos through innumerable cycles of cosmic evolution. But darker memories too, the growing detachment he'd felt as eons passed, the gradual separation from the very creations he'd helped birth. The terrible conflict with his brother, the sundered one who would become the Void Harbinger, and the heartbreaking decision to seal him away for the safety of all existence. Naruto. Elizabeth's voice penetrated the flood of memory, anchoring him to the present. Her hands gripped his shoulders, golden energy flowing into him, helping to stabilize the integration process. He blinked, gradually becoming aware of his surroundings again. The harmonic chorus had ceased, and the crystalline people were watching with what appeared to be awe and concern. The heart of Chryseis had returned to its suspended position, though it was now dark, its purpose fulfilled. "I'm okay," he managed, though his voice sounded strange even to himself, deeper, more resonant, with harmonics that hadn't been there before. "Just, a lot to process." "Your energy signature has changed dramatically," Merlin observed, scanning him with one of her devices. "This fragment contained approximately 30% of your divine essence. Combined with the previous fragment, you've now recovered over 40% of your original power." "It feels like more than just power," Naruto said, carefully regaining his feet with Elizabeth's help. "It's perspective. Understanding. Things I knew but didn't know I knew." "The awakening accelerates," Kyrzelian observed. "As was foretold. The prism deity returns not in a single moment, but through a cascade of remembrance." Naruto looked down at his hands, which now emitted a subtle but constant iridescent glow that he couldn't seem to fully suppress. His senses remained heightened, he could perceive spectra beyond normal light, could hear vibrations no human ear could detect. "Is he still himself?" he heard Elizabeth ask Merlin quietly, concern evident in her voice. "His core consciousness appears stable," Merlin replied after studying him for a moment. "But the integration of such a significant fragment was bound to cause changes. The question is whether his human identity can maintain coherence as more of the divine essence returns." "I'm still me," Naruto asserted, meeting Elizabeth's worried gaze. "Just, more. Like I've been seeing everything through a foggy window, and someone just wiped part of it clear." Elizabeth studied him intently, then nodded, apparently satisfied by what she saw in his eyes. "What do you remember now that you didn't before?" Naruto considered the question, sorting through the avalanche of new memories and knowledge. "The fragmentation process, I understand it better now. It wasn't just about scattering my power, it was about creating a recursive loop of experience. Each fragment was placed in a dimension where it would accumulate specific types of knowledge or perspective before eventual reintegration. A deliberate educational process," Merlin surmised. "Fascinating. And this fragment," Naruto continued, "was specifically about harmony and structure, the constructive aspect of chaos, not just its entropy. That's why it was entrusted to the crystalline people, whose entire existence is built around harmonic resonance." Kyrzelian bowed deeply. "We have fulfilled our sacred duty. The fragment has returned to its rightful vessel." "Thank you," Naruto said, bowing in return. "Your people have maintained their vigil faithfully." "What of the Void Harbinger?" Kyrzelian asked, straightening. "Our harmonic sensors have detected growing discord across the dimensional barriers. The signs align with the ancient warnings." "It's breaking free," Naruto confirmed grimly. "The seal weakens as void corruption spreads across multiple dimensions, including the one we just came from." "Then you must continue your quest to reunite all fragments," Kyrzelian declared. "Only the fully restored prism deity can renew the seal and contain the void's advance." "That's the plan," Naruto agreed. "But first we need to return to Britannia. There are people there who need our help, and the void breaches are spreading rapidly. With your increased power, creating a return portal should be significantly easier," Merlin noted, consulting the Nexus map crystal. "Particularly here, where the dimensional barriers are already attuned to your divine signature." Naruto nodded, then turned back to Kyrzelian. "Is there anything else I should know before we depart? Anything left here besides the fragment?" The High Resonator hesitated, then gestured to one of their companions, who stepped forward bearing what appeared to be a small crystal pyramid. "This was left alongside the sacred fragment, with instructions that it be returned to you upon reclamation." Naruto accepted the pyramid, which felt surprisingly warm in his hand. As soon as he touched it, symbols appeared across its surface, writing in a language he shouldn't have understood but now could read perfectly. "A message," he murmured, scanning the crystalline text. "From myself. Or rather, from the chaos deity at the time of fragmentation." "What does it say?" Elizabeth asked, stepping closer to examine the pyramid. It's a warning, Naruto translated, his expression growing troubled. About the Sundered One, about his true nature and why he became the Void Harbinger. The crystal pyramid began to glow, projecting an image above it, a three-dimensional representation of two figures that Naruto recognized immediately. One was the Chaos Deity in its pure form, a being of swirling iridescent energy with features similar to his own but more refined, more cosmic. The other was the Sundered One before corruption, similar in appearance but with subtle differences, its energy signature a deep purple rather than iridescent. A voice emerged from the pyramid, a voice that was eerily similar to Naruto's own, yet older, wiser, carrying the weight of eons. To my future self, the voice intoned, I leave this memory intact, that you might understand what the fragmentation may cause you to forget. The Void Harbinger was once Zora's, my brother in creation, my equal in the shaping of realities. What began as philosophical difference, his preference for perfect order against my embrace of creative chaos, grew into unbridgeable division. The projected image shifted, showing the two deities in what appeared to be conflict, their energies clashing across a backdrop of stars and nascent galaxies. When Zoras began unmaking worlds that did not meet his standard of perfection, intervention became necessary. The battle between us tore reality itself, created the first void breaches as byproducts of our power unleashed without restraint. In the end, I could not destroy him, not my brother, not the other half of primordial creation. Instead, I constructed a seal to contain him beyond the boundaries of conventional dimensions. The image changed again, showing the elaborate, multi-layered seal being constructed around a now darkening figure that was losing definition, becoming more void than entity. But know this, future self, the seal requires constant maintenance by one who understands its construction, by me, by you, by us. The fragmentation was necessary to regain perspective, to reconnect with the value of imperfect creation. But it comes at terrible cost, the seal weakens with each passing age. If Zoras breaks free before you are fully restored, he will not seek merely to destroy you, but to unmake all we have created together with the Radiant One. The image faded, but the voice continued, softer now, almost sad. Remember also that despite what he became, Zoras was not evil, merely absolute in his vision. In his mind, returning all to void is an act of compassion, freeing existence from what he perceives as the suffering inherent in imperfection. If confrontation comes, remember this truth. It may offer the key to resolution beyond mere conflict. With those final words, the pyramid went dark, its message delivered. Silence fell over the resonant spire as everyone absorbed the implications. The Void Harbinger is your brother, Elizabeth said softly. Not metaphorically, but literally, another primordial deity. And one who believes he's doing the right thing, Naruto added, still staring at the now dormant pyramid. From his perspective, unmaking reality is an act of mercy. The most dangerous adversaries are often those who believe absolutely in the righteousness of their cause, Merlin observed. But this information gives us something perhaps even more valuable than power, context. Understanding the Harbinger's motivations may prove crucial in confronting him. Naruto pocketed the crystal pyramid, its weight a reminder of the growing responsibility he carried. We need to move quickly. If the seal is deteriorating as rapidly as we've seen, we don't have much time to collect the remaining fragments. Then let us prepare for your departure, Kyrzelian said. The harmonic chorus will assist in stabilizing the dimensional passage. With the crystalline people's help, Naruto began preparing to open a portal back to Britannia. His newly enhanced powers made the process much easier than before, allowing him to precisely target their destination, the sacred tree chamber where they had departed. As the portal began to form, Kyrzelian approached Naruto one final time. Prism deity, when balance is restored and the void contained, will you return to us? There is much our people would learn from your renewed wisdom. Naruto hesitated, struck by the unexpected question. These people had faithfully guarded a piece of his divine essence for 10,000 years, their entire civilization shaped around that sacred duty. They looked to him not just as a returning deity but as a teacher, a guide. I will, he promised, surprising himself with how right the words felt. When this is over, I'll return. There's probably a lot I could learn from your people too. Kyrzelian's crystalline features shifted in what appeared to be their version of a smile. The cycle of teaching and learning continues. This is as it should be. The portal stabilized, showing the sacred tree chamber on the other side, apparently empty for the moment, though signs of the earlier conflict were visible in scorch marks on the walls and broken furniture. Thank you, Naruto said to Kyrzelian and the assembled crystalline people. For everything. With Elizabeth and Merlin beside him, he stepped through the portal, leaving behind a world of living crystal and returning to the urgent crisis in Britannia. The portal sealed behind them with a soft chiming sound, like crystal bells in the distance. They had recovered 2 fragments. 10 remained scattered across 5 more dimensions. And in Britannia, void breaches were spreading, the Divine Council was interfering, and Varian's forces had seized control of the capital. But Naruto felt more confident than before. With each fragment reclaimed, not only did his power grow, but his understanding deepened. He was still Naruto Uzumaki, shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, but he was also remembering what it meant to be the Chaos Deity, creator and protector of countless realities. The real question was, what would he become when those 2 identities fully merged? And would it be enough to face his brother-turned-adversary when the final confrontation came? The sacred tree chamber was eerily quiet when they emerged from the portal. The great tree still stood, its luminous leaves casting soft light throughout the sanctuary, but signs of the earlier battle were evident everywhere, scorch marks on the walls, shattered crystal fixtures, and a faint residue of magical energy that made the air taste metallic. No guards, Elizabeth noted with concern. After Varian's forces breached this place, I would have expected them to post sentries. Perhaps they didn't expect us to return here, Merlin suggested, already checking her instruments. Or they may be conserving resources for more pressing concerns. Naruto extended his senses, a process that felt remarkably natural now with the additional fragment integrated. His awareness swept outward, beyond the chamber, through the temple, into the city beyond. What he detected made him frown deeply. The void breaches have multiplied, he reported grimly. I can sense at least 27 within the kingdom's borders alone, and they're growing. Expanding. 27. Elizabeth's alarm was evident. There were only a handful when we left. The deterioration is accelerating, Merlin concluded, consulting the Nexus map. Our dimensional travel may have inadvertently weakened the barriers further. Or the Harbinger senses my reawakening and is pushing harder against his constraints, Naruto added, the Crystal Pyramid's message fresh in his mind. Either way, we don't have much time. He moved to the chamber doors, which hung partially off their hinges, cautiously peering into the corridor beyond. No immediate signs of Varian's forces, but the temple itself seems abandoned. Even the acolytes are gone. They may have evacuated due to the growing void activity, Elizabeth suggested. Or been forced out during Varian's attack. We need information, Merlin declared. Current conditions in the city, the status of King Baltra, the extent of void contamination. Operating blindly could lead us into unnecessary danger. Naruto grinned. Information gathering happens to be another shinobi specialty. He formed a familiar hand sign, and a dozen shadow clones materialized around him, each one glowing faintly with the same iridescent energy that now constantly surrounded him. These are different from your previous clones, Merlin observed, studying them with scholarly interest. More substantive. More independent. Yeah, I can feel it, Naruto agreed. With the divine energy, they're more like partial projections of myself rather than simple copies. They can operate independently for longer and at greater distances. He turned to the clones. Fan out across the city. Stay hidden, gather information about the current situation, especially anything about King Baltra, Varian's forces, and the void breaches. Report back in 30 minutes or if you discover anything urgent. The clones nodded in unison, then dispersed with a speed and fluidity that seemed almost supernatural, phasing through solid walls in some cases rather than using doors or windows. "That's new," Naruto commented, watching one clone simply pass through a stone column. "Apparently they can partially exist outside conventional physical laws now. Your divine essence is remembering its true nature," Merlin explained. "Physical matter is ultimately just organized energy from a cosmic perspective. Your clones now operate partially on that higher level of reality." While waiting for the clones to return, they took stock of their situation and resources. Merlin's instruments were showing alarming readings from throughout the kingdom, void energy signatures increasing in both number and intensity. Elizabeth attempted to contact her father through magical means but encountered interference. "The communication networks are being suppressed," she concluded with frustration. "Likely Varian's doing, standard procedure during a state of emergency to prevent unauthorized information spread." "Controlling the narrative," Naruto muttered. "Never a good sign." After 20 minutes, the first clone returned, phasing through the ceiling and landing lightly beside them. "The city's under martial law," it reported. "Mage guard checkpoints at every major intersection, magical barriers between districts, civilian movement restricted. They're calling it a dimensional emergency quarantine." "And my father?" Elizabeth asked anxiously. "Officially, he's secluded for protection during the crisis," the clone replied with air quotes. "But rumors suggest he's been placed under house arrest in the east wing of the palace. Varian's acting as regent with emergency powers granted by the Council of Mages." "So, a magical coup," Naruto summarized. "Convenient timing, with all these void breaches giving him the perfect excuse." A second clone appeared. "The void situation's worse than we thought. The breaches aren't just passive tears anymore, they're spawning entities. Void constructs. The Mage Guard is fighting them in the outer districts, but they're struggling to contain them. Manifested void entities." Merlin's expression grew deeply troubled. "That suggests the Harbinger's influence is growing stronger, reaching through the weakened barriers to affect our reality directly." Over the next few minutes, the remaining clones returned, each bringing more pieces of the increasingly grim situation. The city's defensive barrier had been reinforced but was showing signs of strain against the growing void incursions. Civilian casualties were mounting in the outer districts. And perhaps most concerning, Divine Council proxies had been spotted working alongside Varian's forces, suggesting an alliance that transcended dimensional boundaries. "They're searching for us specifically," one clone reported. "Varian's declared us reality criminals responsible for the dimensional destabilization. There's a reward for information leading to our capture." Reality criminals? Naruto couldn't help but laugh despite the severity of the situation. "That's a new one." "It's no laughing matter," Elizabeth chided. "Varian is using fear of the void breaches to consolidate power and turn public opinion against us, the very people trying to stop the actual threat." "Classic misdirection," Naruto agreed, sobering. "We had plenty of that in my world too. So what's our move? We can't help anyone if we're captured, but we can't just hide out here either." Merlin was studying the Nexus map crystal, which now displayed not just the locations of the remaining fragments but also tracked void breach concentrations across dimensions. "The situation may be worse than we realized. Look here." She pointed to a swirling dark mass at the map's center that appeared to be growing, tendrils extending outward to connect with the proliferating breach points. "The Harbinger's prison is deteriorating structurally. These aren't just random breaches, they're forming a specific pattern." A summoning pattern, Naruto realized, divine knowledge surfacing in his mind. "The breaches are creating a dimensional gateway large enough for the Harbinger to manifest physically." "How long do we have?" Elizabeth asked. Merlin performed some complex calculations with one of her devices. "At the current rate of deterioration, less than 48 hours before a complete prison collapse." 2 days, Naruto muttered. "To collect 10 more fragments scattered across 5 dimensions. Impossible by conventional means, Merlin acknowledged. Even with your enhanced abilities, creating and traversing that many-dimensional portals in such a short time would be beyond your current power level. Then we need to be smarter about this, Naruto decided. The Nexus map shows all fragment locations. Are any of them clustered? Multiple fragments in a single dimension we could collect efficiently. Merlin examined the map closely. Yes, actually. 3 fragments appear to be located in relatively close proximity in this dimension here. She pointed to a pulsing light, what the ancient texts called the verdant expanse. 3 at once would be a significant boost, Elizabeth noted. Potentially enough to dramatically slow the Harbinger's emergence. And buy us time to form a better plan, Naruto concluded. That's our next target then. But first, Elizabeth interjected, we need to help my father. If Varian has placed him under house arrest, the kingdom is effectively leaderless against the true threat. Agreed, Naruto said. No point saving reality if we let this one corner of it fall to a power-hungry mage with delusions of grandeur. The palace will be heavily guarded, Merlin cautioned. Magical barriers, mage guard patrols, possibly divine council proxies as well. Naruto grinned, cracking his knuckles. Good thing I've got a bit more divine juice in the tank now. Plus, I'm getting pretty good at breaking magical barriers. They quickly formulated a plan. Using Naruto's enhanced shadow clones as both distractions and intelligence gatherers, they would infiltrate the palace, locate and free King Baltra, then use the royal authorization codes to access the kingdom's communication network and broadcast the truth about Varian's coup and the real nature of the void threat. Once the people understand what's really happening, Varian's position will be significantly weakened, Elizabeth explained. My father has ruled justly for decades, his word still carries tremendous weight with both nobles and commoners. And after we secure the kingdom? Merlin asked. Then we make a run for the verdant expanse and those 3 fragments, Naruto decided. With 5 fragments restored, I should have enough power to create a sustainable defense against the Harbinger's initial emergence, at least temporarily. A holding action, Merlin concluded. Not ideal, but potentially viable given our constraints. Sometimes you have to defend before you can counterattack, Naruto replied with a shrug. That's like Shinobi Tactics 101. With their immediate plan established, they prepared to move. Naruto created another batch of shadow clones, sending them ahead to map routes and identify potential threats around the palace. Merlin prepared several magical devices designed to counter or disrupt the specific types of wards Varian favored. Elizabeth, meanwhile, closed her eyes in silent communion with her own divine heritage, golden light briefly enveloping her as she accessed deeper aspects of her goddess-derived powers. When she opened her eyes, they glowed with subtle golden light, and the faint outline of wings was again visible behind her. I may not have recovered fragments like you, she said to Naruto's questioning look, but I can still tap into more of my divine essence when necessary. Handy, Naruto replied with an appreciative nod. Any other divine party tricks I should know about before we crash Varian's coup? A few, Elizabeth admitted with a small smile. The radiant goddess wasn't just about healing and light. She also commanded aspects of truth and revelation, breaking illusions, dispelling deceptions. Perfect for exposing a manipulative power grab, Merlin noted with approval. Between Naruto's chaos-derived abilities and your powers of revelation, Varian's carefully constructed narrative should crumble quite effectively. They moved cautiously through the abandoned temple, emerging into a city transformed since their departure. The streets were eerily empty except for mage guard patrols, the sky above darkened by both natural night and the spreading void breaches that looked like tears in the fabric of reality itself. In the distance, they could see magical barriers glowing around the palace district, their light pulsing in regular patterns that indicated active security protocols. Ready? Naruto asked his companions as they paused in the shadow of a tall building overlooking the first checkpoint. Elizabeth's expression hardened with determination. More than ready. It's time to reclaim my kingdom and save my father. And incidentally, Merlin added dryly, prevent the unraveling of all existence. Just another day in the life of a shinobi, Naruto quipped. Or a chaos deity. Or whatever I am now. Let's do this. They moved forward into the night, three figures against a city of enemies, racing against a cosmic clock counting down to annihilation. The palace infiltration began with a diversion that only someone with Naruto's unique abilities could create. Dozens of shadow clones transformed to resemble ordinary citizens, staged what appeared to be a panic response to a void breach on the opposite side of the palace district. As Mage Guard forces were diverted to contain the supposed incident, Naruto, Elizabeth, and Merlin approached the eastern wall, the least defended section due to its proximity to the royal gardens, traditionally considered a secure area. Magical detection wards every 20 feet, Merlin reported, scanning the wall with one of her devices. Motion-sensitive alarm triggers, and what appears to be a new void detection grid, likely installed specifically to track your divine energy signature. Can you disable them? Elizabeth asked. Not without triggering secondary alerts, Merlin replied. But perhaps we don't need to. She turned to Naruto. With your enhanced abilities, you might be able to create a localized dimensional fold, not a full portal, but a temporary overlap that would allow us to step through the barriers as if they weren't there. Naruto considered this, accessing newly integrated knowledge from the divine fragments. Like phase-shifting reality itself rather than us. Yeah, I think I can manage that. Small area, short duration. He placed his hands against the wall, feeling the complex magical fields embedded within it. With his awakened senses, they were visible as intricate patterns of energy, layered defenses designed to detect and repel intruders. Rather than trying to disable these systems, he focused on the fabric of reality itself around a small section of the wall. Iridescent energy flowed from his palms, seeping into the stone. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen, then, gradually, a section of the wall about 6 feet high and 3 feet wide began to shimmer, becoming translucent and slightly distorted, like looking through flowing water. I've created a temporary phase variance, Naruto explained, maintaining concentration. The wall exists and doesn't exist simultaneously in this spot. We can pass through, but the wards won't trigger because technically we're not breaking or bypassing them, we're moving through a dimension where they don't exist. Fascinating application of quantum uncertainty principles, Merlin murmured, studying the effect with evident scientific interest. Less admiring, more moving, Elizabeth suggested practically. How long can you maintain this? Maybe 30 seconds before reality reasserts itself, Naruto replied, already feeling the strain of holding such a fundamental alteration. You two first. Merlin stepped forward without hesitation, passing through the shimmering section as if it were merely air. Elizabeth followed quickly, giving Naruto an encouraging nod as she passed. With his companions safely through, Naruto released his hold on the shadow clones, creating the diversion across the district. They would continue their programmed actions for several more minutes before dispelling, then stepped through his own dimensional fold, allowing it to collapse behind him. They found themselves in the royal gardens, once meticulously maintained but now showing signs of neglect, likely the gardeners had been restricted during Varian's security lockdown. This worked in their favor, as the overgrown shrubs and untrimmed hedges provided additional cover as they made their way toward the palace proper. The east wing is there, Elizabeth whispered, pointing to a section of the palace characterized by tall, narrow windows with distinctive blue-tinted glass. My father's private quarters occupy the 3rd floor. More guards than usual, Naruto observed, counting at least 8 mage guards patrolling just the visible portion of that wing. And something else, can you feel that? Merlin nodded grimly. Void energy. Faint but present. They're using void-derived containment spells, extremely dangerous and technically forbidden under kingdom law. Varian's getting desperate, Elizabeth said, her expression hardening. Using void energy as a weapon or tool is expressly prohibited due to its corrupting influence. Even researching it requires special dispensation from the king himself. Which I'm guessing Daddy Dearest didn't provide, Naruto surmised. So either Varian's gone completely rogue, or Or he has allies from beyond our dimension providing knowledge and resources, Merlin completed the thought. The Divine Council's involvement grows more concerning. They worked their way closer to the East Wing, using a combination of Naruto's clones for reconnaissance and Merlin's magic to create momentary blind spots in the magical detection grid. As they reached a service entrance, Elizabeth suddenly tensed, her divine senses alerting her to a new presence. "Someone's coming," she whispered. "Not a guard. The energy signature is familiar." They quickly concealed themselves behind a large ornamental planter. Moments later, a cloaked figure emerged from the service door, moving with hurried purpose across the garden toward a small outbuilding. The hood fell back briefly, revealing a face they recognized. Lady Arcelia, Merlin identified the royal archivist. She survived the confrontation at the archives. And appears to be moving freely despite the lockdown, Elizabeth noted. That's either very good or very concerning. One way to find out, Naruto decided, creating a single shadow clone that stealthily followed the archivist to the outbuilding. They waited tensely until the clone dispelled itself minutes later, sending its information back to Naruto. His expression shifted from concern to relief. "She's with us," he reported. "After the archives fell, she escaped and has been working underground, gathering information and allies loyal to the king. That outbuilding contains a hidden passage to the East Wing, part of the same network of secret tunnels Baltra showed us earlier. Can we trust this information?" Merlin asked cautiously. "She could be under coercion or magical influence." "The clone got close enough to verify her aura," Naruto replied. "No void corruption or mind control signatures. And she specifically mentioned helping Elizabeth and her divine friend, when speaking to her contact." "Then we have our way in," Elizabeth decided. "Let's move before she departs." They hurried to the outbuilding, a simple stone structure that appeared to be a gardener's storage shed. Inside, they found Lady Arcelia consulting with a young man in servant's attire who blanched visibly at their sudden appearance. "Your Highness," he exclaimed, dropping into a hasty bow. "The rumors of your return were true." Arcelia turned, unsurprised. "Princess Elizabeth. Lord Naruto. Archmage Merlin. I wondered how long it would take you to find your way back to the palace. How did you know we had returned to Lyonesse?" Merlin asked, still somewhat suspicious. The elderly archivist smiled thinly. "The void breaches increased exponentially approximately 4 hours ago, coinciding with a massive energy surge in the Temple of the Sacred Tree. Since then, rumors have circulated about 3 figures matching your descriptions moving through the lower districts. I simply connected the rather obvious dots." "Fair enough," Naruto conceded with a grin. "So you're running some kind of resistance against Varian?" "Resistance implies greater numbers and organization than we currently possess," Arcelia replied dryly. "But yes, there are those of us who recognize Varian's emergency measures for the power grab they are." "My father," Elizabeth said urgently. "Is he well? Has Varian harmed him?" "King Baltra is physically unharmed but magically confined," Arcelia reported. "Varian has placed him under protective custody, using void-enhanced binding spells that prevent him from communicating with the outside world or exercising his royal authority." "Can you get us to him?" Naruto asked. "That is precisely why I came here tonight," Arcelia confirmed, gesturing to a heavy wooden cabinet that the young servant was now pulling away from the wall, revealing a narrow passage beyond. "This tunnel leads directly to a hidden entrance in the king's chambers. The magical barriers Varian erected do not account for passages he doesn't know exist." "Bless my father's paranoid preparation," Elizabeth said with genuine relief. "A wise king anticipates betrayal, even from trusted advisors," Arcelia noted. "Especially from trusted advisors." The tunnel was narrow and dusty, clearly unused for years until recently. They moved quickly but quietly, guided by Arcelia who seemed remarkably spry for her age as she navigated the passage with confident familiarity. "How far does Varian's influence extend?" Merlin asked as they walked. Has he secured the loyalty of all the kingdom's power centers? His control is substantial but not complete, Arcelia replied. The Mage Guard follows him due to his position as Royal Magical Investigator and the emergency powers granted by the Council. The regular military, however, has been largely sidelined, their commanders confined to barracks under house arrest. Removing potential opposition, Elizabeth observed grimly. Precisely. The noble houses are divided, some see opportunity in the chaos, while others remain loyal to the crown but are hesitant to act without clear leadership. The common people are largely focused on surviving the void incursions, which have grown increasingly dangerous. And the Divine Council's involvement? Naruto asked. Arcelia's expression darkened. More direct than I would have believed possible. Their proxies move openly alongside Varian's forces, providing what appears to be void-based containment technology. They claim to be assisting with the dimensional crisis, but their presence violates numerous ancient treaties. They're using the crisis they helped create to justify their interference, Merlin concluded. A convenient circular argument. After several more minutes of navigating increasingly narrow passages, they reached what appeared to be a dead end. Arcelia pressed her palm against a specific stone, channeling a small amount of magical energy into it. The wall slid aside with a nearly silent grinding, revealing an opening behind a large tapestry depicting the founding of Lyonesse. The king's bedchamber lies beyond, Arcelia whispered. 2 mage guards are stationed outside the main door, but they cannot see this entrance. How do we deal with the void-enhanced binding spells? Elizabeth asked. That's where you come in, Princess, Arcelia replied. Your divine light should be able to dispel void-based magic without triggering the alarm failsafes Varian has undoubtedly installed. They slipped through the opening, emerging behind the tapestry into a spacious, elegant chamber. King Baltra sat in a chair by the window, apparently reading by candlelight, though his posture suggested tension rather than relaxation. A faint purplish glow surrounded him, the visible manifestation of the binding spells Arcelia had mentioned. Father, Elizabeth called softly, stepping out from behind the tapestry. Baltra looked up sharply, his eyes widening with recognition and relief, though he made no move to rise. When he spoke, his voice was strained, as if pushing against resistance. Elizabeth. You, returned. Dangerous. The binding spells restrict his movement and speech, Arcelia explained. Among other functions. Elizabeth moved quickly to her father's side, golden light already gathering around her hands. I'll release you, father. Hold still. She placed her palms on either side of Baltra's head, closing her eyes in concentration. The golden glow intensified, spreading outward to envelop both of them. Where it met the purplish binding energy, a curious reaction occurred, rather than a violent clash, the void-enhanced magic simply dissolved, like darkness unable to exist in the presence of pure light. After several tense moments, the binding spell collapsed entirely. Baltra gasped as if drawing his first full breath in days, then stood, embracing his daughter tightly. Thank the goddesses, he murmured. I feared Varian would capture you upon your return. It'll take more than a magical bureaucrat to stop us, Naruto said with a grin, stepping forward. Though I have to say, Your Majesty, your kingdom's gone a bit downhill since we left. Baltra's eyes widened as he took in Naruto's transformed appearance, the constant iridescent aura, the subtle changes to his features that made him seem somehow more than human. You've recovered more of your divine essence, he observed. Successfully, it appears. 2 fragments down, 10 to go, Naruto confirmed. But we've got a bigger problem. The Harbinger's prison is deteriorating faster than expected. We have less than 2 days before complete collapse. So the void breaches are indeed heralds of something worse, Baltra said grimly. Varian has been using them to justify his seizure of power, claiming that only his decisive leadership can protect the kingdom. While conveniently blaming us for causing the problem in the first place, Elizabeth added. A narrative we need to correct immediately, Baltra decided. With Varian controlling the official channels of communication, the truth has been suppressed. People are operating on fear and misinformation. We need access to the arcane broadcast network, Merlin suggested. With royal authorization codes, we could override Varian's information blockade. The main broadcast nexus is in the central tower, Baltra said, moving to a concealed panel in the wall that, when opened, revealed a small safe. From it, he removed what appeared to be a crystal key inscribed with complex runes. This will grant access and override authority. Won't Varian have secured the nexus? Naruto asked. Undoubtedly, Baltra confirmed. But he lacks full understanding of the system's architecture. There are failsafes and backdoor protocols known only to the royal family and a select few archmages, including Merlin. I helped design the current iteration, Merlin explained. There's a secondary access point in the Royal Observatory that Varian may not have secured as thoroughly. We'll need to move quickly, Arcelia cautioned. The guard rotation changes in 30 minutes. After that, security around the palace perimeter doubles for the night shift. I'll create a diversion, Naruto decided. Something big enough to draw attention away from both the king's quarters and the path to the observatory. Nothing that endangers innocent lives, Baltra cautioned. How about something that actually helps people instead? Naruto suggested, a plan forming. Those void entities your guards are struggling against, I might be able to do something about them now that I've got more divine mojo working. A counteroffensive against the void incursions would certainly draw Varian's attention, Merlin noted. Particularly if it demonstrated greater effectiveness than his own forces have managed. Hit him in his ego, Naruto grinned. I like it. They quickly formulated a plan. Naruto would take a contingent of enhanced shadow clones to the southern district, where void breaches were most concentrated, and demonstrate his growing divine powers by containing or closing them, a very visible display that would force Varian to redirect forces to investigate or counter him. Meanwhile, Elizabeth would escort her father to the Royal Observatory while Merlin prepared the broadcast override. Arcelia would activate her network of loyalists to spread word through the city, ensuring maximum viewership when the king made his broadcast. We meet back at the Sacred Tree Temple when it's done, Naruto concluded. Then make our move for the verdant expanse and those 3 fragments. Be careful, Elizabeth told him, concern evident in her expression. The void entities are manifestations of the Harbinger's power, they may be specifically attuned to target you. I'll be fine, Naruto assured her with his characteristic confidence. Besides, I've got a score to settle with my brother anyway. Might as well start with his little void pets. As they prepared to move out, Baltra placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I've ruled this kingdom for over 3 decades, he said quietly. I've faced wars, plagues, magical catastrophes, and political upheavals. But never have I witnessed anything like what now approaches. The fate of not just Leoness but all existence rests on what unfolds in the coming days. No pressure or anything, Naruto quipped, though he felt the weight of the king's words. You are not what I expected when the ancient prophecies spoke of the Chaos Deity's return, Baltra continued with a small smile. You're perhaps something better, chaos tempered by humanity, power guided by compassion. Remember that as your divine essence continues to awaken. I will, Naruto promised, sobered by the king's insight. I'm still figuring out exactly what I am now, not fully human anymore, but not quite a god either. Something in between. Perhaps that in-between state is precisely what's needed, Baltra suggested. A bridge between mortal understanding and divine power. They parted ways, each to their assigned tasks. As Naruto slipped back through the secret passage, he couldn't help reflecting on Baltra's words. Throughout his life, he'd often found himself caught between different worlds, neither fully accepted by the village that feared the 9 tails within him, nor entirely aligned with the immense power he contained. Now, on a cosmic scale, he found himself in a similar position, caught between his human identity and his awakening divinity, between the mortal world he'd grown to love and the multidimensional responsibilities he was beginning to remember. But maybe, as Baltra suggested, that unique perspective was exactly what was needed to face the Void Harbinger, an entity of absolute cosmic certainty that had lost touch with the value of imperfect existence. With that thought strengthening his resolve, Naruto made his way out of the palace grounds, gathering chakra and divine energy for the confrontation ahead. It was time to show Varian, the Divine Council, and the Void Harbinger itself that the Chaos Deity had returned, and he was fighting for the messy, imperfect miracle of existence itself. The southern district of Lyonesse had become a battleground. Void breaches hung in the air like torn black wounds in reality, each one spilling forth creatures that defied conventional understanding, beings of pure negation shaped vaguely like animals or humans but with features that shifted and distorted, as if reality itself rejected their presence. Mage Guard squads fought desperately to contain them, erecting magical barriers that slowed but did not stop the void entity's advance. Civilians huddled in designated safe zones, protected by hastily established ward networks that glowed blue against the encroaching darkness. From his vantage point on a church steeple, Naruto surveyed the chaos below. This wasn't just a random manifestation of void energy, it was coordinated, purposeful. The entities were systematically attacking key magical infrastructure nodes, weakening the city's overall defensive grid. Smart, Naruto muttered to himself. Cut off the power, then go for the kill. He created 50 shadow clones, each glowing with the same iridescent energy that now constantly surrounded him. They spread out across the district, positioning themselves near the largest breaches and most concentrated fighting. Taking a deep breath, Naruto reached into his newly expanded awareness, drawing on knowledge and power from the two divine fragments he'd reclaimed. The Chaos Deity had fought the Void Harbinger before, had, in fact, created the original seals to contain it. Those memories were still fragmentary, but they contained enough information to work with. "All right, brother," Naruto murmured, addressing the unseen presence behind the void manifestations. "Let's see if I remember how to clean up your messes." He leapt from the steeple, enhanced strength and divine energy allowing him to soar across the district in a single bound. He landed in what had once been a market square, now the site of a major breach, a tear in reality nearly 20 feet across that pulsed with anti-light, spewing forth void entities that resembled twisted, elongated humanoids with too many limbs and features that seemed to shift when not directly observed. The mage guards fighting them looked exhausted, their magical barriers flickering as void energy systematically eroded them. When Naruto landed in their midst, several raised their staffs defensively, clearly recognizing him from Varian's wanted bulletins. "It's the Chaos Criminal," one shouted. "Alert headquarters." "You can do that," Naruto replied calmly, "or you can let me help you not die. Your call." Without waiting for their response, he turned toward the breach, hands already moving in a complex pattern that felt both foreign and deeply familiar, a divine technique remembered rather than learned. Iridescent energy flowed from his palms, forming intricate geometric patterns in the air, symbols of containment and negation that predated human writing by eons. These symbols flew toward the breach, arranging themselves around its perimeter. Where they touched the void energy, a curious reaction occurred, not destruction but transmutation, void energy converted back into positive existence. The breach began to shrink, its edges closing inward as Naruto's divine power rewrote the fundamental equations of reality in that space. The void entities already manifested shrieked, a sound that bypassed the ears and registered directly in the mind, as their connection to their source was severed. "Now!" Naruto called to the astonished mage guards. "Hit them while they're cut off." To their credit, the guards recovered quickly from their surprise, redirecting their magical attacks against the now vulnerable entities. Without the sustaining energy from the breach, the void constructs began to dissolve, collapsing into puddles of quickly evaporating darkness. In less than a minute, what had been a losing battle transformed into a decisive victory. The breach sealed completely with a sound like reality itself sighing in relief, and the last void entity dissolved into nothingness. The mage guard stared at Naruto with a mixture of awe, confusion, and lingering suspicion. "You're supposed to be the cause of these breaches," one finally said, a senior officer based on her insignia. Varian said you brought this crisis to Lyonesse. And you believed him? Naruto asked, already turning toward the sounds of another battle nearby. Ask yourself this, if I caused these breaches, why can I close them when your forces can't? Why would I fight against my own creation? Without waiting for a response, he leapt away, heading toward the next major conflict zone. Behind him, he heard the officer ordering her squad not to pursue, a small victory in the information war, if nothing else. Over the next 20 minutes, Naruto and his clones repeated this process across the southern district, closing breaches, dispatching void entities, and demonstrating to increasingly receptive mage guard units that he was an ally, not the enemy Varian had portrayed. As he worked, Naruto noticed something concerning. Each breach he closed seemed to strengthen the remaining ones, as if the void energy was being redirected rather than truly eliminated. It was a stopgap measure at best, buying time rather than solving the underlying problem. We need those remaining fragments, he muttered to himself as he sealed another breach. Without my full power, I'm just playing whack-a-mole with these things. His divine senses suddenly alerted him to a new development, a massive surge of void energy gathering at the center of the district, where a public square featured a large fountain dedicated to the kingdom's founding. He immediately redirected his remaining clones to that location, arriving just in time to witness something disturbing. The largest breach yet was forming directly above the square, not a tear this time, but what appeared to be a deliberate portal, its edges too regular, too structured to be a natural deterioration of dimensional barriers. And emerging from it was not merely another void entity, but something far more concerning. The figure that stepped through resembled the void herald they'd encountered at the Temple of Primordial Harmony, but more substantial, more defined. It stood nearly 9 feet tall, humanoid but with proportions that seemed wrong, as if human form was merely an approximation it had adopted. Its body appeared to be composed of concentrated void energy given physical form, with what looked like distant stars occasionally visible within its depths. More disturbingly, its face, if it could be called that, bore a vague resemblance to Naruto's own, though distorted and incomplete, like a poorly remembered reflection. Brother, the entity spoke, its voice resonating directly into Naruto's mind rather than disturbing the air. You interfere with the inevitable. The civilians who had been fleeing the square froze in place, not physically restrained but simply paused, as if time itself had stopped for them. The few mage guards present collapsed unconscious, their minds unable to process direct contact with a being of such alien nature. Naruto stepped forward, allowing his divine essence to manifest more fully, his aura intensifying until he almost seemed to be made of pure iridescent light shaped into human form. Zora's, he replied, the name coming to his lips from recovered memory. Or what's left of you? The herald, or perhaps more accurately, the harbinger's avatar, tilted its head in a motion that seemed simultaneously curious and predatory. You remember. Yet you are still incomplete. Diminished. Working on that, Naruto replied, carefully circling to place himself between the entity and the frozen civilians. Maybe you could chill on the whole unmake reality plan until we've had a chance to catch up. It's been, 10,000 years. We've got a lot to talk about. There is nothing to discuss, the Avatar replied. Your fragmentation was a mistake, one I am correcting by reclaiming this flawed creation for the void. Return to nothingness is the only true peace. Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, Naruto said, subtly gathering energy for an attack. I've seen a lot of this flawed creation lately, and it's pretty amazing. Worth protecting. You have been contaminated by mortal perspective, the Avatar observed, something like disappointment in its resonant voice. Your essence bound to limited flesh, your awareness constrained to linear time. You cannot perceive the broader pattern. Or maybe being human has helped me see what you've forgotten, Naruto countered. That imperfection isn't a flaw, it's the whole point. It's what makes existence worth experiencing. The Avatar seemed to consider this for a moment, its starry depths shifting in what might have been contemplation. Then, without warning, it attacked, extending a limb that elongated impossibly, transforming into a spear of pure void energy aimed directly at Naruto's chest. Naruto dodged with enhanced speed, simultaneously launching a counterattack, a Rasengan infused with divine energy that collided with the Avatar's extended limb. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves across the square, shattering windows and cracking the stonework of the fountain. The Avatar recoiled, its form briefly destabilizing before reconstituting. "You have regained some measure of your power," it observed. "But not enough. Never enough." It raised both arms, and the breach above expanded dramatically, void energy pouring down like black rain. Where these droplets touched the physical world, reality itself began to dissolve, stone, wood, metal all breaking down into component particles before vanishing entirely. Naruto created a dome of iridescent energy around himself and the frozen civilians, deflecting the void rain. Even with his enhanced power, maintaining this protection against such concentrated void energy was taxing. "You can't protect them all," the Avatar stated, not taunting but simply declaring what it perceived as fact. "You cannot be everywhere. The breach between prison and reality widens with each moment. Soon, I will walk the dimensions in my true form, and all will return to blessed nothingness." "Not if I complete the reintegration first," Naruto shot back. "Not if I remember everything I was before." "A race, then," the Avatar said, and something like amusement colored its mental voice. "But the conditions favor me, brother. Your essence is scattered across 7 dimensions. Mine is merely contained, becoming less so with each breach that forms." It gestured, and dozens of smaller breaches opened throughout the square, each disgorging void entities that immediately began attacking Naruto's protective dome from all directions. "A demonstration," the Avatar explained. "While you focus your limited power here, similar scenes unfold across this reality and others. The void spreads exponentially while you proceed linearly. Mathematics does not favor you." Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling his protection beginning to buckle under the combined assault. The Avatar was right, he couldn't maintain this defense, pursue the remaining fragments, and counter the spreading void corruption simultaneously. Not with his current level of power. But he didn't need to win this fight, only by time for Elizabeth, Baltra, and Merlin to complete their broadcast and expose Varian's deception. "Maybe I can't be everywhere," Naruto acknowledged, gathering more energy for what he planned next. "But I don't need to be." In a sudden burst of inspiration, or perhaps recovered divine knowledge, Naruto modified his defensive technique. Instead of simply repelling the void energy, he began transmuting it, converting it back into positive energy but with a specific resonance signature, one keyed to his own divine essence. The protective dome flared blindingly bright, then expanded outward in a wave that engulfed the entire square. Where it touched void entities, they didn't simply dissolve, they transformed, their fundamental nature reversed. What had been creatures of negation became beings of creation, their forms stabilizing into luminous constructs that resembled Naruto's shadow clones but composed of pure light. The Avatar recoiled, its form destabilizing more severely this time. "What have you done?" it demanded, genuine alarm in its mental voice. "Turned your own game against you," Naruto replied, already directing his newly created light constructs to spread throughout the district. "You're right that I can't be everywhere at once. But now I don't have to be." The light constructs moved with purpose, each one capable of closing smaller breaches and converting void entities they encountered. A network of positive energy spreading to counter the void corruption. A temporary measure, the Avatar hissed, its form beginning to dissolve as it retreated toward the main breach. "A delaying tactic only." "Sometimes that's all you need," Naruto replied. "Time to remember. Time to gather allies. Time to find all the pieces." The Avatar paused at the threshold of the breach, its starry depths fixing on Naruto with what might have been genuine curiosity. "You have changed, brother. Become interesting again. Perhaps that was the purpose of your fragmentation after all." "Maybe we've both changed," Naruto suggested. "Maybe that's the point." "We shall see," the Avatar replied. "When next we meet, I will be closer to my true form." "Will you?" With that enigmatic question, it stepped back through the breach, which contracted rapidly behind it, sealing with a sound like distant thunder. The civilians unfroze, looking around in confusion, while the unconscious mage guards began to stir. Naruto stood in the center of the square, processing what had just occurred. The encounter had been brief but revealing. The Harbinger, or at least its avatar, had recognized him, spoken to him as a brother despite his human form. And more importantly, it had demonstrated a level of reasoned thought that went beyond mindless void destruction. There's still something of Zora's in there, Naruto murmured to himself. Something that can be reasoned with, maybe. His light constructs continued their work throughout the district, closing smaller breaches and converting void entities. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it would buy the precious time they needed. Naruto's divine senses suddenly detected a surge of magical energy from the direction of the Royal Observatory. The broadcast was beginning. He smiled grimly, imagining Varian's reaction when his carefully constructed narrative came crashing down around him. With the immediate crisis in the southern district contained, Naruto recalled his remaining shadow clones and headed toward the sacred tree temple, their designated meeting point. As he moved through the city, he noticed people gathering around public viewing crystals, their faces turned upward to see King Baltra's image projected in the air above the main thoroughfares. The tide was turning. Not just in the battle for Lyonesse, but perhaps in the larger cosmic conflict as well. The Void Harbinger was powerful but not omnipotent. It could be opposed, its advances delayed if not yet fully stopped. But the Avatar's parting words echoed in his mind, "When next we meet, I will be closer to my true form." Will you? The race to recover the remaining fragments had just become even more urgent. And their next destination, the verdant expanse with its 3 fragments, would be crucial in that race. Naruto increased his pace, leaving behind a city slowly awakening to the truth and heading toward a confrontation that would determine the fate of not just Britannia, but all of existence. The sacred tree temple was quiet when Naruto arrived, the acolytes having apparently abandoned it entirely during the growing crisis. The great tree itself still stood in the inner sanctuary, its luminous leaves casting gentle light throughout the chamber, but it seemed somehow diminished, affected by the spreading void corruption that tainted the kingdom. Naruto approached the tree, placing his palm against its spiraling trunk. The connection formed immediately, though weaker than before. "Hanging in there, huh?" he murmured sympathetically. "Don't worry. We're working on fixing this mess." Through their connection, he sensed the tree's response, not words exactly, but impressions, emotions. Concern. Determination. And something like recognition, as if it perceived the growing divine essence within him and approved of the integration process. Naruto was still communing with the tree when Elizabeth, Merlin, and King Baltra arrived, looking tired but triumphant. The broadcast reached the entire kingdom, Baltra reported without preamble. And through magical relays, several neighboring realms as well. Varian's narrative has been thoroughly discredited. The people's response was immediate, Elizabeth added. Uprisings against Mage Guard checkpoints have broken out in multiple districts. The regular military commanders, upon hearing the king's direct orders, have begun mobilizing their forces to counter Varian's loyalists. And Varian himself? Naruto asked. Fled the palace when the broadcast began, Merlin replied. My tracking spells indicate he's heading for the eastern mountains, likely seeking shelter with his divine council allies. Let him run, Baltra said dismissively. Without his authority as royal magical investigator, which I formally revoked during the broadcast, the Mage Guard's loyalty to him is crumbling by the minute. More importantly, Elizabeth interjected, we revealed the truth about the void breaches, that they're manifestations of a cosmic entity breaking free of ancient containment, not the result of your presence in our world. Speaking of which, Merlin said, examining Naruto with one of her instruments, your energy signature has evolved again. What happened in the southern district? Our observers reported quite the light show. Naruto described his encounter with the Harbinger's avatar, the battle that followed, and his improvised solution to the immediate void incursion. You converted void entities into constructs of positive energy? Merlin asked, clearly fascinated. That shouldn't be possible by conventional magical principles. Void energy is defined by its negation of positive existence. Not conventional magic, Naruto explained. It's more like remembering how reality worked before it was divided into distinct forces. The void isn't just absence, it's potential that's been inverted. I just flipped it back. Your divine memories are integrating more smoothly with your conscious mind, Elizabeth observed. Techniques and knowledge becoming accessible without the disorientation you experienced earlier. Yeah, it's like muscle memory, but for cosmic powers, Naruto agreed. The more I use these abilities, the more natural they feel. The more I remember. And the avatar recognized you, Baltra noted thoughtfully. Addressed you as brother. This confirms the Harbinger's personal connection to the Chaos Deity. Zora's, Naruto said, the name feeling ancient on his tongue. That was his name before he became the Harbinger. And yeah, he's definitely still in there, not just some mindless void monster. He has reasons for what he's doing, even if they're twisted. Which potentially gives us another approach beyond just power confrontation, Merlin suggested. If some aspect of his original identity remains, perhaps he can be reasoned with. Maybe, Naruto said, though he felt uncertain. But first, we need to continue the reintegration process. The light constructs I created will help contain the void corruption temporarily, but they're not a permanent solution. We need those 3 fragments from the verdant expanse. The kingdom is stabilizing, Baltra assured them. With the truth revealed and legitimate authority restored, Leoness can hold against the void incursions for a time, especially with your light constructs assisting our forces. Then we should depart immediately, Elizabeth decided. Father, can you maintain the kingdom's defenses without us? Baltra nodded. Now that I've regained command of our full military and magical resources, yes. Lady Arcelia is coordinating a research team to analyze the void breaches, and I've authorized emergency measures to protect civilian populations. The sacred tree can assist in opening a portal to the verdant expanse, Merlin noted, consulting the Nexus map crystal. With Naruto's enhanced abilities, creating a stable dimensional passage should be well within our capabilities. With their course decided, they began preparations for the journey. Baltra provided them with additional supplies and magical equipment from the royal vaults, while Merlin calibrated her instruments to track the specific resonance signatures of the 3 fragments they sought. As Elizabeth conferred with her father over final details, Naruto found himself drawn back to the sacred tree. Placing his hand against its trunk once more, he sensed a new message forming in their strange, nonverbal communication, an impression of warning, of danger. What is it? He asked softly. What are you trying to tell me? The tree's response came as a series of images, the verdant expanse, lush and vibrant, but with shadows moving beneath the surface. 3 points of light, pulsing with familiar iridescent energy. And something else, something watching, waiting, neither void nor light but something between. There's another player in this game, Naruto realized, pulling back from the connection with a frown. Someone else interested in the fragments. Naruto. Elizabeth approached, concern in her expression. Is something wrong? The tree was showing me visions of the verdant expanse, he explained. I think there might be complications waiting for us there, beyond just void corruption or natural hazards. What kind of complications? I'm not sure exactly. Another force, not aligned with either the void or us. Someone or something with their own agenda regarding the fragments. Merlin joined them, overhearing the last part of their conversation. The fragmentation process occurred 10,000 years ago. It would be naive to assume that in all that time, no other entities have discovered the fragments or developed interest in their power. Great, Naruto sighed. Cosmic Void Brother trying to end reality wasn't enough, now we've got mystery players too. All the more reason to proceed quickly, Merlin noted, finishing her calibrations. The Nexus map indicates the three fragments in the verdant expanse are in relatively close proximity to each other, unusual, as the original fragmentation deliberately scattered them widely. Suggesting they've been gathered by someone or something, Elizabeth concluded with a frown. Or they've drawn together naturally, Naruto suggested. They are parts of the same whole, after all. Maybe they're trying to recombine on their own. Either possibility has significant implications, Merlin said. But speculation without data is merely conjecture. We'll discover the truth when we arrive. With final preparations complete and King Baltra returning to the palace to coordinate Leoness defenses, they were ready to depart. Naruto approached the sacred tree one last time, drawing on its natural dimensional resonance to assist in creating a stable portal. As he channeled his divine energy, Naruto felt the familiar sensation of reality bending to his will, but there was a new confidence in the process, a deeper understanding of the fundamental forces at work. The portal that formed was more defined, more stable than their previous efforts, its edges glowing with harmonious patterns of iridescent light. Through it, they could see a landscape of almost overwhelming verdancy, massive trees that dwarfed even the largest redwoods of Earth, their canopies creating a living cathedral hundreds of feet above ground level. Vines thick as a man's waist wound around these trunks, while flowers the size of dinner plates bloomed in impossible colors. The air that wafted through the portal smelled of rich soil, exotic blooms, and something else, a tang of primal energy that seemed almost intoxicating. The verdant expanse, Merlin identified it, checking her instruments. Primary life realm of the 7 key dimensions. Legendary even among dimensional scholars for its biological diversity and magical ecosystem. And home to 3 more pieces of me, Naruto added, feeling the distinct pull of the fragments even through the portal. Shall we? Elizabeth nodded, her expression determined. Let's bring you one step closer to completion. Together, they stepped through the portal, leaving behind a kingdom battling existential threats and entering a realm of primordial life force that hummed with its own ancient power, and hidden dangers yet to be revealed. The race against cosmic annihilation continued, with the fate of all existence hanging in the balance. Chapter 3, Divine Convergence. The verdant expanse hit all Naruto's senses at once. The air tasted sweet and electric on his tongue. Massive trees towered hundreds of feet overhead, their canopies filtering sunlight into shifting patterns of emerald and gold. Flowers larger than his head released clouds of luminescent pollen. The ground beneath his feet felt almost alive, pulsing with subtle energy. Whoa, he breathed, taking it all in. This place is cranked to 11. The primary life realm, Merlin confirmed, already adjusting her instruments. Biological processes here operate at heightened efficiency. Evolution accelerated beyond normal parameters. Elizabeth knelt, touching a patch of moss that glowed faintly at her contact. It's responding to my divine energy, she noted with wonder. The entire ecosystem seems attuned to higher vibrational frequencies. Naruto closed his eyes, extending his senses outward. The fragment's pull was stronger here, almost insistent, 3 distinct resonances that felt like missing pieces of a song he couldn't quite remember. They're close, he said, eyes still closed, turning slowly until he faced northeast. That way, maybe 10 miles. But there's something else. He frowned, trying to identify the strange energy signature intertwined with the fragment's resonance. They're not just sitting there. They're being used somehow. Merlin looked up sharply from her instruments. Used? By what? I'm not sure, Naruto replied, opening his eyes. It's not void energy, but it's not natural either. Like someone's channeling the fragment's power through some kind of structure or system. The sacred tree's warning, Elizabeth realized. Someone else has found the fragments. Seems that way, Naruto agreed. And whoever they are, they've figured out how to tap into divine power that's technically still mine. We should proceed with caution, Merlin advised, consulting the Nexus map. The map shows unusual energy fluctuations surrounding the fragment's location, consistent with artificial manipulation rather than natural phenomena. Naruto created several shadow clones, their forms shimmering with divine light as they materialized. Scout ahead, he instructed them. Stay hidden, identify threats, map the terrain. As the clones dispersed into the dense undergrowth, Naruto turned to his companions. So what kind of welcome party should we expect? More Divine Council goons? Void creatures? Angry indigenous life forms? The verdant expanse hosts numerous sentient species, Merlin replied. Ancient records mention the Chlorovari, plant-based humanoids with natural biomagic abilities, and the Fonari, mammalian shapeshifters who serve as the realm's protectors. Either could have discovered the fragments over the millennia, Elizabeth added. Though neither should possess the knowledge to harness divine energy effectively. Unless they had help, Naruto suggested. The Divine Council clearly knows about the fragments. Maybe they've been more involved than we realized. They began moving through the jungle, following Naruto's sense of the fragments' location. The vegetation was dense but seemed to part slightly before Elizabeth, responding to her golden energy with what almost appeared to be reverence. The plants recognize your divine signature, Merlin observed. The radiant goddess likely played a role in this realm's creation or early development. It feels familiar, Elizabeth admitted. Like somewhere I visited often, long ago. As they traveled deeper into the jungle, the environment grew increasingly strange. They passed flowers that tracked their movement like sentient eyes, fungi that emitted musical tones when approached, and trees with transparent sections revealing complex fluid systems that pulsed with rainbow colors. After an hour of steady progress, one of Naruto's shadow clones dispelled itself, sending back its gathered information. He stopped abruptly, processing the images. We've got company ahead, he reported. Humanoid, but definitely not human. Green skin, plant-like features. They're gathered around some kind of massive tree structure with crystalline growths embedded throughout. That's where the fragments are. The Chlorovari, Merlin identified. And what you're describing sounds like a world tree nexus, a living biological superstructure that serves as this realm's equivalent of a magical power plant. They're feeding the fragment's energy into it, Naruto continued, still sorting through the clone's memories. Creating some kind of shield. Barrier. It's covering a large area around their settlement. Protection against void incursions, perhaps. Elizabeth suggested. More information from another clone returned confirming her theory. Void breaches, Naruto said grimly. The clone spotted at least 7 large ones beyond the barrier. The Harbinger's influence has reached this realm too. Then the Chlorovari may be using the fragments as a power source for their defenses, Merlin concluded. Not malicious, but certainly complicating our retrieval efforts. Great, Naruto sighed. So we need the fragments to stop the void breaches, but they're currently stopping void breaches locally. Cosmic Catch, 22. We could explain the situation, Elizabeth suggested. If they understand that reclaiming the fragments could address the root cause rather than just the symptoms. Worth a try, Naruto agreed. Let's make contact, carefully. They continued forward until they reached the edge of a vast clearing dominated by what could only be described as a metropolis built within and around living trees. Dwellings had been grown rather than constructed, branches and trunks shaped into elegant spiraling structures hundreds of feet tall. Crystalline pathways connected these living towers, glowing with inner light and carrying what appeared to be transport pods shaped like seed pods. At the center of it all stood the World Tree Nexus, a colossal tree easily 10 times larger than any surrounding it, with a trunk so wide it would take 20 people holding hands to encircle it. Throughout its massive form, crystalline formations pulsed with familiar iridescent energy, the unmistakable signature of the divine fragments. The barrier Naruto had described was visible as a subtle dome of energy extending from the nexus, covering the entire settlement and a significant portion of the surrounding jungle. Beyond it, in the distant sky, dark tiers in reality were indeed visible, void breaches pushing against the protective shield. Impressive adaptation, Merlin murmured, studying the system through one of her instruments. They've integrated the fragments into the Nexus's natural energy distribution network, amplifying their power exponentially. Can you sense which parts of the tree contain the actual fragments? Elizabeth asked Naruto. He focused, allowing his divine perception to extend toward the Nexus. 3 distinct points, he confirmed, pointing to different sections of the massive tree. Primary trunk about halfway up, eastern branch junction near that cluster of blue crystals, and the root system below. They've positioned them to create a triangular energy field. Efficient design, Merlin noted with professional admiration. Whoever engineered this system has considerable knowledge of divine energy manipulation. Before they could discuss further, movement at the clearing's edge caught their attention. A group of Chlorovari emerged from the undergrowth, clearly patrolling the perimeter. They were tall, slender beings with skin in varying shades of green, their features partially plant-like, hair resembling fine leaves, eyes with vertically slitted pupils, fingers that tapered into what looked like small tendrils. Unlike the crystalline people they'd encountered earlier, these beings showed no immediate reverence at Naruto's divine aura. Instead, they approached cautiously, weapons ready, staffs of living wood that pulsed with bioenergy. Outsiders, one of them said, voice melodious but wary. How did you penetrate the outer wards? Identify yourselves. Elizabeth stepped forward, her diplomatic experience evident in her composed demeanor. I am Elizabeth, this is Naruto and Merlin. We come seeking dialogue regarding the energy sources you've integrated into your World Tree Nexus. The patrol leader's eyes narrowed, focusing particularly on Naruto's iridescent aura. The divine shards are under Chlorovari protection by ancient covenant. They are not available for negotiation or trade. We're not here to trade, Naruto said, deciding directness might work best. Those fragments are actually parts of me, my divine essence that was fragmented thousands of years ago. I need to reclaim them to stop the void breaches threatening your realm and others. The Chlorovari exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from suspicion to something more complex, concern mixed with what might have been recognition. The Prism Deity reborn, one whispered, using the same term the crystalline people had employed. The leader raised her staff, and for a moment Naruto tensed, expecting an attack. Instead, she touched it to the ground, sending vibrations through the soil, some form of communication. The High Gardener must hear your claim, she finally said. Follow us, but be warned, any hostile action will be met with immediate response. The fragments sustain our barrier against the growing void. Without them, our people face extinction. They were escorted through the settlement, drawing curious stares from Chlorovari citizens. The architecture became increasingly impressive as they approached the central nexus, buildings seamlessly integrated with living plant matter, technology and biology merging in ways Naruto had never imagined possible. They're more advanced than the record suggested, Merlin commented quietly. This level of bioengineering rivals anything in Britannia. Necessity drives innovation, Elizabeth replied, nodding toward the visible void breaches beyond the barrier. They've clearly been fighting this threat for some time. At the base of the World Tree Nexus, they were led into what appeared to be a council chamber grown within the massive roots themselves. The space was dominated by a circular platform surrounded by tiered seating filled with Chlorovari of varying ages, all watching the newcomers with intense interest. On the platform stood a single figure, taller than the others, with skin a deep emerald green and what appeared to be actual branches growing from their shoulders and back. Instead of clothes, living vines and flowers covered their form in an ever-shifting pattern. The High Gardener, their escort announced, bowing deeply. The High Gardener studied them silently for a long moment, gaze lingering on Naruto's iridescent aura. 10,000 cycles, they finally spoke, voice resonating with natural power. 10,000 cycles we have guarded the divine shards as sworn to the Radiant One. Now you come claiming identity with the Prism Deity and demanding their return. Naruto blinked in surprise. The Radiant One? You mean, me, Elizabeth interjected, stepping forward. Golden light began to emanate from her form, more intensely than Naruto had yet seen, briefly manifesting the ghostly outline of multiple wings behind her. Or rather, my divine self. The radiant goddess. The chamber erupted in murmurs as the Chlorivari recognized the divine signature. The High Gardener immediately knelt, others following suit. Radiant One, they breathed. The prophecy speaks true. The divine return in the time of growing void. You recognize her energy signature, Merlin noted. But you question Naruto's? The High Gardener rose gracefully. The Radiant One entrusted the shards to us personally, with specific instructions. They were to be protected until the Prism Deity Reborn came to claim them, but only when that deity had already reclaimed certain other fragments first. A security measure, Elizabeth realized. My divine self wanted to ensure the fragments would only be returned to you once you'd already begun the reintegration process. How many fragments did she say I needed to reclaim first? Naruto asked. 4, the High Gardener replied. The fragments of formation, harmony, perception, and connection. Only then would it be safe to reintegrate the 3 fragments entrusted to us, the fragments of life, growth, and evolution. Naruto's heart sank. I've only reclaimed 2 fragments so far, formation and harmony. We came here hoping to accelerate the process because the void breaches are spreading faster than anticipated. The High Gardener's expression grew troubled. This presents a dilemma. The covenant is clear, but the growing void advances more rapidly than even our oldest records predicted. Our barrier weakens despite the fragment's power supplementing the world tree. High Gardener, Elizabeth said, her voice carrying gentle authority, I understand the covenant made with my divine self. But circumstances have changed. The Void Harbinger's prison deteriorates more quickly than was foreseen. Without these fragments, Naruto cannot gather enough power in time to prevent catastrophic breach of the primary seal. There's another issue, Naruto added. Using the fragments this way, channeling their power through your world tree, it's keeping them separate when they're trying to recombine. That creates instability that actually weakens dimensional barriers further. Merlin stepped forward, offering data from her instruments. Our readings confirm this. The fragment's energy signature shows increasing amplitude fluctuations, evidence of forced separation straining against natural affinity. The High Gardener studied the readings, their expression grave. Our scientists have noted these fluctuations but interpreted them differently. If what you say is true. They looked up at the visible void breaches beyond the barrier. Yet without the fragments powering our defenses, the growing void will consume our realm within days. I think I have a solution, Naruto said, an idea forming. When I reclaim the fragments, my divine power increases significantly. In the southern district of Lyonesse, another realm facing void breaches, I created constructs of pure light energy that could close breaches and convert void entities. You offer protection in exchange for the fragments, the High Gardener summarized. Not a trade, Naruto corrected. A better solution. Your barrier is buying time, but it's not addressing the underlying problem. Let me reclaim the fragments, and I'll establish a more effective defense system before we leave, one that actively counters the void rather than just holding it at bay. The High Gardener seemed to consider this, communing silently with the World Tree Nexus through a tendril that connected to their back. After several tense moments, they nodded. The World Tree confirms your divine signature, incomplete though it may be. And it senses the truth in your words about the fragment's instability. They straightened, addressing the gathered council. I propose we amend the ancient covenant in light of extraordinary circumstances. The fragments shall be released to the Prism Deity Reborn, contingent upon establishment of alternative protection against the growing void. The council deliberated briefly, then signaled unanimous agreement. Thank you, Elizabeth said with genuine gratitude. Your wisdom honors your people and the trust placed in you. The process will not be simple, the High Gardener cautioned. The fragments have been integrated into the World Tree's energy matrix for millennia. Extraction must be performed carefully to avoid catastrophic feedback. I can help with that, Naruto offered. My connection to the fragments should make the transition smoother. Over the next several hours, Chlorovari scientists and mystical practitioners worked alongside Merlin to develop a safe extraction protocol. The plan they formulated would remove the fragments sequentially, with Naruto immediately integrating each one to minimize the defensive barrier's downtime. As preparations continued, Elizabeth found Naruto standing on a high platform, gazing at the void breaches visible beyond the settlement. Having second thoughts, she asked, joining him. Not about reclaiming the fragments, he replied. Just, processing what the High Gardener said. About the specific fragments I was supposed to reclaim first. Formation, harmony, perception, and connection. You've reclaimed the first two, Elizabeth noted. Yeah, but it makes me wonder if there was a specific reason for that order. Like each fragment rebuilds something essential before the next can be properly integrated. He turned to her. What if I'm not ready for these three? What if your divine self had a good reason for the sequence? Elizabeth considered this. Perhaps. But she couldn't have anticipated the accelerated deterioration of the Harbinger's prison. Plans made 10,000 years ago may need adjustment for current realities. True, Naruto agreed. It's just, with each fragment I reclaim, I become less human and more, whatever I was before. Part of me worries about what happens when the balance tips completely. You fear losing your humanity, Elizabeth said softly. Your sense of self. Yeah. Naruto Uzumaki is who I am, who I've fought to become my whole life. The Chaos Deity is still just memories. Someone else's life. Elizabeth placed her hand on his, her touch warm and reassuring. Perhaps that's precisely why you were chosen as the vessel for reincarnation. Your sense of identity is so strong, so defined, that it can withstand integration with divine consciousness without being overwhelmed. Naruto looked at her, struck by the insight. You think that's why it's me? Because I'm too stubborn to let go of who I am, even when merging with a god. Elizabeth smiled. I think the selection of vessels for divine reincarnation is never random. Something in your nature resonates perfectly with the Chaos Deity's essence, complementing rather than conflicting. And what about you? Naruto asked. Do you ever worry about your divine self overwhelming Elizabeth? Sometimes, she admitted. But unlike you, my awakening has been more gradual, aspects of the radiant goddess emerging throughout my life rather than suddenly returning through fragment reintegration. Their conversation was interrupted by Merlin's arrival. The extraction system is ready, she announced. The Chlorovari have designed an impressive transition matrix to maintain barrier integrity during the process. They rejoined the Chlorovari at the base of the World Tree Nexus, where an elaborate array of crystalline conductors and biological amplifiers had been constructed around 3 focal points corresponding to the fragments' locations. We will begin with the fragment of growth, the High Gardener explained, indicating the section halfway up the massive trunk. It is the most recently integrated and should separate with minimal resistance. Naruto positioned himself as directed, directly beneath the targeted section of trunk. Chlorovari practitioners began a harmonic chant, their voices blending with the natural sounds of the jungle in a complex melody that seemed to resonate with the world tree itself. The crystalline formations embedded in the trunk began to pulse more rapidly, the iridescent energy within them swirling with increasing speed. Naruto could feel the fragment responding to his presence, pulling against its integration with the tree's systems. Now, the High Gardener signaled. Naruto extended his divine senses toward the fragment, establishing a direct connection to this missing piece of himself. The response was immediate and powerful, the fragment's energy surging toward him like water breaking through a dam. The Chlorovari channeled this energy through their crystal array, controlling what would otherwise have been an explosive release. The fragment itself, a swirling vortex of iridescent light, gradually emerged from the tree trunk, hovering in the air briefly before shooting toward Naruto with unerring precision. Unlike the previous fragments, this one didn't simply merge with him instantly. Instead, it orbited his body rapidly, leaving trails of luminescent energy as it circled. Naruto felt it scanning him, evaluating, confirming his identity and the presence of the previously reclaimed fragments. It's checking my progress, he realized aloud. Making sure I've integrated the earlier fragments properly. After several tense moments, the fragment of growth apparently reached a positive conclusion. It dove directly into Naruto's chest, merging with a flash of brilliant light that briefly outshone the jungle canopy above. The integration hit him like a tidal wave, not just power, but awareness. If the fragment of harmony had expanded his understanding of cosmic structure, the fragment of growth revealed the dynamic nature of existence, the constant becoming, the endless transformation of all things. Knowledge of how to nurture potential, accelerate development, guide evolution itself flooded his consciousness. With it came memories of creating life forms across countless worlds, establishing the fundamental patterns that would allow complexity to emerge from simplicity, consciousness from matter. The Chaos Deity hadn't just shaped static reality but had designed systems of growth and change that would continue long after their creation. When the initial surge subsided, Naruto opened eyes that now glowed with increased divine luminescence. The world around him appeared transformed, he could see energy flowing through every plant, every creature, every chloravari. Life force itself was visible to him as intricate patterns of light and potential. The fragment of growth has accepted him, the High Gardener announced, sounding relieved. Proceed with the second extraction. The process repeated for the fragment of evolution, located in the Eastern Branch Junction. This time, Naruto was better prepared for the integration, though the experience was no less profound. This fragment contained knowledge of adaptation, diversity, and the intricate dance between order and randomness that drove evolutionary processes across multidimensional space. With 2 of the 3 fragments successfully integrated, the barrier around the settlement flickered but held, the chloravari channeling additional bioenergy into the world tree to compensate for the reduced divine power. The final fragment is the most deeply integrated, the High Gardener warned as they prepared for the third extraction. The fragment of life resides within the primary root system and has been part of our world tree's heart for longest. It's also the most powerful of the 3, Merlin added, consulting her readings. Possibly containing up to 20% of your total divine essence on its own. Naruto nodded, already feeling significantly changed by the previous integrations. His perception had expanded dramatically, and maintaining his human form required conscious effort. His natural state now seemed to be the iridescent energy being he'd glimpsed in visions. I'm ready, he assured them, though he caught Elizabeth watching him with barely concealed concern. She could see the changes too, how his humanity was being steadily overlaid with divinity. The final extraction began, the chloravari's harmonic chant deepening as they reached into the root system of their sacred tree. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the entire nexus pulsed with strained energy as the fragment of life resisted separation. Something's wrong, Merlin called out, checking her instruments. The fragment is too deeply bound to the world tree's core systems. Forced extraction could damage both. The High Gardener conferred rapidly with their scientists, then approached Naruto. There is another way, but it requires your direct intervention. You must commune with the world tree itself, convince it to release the fragment willingly. How do I do that? Naruto asked. Place your hands on the primary root node, they directed, indicating a massive, knot-like structure at the tree's base. Your divine essence should allow direct consciousness transfer. Naruto approached the indicated spot, feeling intense energy radiating from it even before making contact. He placed both palms against the smooth, worn surface of the root and immediately felt himself pulled into a consciousness vast beyond human comprehension. The world tree's mind was not like anything Naruto had experienced, not a single thinking entity but a collective intelligence formed from millions of interconnected systems. It processed information through chemical, electrical, and mystical pathways simultaneously, perceiving time at multiple scales from microseconds to centuries. And at its core, intertwined with its fundamental processes, pulsed the fragment of life, the divine spark that had elevated this massive organism beyond normal biological limitations. Who comes? The question wasn't words but a complex pattern of energy fluctuations that Naruto's enhanced mind somehow interpreted. "I am Naruto Uzumaki," he responded, projecting his thoughts into the strange consciousness. "Also the Chaos Deity reborn, seeking to reclaim my fragmented essence. The life spark is ours now." The World Tree's response held no malice, simply stating what it perceived as fact. It sustains. It protects. Without it, diminishment follows. "I understand," Naruto acknowledged. "The fragment has become part of you. But its separation from the whole, from me, creates instability. The void breaches you're fighting are partially caused by that very separation." The vast consciousness considered this, analyzing patterns across temporal and spatial dimensions Naruto could barely comprehend even with his enhanced perception. Truth recognized, it finally responded. Dimensional integrity decreases proportional to fragment separation duration. Yet without life spark, protection fails. Void consumes. "I can provide alternative protection," Naruto offered. "Not just a barrier, but active countermeasures against the void. The fragments I've already reclaimed give me that power." The World Tree's consciousness expanded further, examining Naruto's own being with methodical thoroughness. It analyzed the fragments he'd already integrated, the patterns of his combined human-divine consciousness, the potential represented by full reintegration. Solution acceptable, it finally decided. Life spark returned for promise of protection. Ancient covenant fulfilled in new form. Relief flooded through Naruto. "Thank you." Warning, the tree added before releasing him. Life spark integration challenges identity cohesion. What was separate becomes unified. What was human transcends. Before Naruto could ask what that meant, he felt the World Tree's consciousness receding. The physical connection remained, but now the fragment of life pulsed visibly within the root structure, no longer bound to the tree's systems but ready for transfer. Naruto opened his eyes to find Elizabeth and Merlin watching anxiously. "It agreed," he reported. "The fragment's ready for transfer, but the tree warned about identity cohesion, whatever that means. It means this fragment will push you significantly closer to your divine self," Merlin translated. "The fragment of life likely contains core aspects of the Chaos Deity's fundamental nature." "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" the High Gardener asked. "We could attempt a more gradual extraction, though it would take considerably longer." Naruto looked at Elizabeth, finding concern but also faith in her gaze. "We don't have the luxury of time," he said firmly. "Let's do this." With a gesture from the High Gardener, the Chlorovari practitioners resumed their harmonic chant. The root structure pulsed once, twice, then released the fragment of life, a blindingly bright sphere of iridescent energy that dwarfed the previous fragments in both size and power. Unlike the other fragments, this one didn't orbit or hesitate. It shot directly toward Naruto with such speed that the air between them ionized, creating a momentary bridge of lightning. When it struck his chest, the impact physically knocked him backward several feet. The integration was overwhelming, far more intense than anything he'd experienced before. This fragment contained the very essence of what life meant on a cosmic scale, not just biological processes but the fundamental spark that separated existence from non-existence, being from void. Memories flooded him, not fragmentary glimpses but complete recall of eons spent seeding the multiverse with infinite variations of life. The joy of watching consciousness emerge from complexity. The wonder of seeing unique forms evolve across countless worlds. The profound connection to all living things that transcended individual identity. With these memories came power that defied comprehension, the ability to create, sustain, or extinguish life with a thought. Energy coursed through him, reshaping his very being on a fundamental level until maintaining human form became almost impossible. Distantly, he heard Elizabeth calling his name, her voice anchoring him to his human identity even as the divine threatened to overwhelm it completely. He focused on that voice, used it as a tether to pull himself back from complete transcendence. When he finally managed to stabilize his form, Naruto opened eyes that now shone with the full spectrum of light. His body appeared mostly human but partially translucent, iridescent energy visible beneath his skin as if his physical form was merely a container for something far greater. Naruto. Elizabeth approached cautiously. Are you, still you? He considered the question seriously, taking inventory of his transformed consciousness. Yes, he finally answered, his voice carrying harmonic overtones that hadn't been there before. But also more. The integration is, deeper this time. More complete. Your energy signature has fundamentally transformed, Merlin reported, her instruments barely able to process the readings they were receiving. You've now reclaimed approximately 70% of your total divine essence. The High Gardener and the assembled Chlorovari had all knelt, overwhelmed by the divine presence Naruto now emanated. Rise, he told them, uncomfortable with their reverence. I'm still just me, even with the fancy light show. You are far more than you realize, Prism Deity, the High Gardener said, rising slowly. But your humility honors you. Naruto took a moment to assess his new capabilities, finding powers he'd only glimpsed in his recovered memories now readily accessible. I need to fulfill my promise, he said. Your barrier is already weakening without the fragment's power. Indeed, the protective dome around the settlement had visibly diminished, allowing the void breaches beyond to press closer. Several had begun spawning entities similar to those Naruto had encountered in Lyonesse, though these appeared larger, more defined, evidence of the Harbinger's growing influence. What do you require to establish new protections? The High Gardener asked. Just space, Naruto replied, moving toward the settlement's edge. And maybe keep everyone back. This might get a little intense. Elizabeth and Merlin followed at a distance as Naruto approached the failing barrier. The void entities beyond had noticed his presence, their formless shapes orienting toward his divine energy with predatory focus. Naruto raised his hands, drawing on the fragment of life's power. Iridescent energy flowed outward in spiraling patterns, forming complex geometric structures in the air, living mandalas of divine light that pulsed with creative force. Let's see if this works, he murmured, then clapped his hands together. The energy structures exploded outward, expanding in all directions like a shockwave of pure creation. Where they encountered void breaches, they didn't simply close them but transformed them, converting the negative space back into positive reality and seeding it with the potential for new life. The void entities caught in the wave underwent an even more dramatic transformation. Rather than being destroyed, they were remade, their fundamental nature reversed from negation to affirmation. What had been creatures of destruction became guardians of creation, their forms stabilizing into luminous beings that resembled Chlorovari crossed with beings of pure light. Light guardians, Elizabeth breathed, watching the transformed entities take up positions around the settlement's perimeter. You're creating defenders from the very forces that threaten destruction. Poetic justice, Naruto replied with a grin that briefly looked like his old self. These guardians will actively seek out and transform any new void breaches or entities that appear. They're self-sustaining too, drawing energy from the natural life force of the jungle. The Chlorovari watched in amazement as their failing barrier was replaced by a living defense system that actively countered void incursions rather than merely holding them at bay. This exceeds our covenant expectations, the High Gardener declared, approaching with evident awe. You have not merely replaced our defenses but transcended them. Just keeping my promise, Naruto replied, though he still found it strange to see such reverence directed toward him. Though I should warn you, these defenses are temporary. When the Harbinger fully emerges, only a completely restored Chaos Deity will have the power to contain him. Then your quest must continue, the High Gardener said. The remaining fragments await. 5 down, 7 to go, Naruto confirmed, consulting his enhanced awareness of the fragments' locations. And according to the Nexus map, the next logical target would be, he broke off as a sudden tremor shook the ground beneath them. The sky above darkened ominously, and a pressure wave rolled across the jungle, flattening smaller vegetation in its path. What was that? Elizabeth asked, steadying herself against a tree trunk. Merlin checked her instruments, her expression growing grave. Dimensional breach, massive scale. Different from the void incursions we've seen before. Another tremor, stronger this time, followed by a sound like reality itself tearing, a discordant screech that made the Chlorovari cry out in pain, their plant-based biology more sensitive to the dimensional disturbance. It's him, Naruto realized, his divine senses detecting a familiar signature. Zora's, the Harbinger. He's forcing a manifestation point. But you said we had at least a day before full prison collapse. Elizabeth protested. That was before I reclaimed 3 more fragments, Naruto replied grimly. He must be accelerating his efforts in response to my increasing power. The sky split open above them, not a simple breach but a massive rift that revealed swirling darkness beyond. Within that darkness, a colossal form began to take shape, humanoid but twisted, composed of void energy so concentrated it appeared almost solid. Harbinger emergence at 18% completion, Merlin reported, her instrument struggling to process the readings. Localized manifestation only, not full dimensional transfer. He's projecting a portion of himself through the breach. The partial manifestation was still terrifying, a towering figure nearly 100 feet tall, its lower body merging with the dimensional rift while its upper form solidified into a dark parody of Naruto's divine appearance. Features reminiscent of the chaos deity but inverted, corrupted by eons of void immersion. Brother, the entity's voice boomed across the jungle, causing plants to wither and smaller creatures to drop dead where they stood. Your ascension accelerates. As does my liberation. Naruto stepped forward, his own divine power flaring in response to the threat. Zora's, he called up to the monstrous figure. This doesn't have to continue. We can find another way. The Harbinger's laughter shook the very air. Still clinging to reconciliation. Your mortal vessel makes you weak. Sentimental. It makes me connected, Naruto countered. Something you lost long ago. The massive figure leaned closer, its features shifting to more closely resemble Naruto's. Connected to what? Ephemeral things. Temporary beings. They live. They suffer. They die. I offer release from this cycle. You offer nothing, Naruto replied, his voice gaining resonance as he channeled more divine power. Only the absence of everything. That's not peace, it's surrender. Semantics, the Harbinger dismissed. While we debate philosophy, my influence spreads. Even now, my servants move against the remaining fragments. This conversation is merely distraction. Naruto's eyes widened with sudden understanding. This manifestation is a diversion, he realized, turning to Elizabeth and Merlin. He's trying to keep us here while something else threatens the other fragments. The Harbinger's form began to dissolve, returning to the rift. Clever, brother. But too late. The void comes for all. Even gods. With that ominous declaration, the manifestation collapsed back into the dimensional rift, which sealed itself with a thunderous clap that flattened trees for miles around. We need to move now, Naruto urged, already creating a portal with his enhanced powers. The next fragments are in danger. Where are we going? Elizabeth asked, joining him at the portal's edge. The Nexus map showed 2 fragments in close proximity in the Mirror Realm, Naruto replied, stabilizing the dimensional gateway. We were heading there next anyway, but now I'm guessing the Harbinger's forces are already making their move. Wait, Merlin cautioned, checking her instruments. Something's wrong with the dimensional coordinates. The Mirror Realm's signature is fluctuating. Unstable. Void corruption, Naruto confirmed grimly. Zora's is attacking it directly. The High Gardener approached, flanked by Chlorovari scientists. Our sensors confirm critical dimensional instability in adjacent realms. The growing void accelerates its expansion exponentially. Then we don't have a choice, Naruto decided. We have to risk it. 5 fragments aren't enough to counter the Harbinger at full manifestation. We need those next 2 at minimum. Elizabeth placed her hand on his arm. Together, then, she said with quiet determination. Whatever awaits us. Naruto nodded, grateful for her unwavering support. With 5 fragments integrated, he felt closer to his divine self than ever before, power beyond mortal comprehension at his fingertips. Yet Elizabeth's touch still grounded him, reminded him of his humanity even as it receded beneath the tide of divinity. The Chloravari will maintain vigilance, the High Gardener promised. The light guardians you created will buy us time, but we will prepare for worse to come. If we succeed, there won't be worse, Naruto assured them. If we fail, nothing will matter anyway. With those sobering words, they stepped through the portal, leaving the verdant expanse behind and plunging toward a realm already half consumed by void corruption, and the 2 fragments that might mean the difference between universal salvation and complete annihilation. The mirror realm hit their senses like a physical blow, reality fractured into countless reflections, each slightly different from the next. The landscape around them appeared to be a city of crystal and silver, but every surface reflected not just light but possibility, alternate versions of the same location existing simultaneously. Disorienting, Elizabeth murmured, steadying herself against a crystal pillar, only to pull back sharply when her reflection reached out independently. Reality is fluid here, Merlin explained, her instruments flickering erratically. The mirror realm exists at the convergence of multiple probability streams. What might be, could be, should be, all exist alongside what is. Naruto extended his divine senses cautiously. The realm's unstable nature made pinpointing the fragments difficult, their resonance echoing across countless reflective surfaces. But more disturbing was the evidence of void corruption, entire sections of the crystalline city dissolved into nothingness, reflections showing scenes of complete desolation. The Harbinger wasn't bluffing, he said grimly. This realm is already partially consumed. And I can sense his servants, void entities, but different from what we've encountered before. More, deliberate. Directed. Can you locate the fragments? Elizabeth asked, her own divine senses extended to counter the encroaching void energy around them. Naruto closed his eyes, focusing beyond the realm's chaotic reflections to the fundamental resonance that connected him to his fragmented essence. There, he finally said, pointing toward a massive structure at the city's center, a towering spire that appeared to be made entirely of mirrors, each reflecting a slightly different version of reality. Both fragments, housed in the probability nexus. That complicates matters, Merlin noted, consulting the nexus map. According to ancient records, the probability nexus is this realm's equivalent of a dimensional anchor point, a location where realities converge and diverge. Extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. Meaning extraction could destabilize the entire realm, Elizabeth concluded. Which might be exactly what the Harbinger wants, Naruto added. Force us into a situation where reclaiming the fragments could cause as much damage as leaving them. They moved cautiously through the fractured cityscape, every step revealing new distortions in the surrounding reality. Reflections showed alternative versions of themselves, Elizabeth as a full goddess, Merlin as some kind of mechanical hybrid, Naruto fully consumed by his divine self. Don't look too long at any single reflection, Merlin warned. The mirror realm can pull your consciousness into probability alternates if you focus too intently on them. As they approached the central spire, the void corruption became more evident. Entire buildings had been erased, leaving perfect spheres of nothingness. The few inhabitants they glimpsed, beings composed of living crystal and liquid silver, fled at their approach, clearly terrified by recent events. Where are the void entities you sensed? Elizabeth asked, golden energy gathered around her hands in preparation for conflict. Everywhere, Naruto replied tensely. And nowhere. They're using the realm's reflective nature to hide their true locations. As if triggered by his words, the attack came, not from any single direction but from the reflections themselves. Void entities emerged from mirrored surfaces, stepping into reality as if crossing a threshold. Unlike the mindless constructs they'd faced before, these moved with purpose and coordination, their forms more defined, humanoid figures composed of concentrated darkness with glowing symbols etched across their surfaces. Void architects, Merlin identified them, activating several defensive artifacts. Elite servants of the Harbinger, capable of restructuring dimensional properties. Extremely dangerous. The Void architects surrounded them, moving with unnatural synchronization. They made no immediate attack, instead beginning a complex sequence of gestures that caused the surrounding reality to warp and distort. They're rewriting local physics, Merlin warned, her instruments flashing urgent warnings. Attempting to trap us in a pocket dimension. Naruto didn't hesitate. Drawing on his enhanced powers, particularly the fragment of life, he created a counterfield of iridescent energy that stabilized reality around them. The Void Architect's manipulations slammed against this barrier, creating a discordant shriek of competing forces. I can't hold this indefinitely, Naruto grunted, the strain evident despite his increased power. These aren't mindless constructs, they're adapting to my countermeasures. Elizabeth stepped forward, golden energy flowing from her hands to reinforce Naruto's barrier. Then we move forward, she declared. Directly to the Nexus. No more caution, just speed. Agreed, Merlin said, producing a crystalline device from her pouch. This dimensional accelerator should create a momentary pathway through their cordon, but it's a one-use artifact. Make it count, Naruto told her, gathering his strength for what would come next. Merlin activated the device, which emitted a focused beam of energy that carved a corridor through the Void Architect's formation. Without hesitation, they sprinted through this opening, Naruto maintaining their protective barrier while Elizabeth launched bolts of golden light at any void entities that came too close. They reached the base of the probability nexus, the massive mirrored spire now clearly visible as the focal point of both void corruption and dimensional stability. The structure pulsed with competing energies, the iridescent power of the divine fragments fighting against encroaching void influence. The fragments are resisting corruption, Naruto observed, sensing their struggle. But they're losing ground. The Void Architects have been working systematically to undermine the Nexus's structural integrity. Why not simply destroy it? Elizabeth wondered. Because they need it intact until the precise moment of the Harbinger's full emergence, Merlin theorized. The probability nexus controls reality flux across multiple dimensions. If it falls at the right moment, it could create a cascading collapse that amplifies the Harbinger's manifestation exponentially. So they're softening it up for the kill shot, Naruto translated. Great. We need to get those fragments now, before they weaken the structure further. They entered the nexus through a doorway that seemed to simultaneously exist in multiple locations, the interior revealing a vast atrium filled with floating mirrors of varying sizes and shapes. Each reflected a different potential reality, some peaceful, others war-torn, others completely alien in their fundamental properties. At the center, suspended in a column of light that stretched from floor to ceiling, hovered two fragments of divine essence, pulsing with familiar iridescent energy but visibly strained, tendrils of void corruption attempting to penetrate their protective fields. The fragment of perception and the fragment of connection, Naruto identified them, instinctively knowing their nature. They're fighting back, but the void corruption is adapting, learning their defensive patterns. The integration chamber appears to be at the top of that central column, Merlin said, studying the structure. But the Void Architects have established disruption nodes throughout the atrium. We'll need to disable those before attempting extraction. As if on cue, more Void Architects materialized throughout the chamber, emerging from reflective surfaces with weapons formed of solidified darkness. Unlike previous void entities, these communicated with each other through complex patterns of glowing symbols that flashed across their surfaces. They're coordinating, Elizabeth warned. Establishing a strategic response. Then we split up, Naruto decided. I'll create shadow clones to engage the architects directly. Merlin, target those disruption nodes, your magical expertise makes you best suited for that task. Elizabeth, I need you to reach the integration chamber and prepare it for fragment extraction. Without waiting for discussion, he formed the hand sign for shadow clone jutsu, but what manifested was far beyond his previous creations. Instead of simple duplicates, Naruto produced 12 semi-divine entities, each glowing with iridescent light and possessing a fraction of his awakened power. "Whoa," he breathed, surprised by the enhancement. "That's new." Divine multiplication rather than mere replication, Merlin observed with scholarly interest despite the dire situation. Each clone contains a portion of your actual divine essence. The divine clones immediately engaged the Void Architects, matching their reality-warping abilities with creative counterpoints. Where the architects attempted to dissolve portions of the atrium, the clones restored and reinforced them. When void weapons manifested, they were met with weapons of divine light. Merlin teleported rapidly between disruption nodes, black crystalline structures embedded in the atrium's walls, systematically disabling them with precisely calculated counterspells. Each deactivated node caused the void corruption around the fragments to weaken slightly. Elizabeth ascended the central column, golden wings now fully materialized behind her as her divine heritage responded to the critical situation. Void architects attempted to intercept her, only to be repelled by radiant energy that burned away their darkness on contact. Naruto himself fought toward the fragments, cutting a path through increasingly desperate void resistance. With each architect he defeated, he absorbed information. These weren't mindless constructs but specialized extensions of the Harbinger's will, each programmed with specific objectives. "They're not just trying to corrupt the fragments," he called out as the realization hit him. "They're trying to reverse their polarity, turn my own divine essence against me." "Impossible by conventional principles," Merlin replied, disabling another disruption node. Divine essence is fundamentally keyed to its originator's vibrational signature. Unless, Naruto countered, remembering crucial details from his recovered memories, the originator has a perfect countersignature. Like a brother whose essence was created as a complementary opposite. Understanding dawned on Elizabeth's face as she reached the integration chamber. "The Harbinger doesn't want to destroy your fragments, he wants to corrupt and claim them." "Precisely," came a new voice, one that sent chills through all of them. A figure materialized beside the suspended fragments, humanoid but composed of swirling void energy contained within a form that disturbingly resembled Naruto's own. Not the massive projection they'd seen in the verdant expanse, but a precisely controlled manifestation, roughly human-sized. "Hello, brother," the figure said, its voice eerily similar to Naruto's but with harmonic undertones that hurt the ears. "Your timing is impeccable, as always." "Zora's," Naruto responded, halting his advance cautiously. "Or should I call you the Harbinger now?" The figure made a dismissive gesture. "Names. Labels. Such limited concepts. I am what I have always been, your counterbalance. Your necessary opposite." "You're trying to unmake existence," Naruto countered. "That goes beyond counterbalance." "Does it?" The Harbinger tilted his head curiously. "Creation requires destruction. Growth demands pruning. You understood this once, before you became attached to your little toys, these temporary realms and fleeting consciousnesses." "They're not toys," Naruto shot back. "They're worlds. People. Lives with meaning." "Meaning?" The Harbinger laughed, a sound like glass breaking in reverse. "What meaning exists in temporary states? In suffering followed by oblivion? I offer true meaning, perfect, eternal peace in the void." While they conversed, Merlin continued disabling disruption nodes, now only 2 remaining. Elizabeth worked in the integration chamber, preparing the systems for fragment extraction. Naruto's divine clones maintained engagement with the Void Architects, preventing them from interfering. "You know why I'm here," Naruto said, keeping the Harbinger's attention focused on him. "Those fragments belong to me. Step aside." "Or what?" the Harbinger challenged. "You'll fight me. You remain incomplete, brother. Even with 5 fragments reintegrated, you command less than half my current power." "Maybe," Naruto acknowledged. "But I'm not alone." On that signal, Merlin disabled the final disruption node, causing the void corruption around the fragments to weaken critically. Simultaneously, Elizabeth activated the integration chamber, sending a beam of golden energy that connected with the fragments, beginning the extraction process. The Harbinger snarled, his form destabilizing momentarily as he realized their strategy. Clever. But futile. He gestured sharply, and the remaining Void Architects abandoned their individual battles, converging on the central column. They began a synchronized ritual, their glowing symbols aligning into a complex pattern that caused the entire nexus to shudder ominously. They're initiating structural collapse. Merlin warned, her instruments flashing critical alerts. The entire realm will destabilize. Naruto didn't hesitate. Drawing on his combined human ingenuity and divine power, he created something new, not shadow clones or light constructs, but a living extension of reality itself. Iridescent energy flowed from his hands, forming an intricate lattice that spread throughout the nexus, reinforcing its fundamental structure against the Void Architect's assault. The Harbinger's form flickered as he attempted to counter this stabilization, but Naruto had drawn on aspects of creation the Harbinger could no longer access, the fragments of life and growth providing patterns that void energy could not easily corrupt. "You've learned new tricks," the Harbinger observed, genuine surprise in his voice. "The mortal vessel has taught you adaptability." "That's what life does," Naruto replied, maintaining the stabilization field with intense concentration. "It adapts. Evolves. Finds new paths forward. Something you forgot when you chose stasis over change." The fragments began to pull free from their suspension field, the extraction process accelerating as Elizabeth channeled more power into the integration chamber. Seeing this, the Harbinger made a final, desperate move. He lunged directly for the fragments, his void form stretching impossibly to intercept them. "Elizabeth!" Naruto shouted in warning. She reacted instantly, interposing herself between the Harbinger and the fragments. Their energies collided in a catastrophic release of power, void against divine light, negation against creation. The shockwave knocked everyone back, shattering dozens of the floating mirrors and sending cracks through the Nexus's structure. When the energy discharge cleared, Elizabeth remained standing, though clearly wounded, dark tendrils of void energy crawling across her golden aura, attempting to corrupt her divine essence. The Harbinger had been forced back, his manifestation destabilized by direct contact with the radiant goddess's power. "You cannot win," he hissed, his form already beginning to dissolve. This was merely the opening gambit. The true end approaches. With those ominous words, he vanished, along with the remaining Void Architects. The Nexus continued to shudder, but Naruto's stabilization field held, preventing immediate collapse. "Elizabeth!" Naruto rushed to her side, horrified by the void corruption spreading across her divine aura. "Hold on, I can fix this." He placed his hands on either side of her face, channeling the fragment of life's power to counter the void contamination. Iridescent energy flowed into her, seeking out and neutralizing the invasive darkness. "The fragments," she gasped, clearly in pain despite her resilience. "Secure them first." Already on it, Merlin called, having reached the integration chamber. She manipulated the controls, redirecting the extraction energy to complete the process. The two fragments finally broke free from their suspension field, hovering briefly before shooting toward Naruto with unerring precision. Unlike previous integrations, he couldn't focus fully on the process, still channeling healing energy into Elizabeth. The fragments circled him impatiently, waiting for his attention. "Go ahead," Elizabeth urged him, her voice stronger as the void corruption receded under his treatment. "I can hold on. The fragments are priority." Reluctantly, Naruto nodded, shifting his focus to the waiting fragments. They responded immediately, diving toward him simultaneously, one entering through his forehead, the other through his heart. The dual integration was overwhelming, two massive portions of his divine essence returning at once, each carrying distinct aspects of his cosmic identity. The fragment of perception expanded his awareness exponentially, allowing him to see reality not just as it appeared but as it truly was, the underlying patterns, the quantum probabilities, the higher dimensional structures invisible to mortal senses. The fragment of connection restored his understanding of the interrelationships between all things, the complex web that bound every particle, every consciousness, every reality into a cohesive whole. He could perceive the threads connecting him to Elizabeth, to Merlin, to every being they'd encountered, and beyond that, to every entity across the multiverse. When the integration stabilized, Naruto stood transformed once again. His human form remained, but it had become more of a conscious choice than a default state, a container he maintained rather than his natural condition. Power radiated from him in waves that visibly altered nearby reality, the mirror realm's reflective surfaces showing countless versions of him across probability space. 7 fragments, Merlin breathed, her instruments unable to fully process his enhanced signature. Approximately 80% power restoration. Naruto turned immediately back to Elizabeth, his expanded perception allowing him to see the void corruption at its fundamental level. With precise application of divine energy, he systematically erased the remaining contamination, restoring her golden aura to its pure state. "Thank you," she said, standing steadier now. "That was unpleasant." "He's getting desperate," Naruto observed, his voice now carrying complex harmonics that seemed to resonate with the structure of reality itself. "Risking direct confrontation despite incomplete manifestation." "The nexus is stabilizing," Merlin reported, checking her readings. "Your reinforcement field is actually repairing the structural damage." "Most impressive." "We need to move quickly," Naruto said, his expanded awareness detecting disturbing patterns across multiple dimensions. The Harbinger wasn't lying about the end approaching. Void corruption is spreading exponentially now, consuming entire probability streams. "Where to next?" Elizabeth asked. "The remaining 5 fragments." Naruto consulted the Nexus map, now visible to him without Merlin's crystal as a direct perception of dimensional coordinates. "Something's changed. The fragments are moving, converging toward a single location." "Moving on their own?" Merlin asked sharply. "Or being transported?" "Both," Naruto replied, concern evident in his expression. 3 appear to be responding to my increased integration, seeking reunification naturally. But 2. He focused more intently. 2 are being deliberately relocated. By void architects, if I'm reading the energy signatures correctly. A trap, Elizabeth concluded. Drawing us to a location of the Harbinger's choosing. Undoubtedly, Naruto agreed. But we don't have much choice. The fragments' convergence is accelerating universal entropy. If they're not properly reintegrated soon, the dimensional barriers will collapse regardless of the Harbinger's actions. "Where is this convergence point?" Merlin asked. Naruto's expression grew grim. "The Nexus Void, the dimension between dimensions. The original battlefield where I first sealed Zora's." "The location makes strategic sense," Merlin noted. "It exists at the conjunction of all 7 primary dimensions, making it the perfect staging ground for either universal salvation or destruction. It's also where the Harbinger's prison is anchored," Naruto added, recovered memories providing crucial context. "The original seal draws power from the dimensional boundaries themselves. If those boundaries dissolve, the prison fails completely," Elizabeth finished his thought. "And the Harbinger emerges at full power." "Which is exactly what he wants," Naruto said. "He's accelerating his own release by forcing a final confrontation at the weakest point in the dimensional structure." The Nexus continued to stabilize around them, Naruto's reinforcement field gradually integrating with the realm's natural systems. Outside, the void corruption had temporarily receded, the Harbinger's servants withdrawn for the moment. "We should rest before attempting the final jump," Elizabeth suggested, noting the strain still evident in Naruto's expression despite his increased power. "Integrating 2 fragments simultaneously must have been taxing, even for your enhanced capabilities." "No time," Naruto replied, though he appreciated her concern. "The dimensional collapse is accelerating exponentially now. We have hours at most before critical failure points emerge across all 7 primary realms. Then we face the Harbinger directly, Elizabeth said, her determination matching his own. At the source. Not we, Naruto corrected gently. Me. Elizabeth's expression hardened. If you think I'm letting you face this alone, it's not about letting you, Naruto interrupted. It's about necessity. The Nexus Void exists beyond conventional dimensional parameters. Only beings of pure divine essence can survive there unprotected. Even with your goddess heritage, you're still partially mortal. As are you, she countered. Less so with each fragment I integrate, Naruto replied, gesturing to his increasingly non-human appearance. I'm holding this form through conscious choice now, not natural limitation. In the Nexus Void, I'll need to release even this pretense of mortality to operate at full capacity. He's right, Merlin reluctantly confirmed, checking calculations on one of her devices. The Nexus Void's fundamental properties would destroy conventional matter instantly. Even enhanced biological organisms would disintegrate within seconds. Elizabeth looked between them, frustration evident in her expression. So I'm to be sidelined for the final confrontation? After everything we've faced together? Naruto approached her, taking her hands in his. Where their skin touched, divine energies intermingled, iridescent and golden light twining together in familiar harmony. Never sidelined, he said softly. Connected. I need you to coordinate from this side of the dimensional barrier. The fragment's convergence will create instabilities across all realms, including Britannia. Someone needs to maintain order, protect the mortal worlds while I confront Zoras directly. A two-front approach, Merlin elaborated, understanding Naruto's strategy. The Harbinger expects you to commit everything to the direct confrontation, leaving the mortal realms vulnerable to collateral damage. By having Elizabeth remain as a defensive anchor, you create protection he won't anticipate. After a moment's consideration, Elizabeth nodded reluctantly. I understand the logic. I don't have to like it. If it helps, Naruto added with a ghost of his old grin, I don't like it either. I've gotten used to having you watching my back. Then you'd better return in one piece, she told him firmly. Divine or not. The moment held between them, something unspoken but increasingly evident in their interactions. Connection that transcended their current incarnations, resonating across eons of shared existence. Merlin tactfully focused on her instruments, giving them a semblance of privacy. The dimensional coordinates are solidifying, she reported after a moment. I can establish a monitoring link that will allow us to maintain contact across the barrier, though communication will likely be distorted. Naruto nodded, reluctantly releasing Elizabeth's hands. How soon can you create a portal to the Nexus Void? With your enhanced power supplementing my equipment? Immediately. Merlin began configuring her devices. Though I must caution, once you enter the void, return transit will be significantly more difficult. The dimensional barrier becomes increasingly resistant to penetration from that side. One-way ticket, Naruto translated. Got it. Not necessarily, Elizabeth interjected. The sacred tree in Britannia exists partially in the Nexus Void already, it's how it maintains connections across dimensions. If you can locate its anchor point within the void, it could serve as a return pathway. Assuming it survives the coming conflict, Merlin noted pragmatically. Naruto closed his eyes briefly, using his enhanced perception to assess the fragment's convergence rate. We're out of time for further planning, he announced. The final 5 fragments will reach the convergence point within the hour. If I'm not there to properly integrate them when they arrive. Catastrophic dimensional cascade, Merlin finished. Portal calibration complete. Ready when you are. Naruto turned to Elizabeth one last time. Get back to Britannia as quickly as possible. The sacred tree will be a primary anchor point, it needs protection. And, watch over the people we've met. The Chloravari, the crystalline people, they'll be particularly vulnerable during the transition. I will, she promised. Then, with sudden decisiveness, she stepped forward and kissed him, brief but intense, golden energy flowing between them in a surge of connection. "For luck," she said as she pulled back, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Naruto stood momentarily stunned, then broke into a genuine smile, one that reminded her of the human behind the increasingly divine exterior. "That's definitely going to improve my motivation to come back in one piece." Merlin activated the portal, creating an opening unlike any they'd seen before, not a gateway to another location but an absence, a point where reality simply ended. No light, no matter, no energy visible beyond its threshold, true void in its purest form. "The moment you cross over, release your human form," Merlin instructed. "Maintaining it will only drain power you'll need for the confrontation." Naruto nodded, then took a deep breath, one of his last as a partially human entity. "See you on the other side," he told them, managing one final confident grin before stepping into nothingness. The portal closed behind him, leaving Elizabeth and Merlin alone in the gradually stabilizing mirror realm, connection severed to the being who now faced the ultimate confrontation between creation and oblivion. "Will he succeed?" Elizabeth asked quietly, still staring at where the portal had been. Merlin considered the question with uncharacteristic emotionality. If anyone across the multiverse could face such odds and prevail, it would be him, the Chaos Shinobi who became a deity while somehow remaining fundamentally, stubbornly himself. Elizabeth nodded, drawing strength from that assessment. "Then we do our part. To Britannia, the sacred tree awaits." Together, they began preparations for their own return journey, while across the dimensional barrier, Naruto entered the void between worlds to confront his brother, his opposite, and the fragments of divinity that would determine the fate of all existence. The Nexus Void defied comprehension, a non-place where conventional physics ceased to apply. No up or down, no light or darkness, merely, potential. Raw, unfilled potential stretching infinitely in all directions and none. Naruto released his human form the moment he crossed the threshold, his consciousness expanding outward as iridescent energy unbound by biological limitations. Without physical senses to rely on, he perceived through direct awareness, reality interpreted without the filtering mechanism of a brain. In this state, he could finally grasp the true nature of what he had once been, the chaos deity, primordial force of creative potential. Not chaos as mortals understood it, random destruction, but chaos as the cosmos defined it, the infinite possibility that precedes and enables all forms of order. His counterpart, he now remembered completely, had embodied the opposite principle, not creation but completion. The end state of all processes, the final rest after change and struggle. What had begun as complementary forces, beginning and end in perfect balance, had eventually diverged ideologically. Zoras had come to see the suffering inherent in existence as fundamentally flawed, an error to be corrected through universal cessation. The chaos deity had argued for the value of the journey itself, the meaning found in change and growth despite imperfection. Their philosophical disagreement had escalated to cosmic conflict, culminating in the epic battle that had led to Zora's transformation into the Void Harbinger, the embodiment of non-existence, and his subsequent imprisonment. Now, as Naruto's divine consciousness expanded through the Nexus Void, he could sense the fragments converging, 5 remaining pieces of himself rushing toward completion. 3 moved naturally, drawn to his rekindled divine signature. 2 were being manipulated, pushed by void energy toward a specific conjunction point. At that point, growing more substantial by the moment, the Harbinger awaited, his prison visibly deteriorating, void energy leaking through widening cracks in the multidimensional seal. "Brother," the Harbinger's consciousness resonated across the void. Not a voice but direct conceptual transfer. "You arrive as prophesied. The cycle completes." Naruto directed his awareness toward his counterpart, perceiving the Harbinger's true form for the first time since his reawakening. No longer the humanoid approximation he had projected into material realms, here Zoras existed as a vast conceptual entity, the embodiment of ending, the principle of conclusion given consciousness. "Zoras," Naruto responded in kind, his thoughts propagating through the void's non-space. "This confrontation isn't inevitable. Even now, another path exists. Something like amusement rippled through the Harbinger's essence. Still clinging to alternatives. To possibilities. How very characteristic of your nature. And dismissing alternatives is characteristic of yours, Naruto countered. We were created as balance, Zoras. Not opposition. Semantics. The outcome remains unchanged. Existence ends. The flawed experiment concludes. Even as they communicated, the Harbinger continued drawing the manipulated fragments closer to his prison. Naruto could now see his strategy clearly, positioning the fragments to create a resonance pattern that would shatter the remaining seals catastrophically rather than allowing gradual degradation. The fragments belong to me, Naruto asserted, extending his consciousness toward them. Return what is mine. They belong to neither of us, the Harbinger replied. They are fundamental forces temporarily personified. I merely hasten their return to natural state. Naruto accelerated toward the fragments, his divine essence stretching across the void. The three freely moving fragments responded immediately, changing course to intercept him directly. The two under the Harbinger's influence hesitated, caught between opposing poles. Interesting, the Harbinger observed. Your mortal experience has changed you. Made you decisive. Less contemplative. I learned the value of direct action, Naruto responded, continuing his approach. Something gods tend to forget when viewing everything from a distance. The first of the free fragments reached him, merging with his divine essence in a surge of reconvergence that expanded his consciousness further. This fragment, the fragment of time, restored his perception and control of temporal flows, allowing him to perceive past, present, and future simultaneously. With this enhanced awareness, he could now see the Harbinger's plan in its entirety, not just the immediate prison break but the cascading dimensional collapse that would follow, spreading outward from the Nexus void to consume all 7 primary dimensions and countless subsidiary realities. You would destroy everything, Naruto projected, genuine horror in his conceptual transmission. Not just intelligent life or developed worlds, but the fundamental structure of the multiverse itself. Correct, the Harbinger confirmed without hesitation. The flawed creation cannot be selectively pruned. It must be unmade completely, returned to void potential, that something better might eventually emerge. And who would create this something better? Naruto challenged, still advancing. With both of us reduced to void potential alongside everything else. Creation emerges naturally from void given sufficient duration, the Harbinger explained with the patience of absolute certainty. Without our interference, without conscious manipulation, it may achieve perfection next cycle. The second free fragment reached Naruto, integrating smoothly with his expanding divine essence. The fragment of space restored his comprehension of dimensional architecture, the complex geometries that defined reality's structure and boundaries. With this knowledge reintegrated, Naruto could now perceive the weaknesses in the Harbinger's prison, the specific points where the original seal had been anchored to dimensional constants. More importantly, he could see how those anchors might be reinforced rather than simply replaced. The third free fragment approached, but the Harbinger suddenly accelerated his efforts, pulling his controlled fragments into a precise geometric arrangement around his prison. Void energy surged through them, corrupting their iridescent nature with anti-light that distorted their fundamental resonance. And no more delays, the Harbinger declared. The end comes now. The corrupted fragments pulsed with inverted energy, creating a cascading failure in the prison's structural integrity. Cracks spread exponentially across its multidimensional surface, void energy pouring through in torrents. Naruto didn't hesitate. Abandoning his approach toward the third free fragment, he instead surged directly toward the Harbinger's prison, channeling his partially restored divine power into the failing seal points. Using his reintegrated knowledge of space and time, he identified the original design principles and began reinforcing them with his own essence. What are you doing? The Harbinger's transmission carried genuine surprise, the first emotional response beyond cold certainty. Improvising, Naruto replied, continuing to feed power into the deteriorating structure. Another human trait you might find interesting. The third free fragment, sensing his intent, changed course and shot directly into the prison structure itself, integrating with Naruto's reinforcement effort rather than with his personal essence. This fragment of energy provided the necessary power amplification, temporarily stabilizing the seal's integrity. The Harbinger reacted violently, directing concentrated void energy against Naruto's consciousness. Unlike their previous encounters, this attack struck at his fundamental nature, attempting to corrupt his divine essence directly, to invert creation into destruction. The pain was beyond description, conceptual agony that transcended physical suffering. Naruto's consciousness fractured partially under the assault, memories and identity temporarily fragmented. In that moment of extremity, facing dissolution of self, Naruto found strength in the very humanity the Harbinger dismissed. The stubborn determination that had defined him as Naruto Uzumaki, the refusal to surrender, to give up on himself or others, provided a core of resistance that even void corruption couldn't easily penetrate. I made a promise, his consciousness reasserted itself. To protect everything precious to me. That now includes entire worlds, entire dimensions. I don't go back on my word, that's my nindo, my ninja way. With that declaration, blending human resolve with divine power, Naruto pushed back against the void corruption. Drawing on the integrated fragments, particularly the fragment of life, he generated a counterwave of creative force that neutralized the Harbinger's attack. Impossible, the Harbinger projected, genuine alarm now evident in his transmission. No consciousness maintains coherence against direct void exposure. I'm stubborn that way, Naruto replied, pressing his advantage. And I'm not just consciousness, I'm a person. With connections, bonds, and promises to keep. Using the momentary disruption in the Harbinger's focus, Naruto extended his awareness toward the two corrupted fragments. He could sense their original nature still intact beneath the void contamination, his essence recognizing itself despite the inversion. Remember what you truly are, he projected directly to the fragments. Not tools or weapons, but aspects of creation. Of me. The corrupted fragments vibrated in response, their resonance patterns fluctuating as internal conflict developed between their original nature and the Harbinger's imposed corruption. The Harbinger, perceiving this vulnerability, redoubled his efforts. The prison seal fractured further, allowing more of his true essence to emerge, vast and terrible, the conceptual embodiment of ending spreading outward like a stain across the void. Too late, brother, he projected triumphantly. The threshold is crossed. My emergence proceeds regardless of your interference. He was right. Naruto could perceive the dimensional mathematics clearly, the prison had degraded beyond critical stability. Complete collapse was now inevitable, regardless of his reinforcement efforts. But in that apparent defeat, Naruto found unexpected inspiration, drawing on both his human ingenuity and divine understanding to conceptualize a radical alternative. If containment fails, he reasoned, then transformation becomes the only option. Instead of continuing to reinforce the failing prison, Naruto redirected his energy, not against the Harbinger but toward him. Not attacking but connecting. Drawing on the fragment of connection, he established a direct consciousness link between them, divine to divine, brother to brother, beginning to end. What are you doing? The Harbinger demanded, confusion evident as Naruto's essence intertwined with his own. Something that should have been done originally, Naruto replied. Not sealing you away, integrating you. Understanding dawned in the Harbinger's consciousness. Absorption? You cannot. Our natures oppose fundamentally. Not absorption, Naruto corrected. Reconciliation. Balance restored not through separation but through synthesis. Drawing on every fragment he had reclaimed, particularly life and connection, Naruto initiated a process never before attempted between primordial entities, consciousness merging without dominance, integration without subsumption. The two corrupted fragments, sensing this unprecedented development, began breaking free of their void contamination. Their original nature reasserted itself as the artificial opposition between creation and completion weakened. You would risk your own identity, the Harbinger projected, still resisting but with decreasing conviction. Your precious individuality. To save everything else. Yes, Naruto confirmed. That's what it means to be human, finding meaning in sacrifice for others. And it's what it means to be divine, responsibility for the greater whole. The corrupted fragments broke free entirely, their iridescent nature restored. Along with the third free fragment, they converged on the integration point, not Naruto's essence alone, but the conjunction now forming between Naruto and the Harbinger. This ends now, brother, Naruto projected with absolute conviction. Not through destruction but through reunion. Not through void but through synthesis. The 5 fragments merged simultaneously with the integrating consciousnesses, releasing cataclysmic energy that restructured the nexus void itself. Past and present, creation and completion, chaos and order, concepts that had been artificially separated flowed back together in a cosmic reconciliation. Through this unprecedented merger, Naruto maintained his core identity, not erased but expanded, his human experiences providing the template for a new kind of divinity. Not the detached chaos deity of old, but a conscious, connected creator who understood the value of imperfection through lived experience. The Harbinger's consciousness didn't vanish but transformed, the principle of completion reoriented from universal cessation to meaningful conclusion. Not the traumatic severing of existence but the natural culmination of processes, the necessary counterbalance to endless becoming. When the integration stabilized, what remained was neither Naruto nor the Harbinger individually, but a harmonized consciousness that honored both without erasing either. The 12 fragments, now fully reunited, pulsed with balanced energy, iridescent light containing within it the potential for rest, for ending, for completion. The dimensional distortions throughout the multiverse began to stabilize. Void breaches closed naturally as the conflict that had generated them resolved. The 7 primary dimensions, briefly exposed to potential annihilation, re-established their boundaries with greater resilience than before. In Britannia, Elizabeth stood before the sacred tree, golden energy flowing from her hands to reinforce its dimensional anchoring. She gasped as she felt the sudden shift, the cosmic rebalancing that signaled something unprecedented had occurred. He did it, she breathed, sensing the dimensional stabilization spreading outward from the nexus void. But, differently than expected. Merlin, monitoring the process through her instruments, looked up in amazement. This isn't just containment or victory, she observed. It's reconciliation. Integration of opposing forces. The sacred tree responded to the cosmic shift, its leaves glowing with renewed vitality as it received direct nourishment from the restored dimensional balance. A pulse of energy traveled through its trunk, manifesting as a shimmering portal at its base. From this portal stepped a figure that was Naruto but transformed, human in form but radiating harmonized divine energy that contained both iridescent creation and the depth of peaceful completion. His features were recognizable but refined, blue eyes now containing galaxies within their depths. Naruto. Elizabeth approached cautiously, sensing the profound change in his essence. He smiled, the expression somehow both entirely familiar and cosmically significant. Yes and no, he replied, his voice carrying harmonics that resonated with the fundamental frequency of reality itself. I'm still me, but also, more. We found another way. We? Merlin inquired, her instruments recording unprecedented energy readings from his form. Zora's and I, Naruto explained. Not victory through destruction but through reconciliation. We remembered what we were meant to be originally, complementary aspects of a greater whole, not opposed enemies. You merged with the Harbinger? Elizabeth asked, struggling to comprehend the implications. Integrated, Naruto corrected gently. His perspective was incomplete without mine, as mine was without his. Creation needs completion to have meaning. Endings require beginnings to have purpose. He extended his hand, and above his palm manifested a miniature representation of the multiverse, countless dimensions spinning in harmonious interaction, void breaches healed, balance restored. The crisis is over, he continued. The dimensional barriers have been reinforced with new understanding, not rigid separation but flexible resilience. Stability through adaptation rather than unchanging permanence. Elizabeth studied him intently, searching for the Naruto she had come to know, the determined shinobi with unbreakable spirit. "Are you still, you?" she asked, the question carrying deeper meaning than its simple words. Naruto's expression softened, becoming more recognizably human despite his transformed nature. "I promised I'd come back," he reminded her. "I don't go back on my word. That's still my ninja way." To demonstrate, he let his divine aura dim slightly, his form shifting closer to his original human appearance, still transcendent but more approachable, more connected to the material realm. "The integration preserved what matters most," he explained. "My experiences, my connections, my promises. Naruto Uzumaki isn't gone, he's essential to who I've become." Elizabeth moved closer, golden energy flowing from her form to interact with his harmonized aura. Where they connected, perfect balance manifested, creation and completion, becoming and being, all enhanced by the lived experiences of their human incarnations. "And what happens now?" she asked. "With your full power restored and expanded?" Naruto gazed outward, his perception encompassing the multiverse while remaining anchored in the present moment. "Healing," he replied. "Restoration of damaged realms. Guidance rather than control." He looked back at her, his expression both cosmic and personal. "And keeping promises to the people who helped me along the way." "The Chloravari? The crystalline people?" Merlin asked. "Them, yes. And Britannia. And eventually." He smiled with genuine warmth, "Finding my way back to the hidden leaf. My friends there deserve to know what happened to me. Can you return to being fully human?" Elizabeth wondered. "After everything that's changed?" "Not completely," Naruto admitted. "But I don't need to. Being human isn't about form, it's about connection, compassion, determination. Qualities I intend to preserve regardless of cosmic responsibility." He extended his hand to her, an invitation rather than a command. "There's much to do. Worlds to heal, balance to maintain. I could use a partner who understands both divinity and humanity." Elizabeth's expression brightened. "Are you asking me to help restore the multiverse, or was that a more personal invitation?" "Both," Naruto replied with a grin that was purely, wonderfully himself despite the galaxies now visible in his eyes. "Turns out even reconciled cosmic entities don't like facing the big stuff alone." She placed her hand in his, golden light intertwining with his harmonized aura. "Then lead the way, Chaos Deity. Or should I call you Naruto Uzumaki, Hokage of the multiverse?" "Just Naruto is fine," he laughed, the sound somehow both human and divine, joy that transcended mortal limitations while remaining fundamentally, stubbornly grounded in the imperfect, precious experience of being alive. Together, they turned toward the tasks that awaited, healing worlds, restoring balance, guiding rather than controlling the great cosmic dance of existence. Behind them, Merlin smiled knowingly, already documenting what would surely become the greatest magical scientific discovery of any age, divinity tempered by humanity creating something new, something better, something balanced. And across countless dimensions, life continued, imperfect, struggling, beautiful, its value finally understood and protected by forces that had learned through lived experience why even flawed existence was worth preserving, worth celebrating, worth loving in all its chaotic, incomplete glory. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.